Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. Hello. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be back on this lovely Wednesday here in New York City. Back yesterday after our 2-week break. Oh, did it feel good. I was tired yesterday. It was a long show. No hard outs on Tuesdays anymore. We don't play two. We just play one real long one. And let me tell you something. We're coming back with a vengeance, with a bang, as they say in the business. Holy smokes, what a lineup today. What a lineup. Some have called it the greatest lineup in the illustrious history, 16-plus year history of this program. I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. It's sort of like when you ask George St. Pierre, are you the GOAT? He says, I leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to the chat. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Hit the sub. We're trying to get to 500 by the end of the year. We're trying. And we're trying with super stack shows like this one. A super stack lineup. Nowhere else in sports, dare I say, certainly not in combat sports, can you get lineups like this? Can you get discourse like this? Can you get chatter like this? Can you get access to the greatest minds, the best guests in the game like this? And what a show, a six-pack of guests. Holy smokes. Back end of the program. We're going to be answering your questions. It's also Wednesday. And so we're going to be here until like 9 o'clock. I hope everyone brought dinner.
Who the fuck is we?
And he's back, baby. There he is. Hi, Frank. How are you?
Great, man. How are you?
It was nice to be back. It was nice, but something was missing.
Damn right it was. But it's here today, so let's enjoy it.
We missed you. We longed for you. We lamented your absence. We all were wondering, 2-week break, was that not enough for you? Did you need the extra day?
I just had an eye problem.
Oh,
and I
wow.
couldn't see myself coming in.
You were waiting to do that.
Since I came up with this
Yes.
bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're feeling good, right?
Feeling great. Couldn't be better.
No
Thank
detached
you all.
retina?
No detached retina. Jesus.
What? TMI?
TMI. I was already planning that if I went blind, I'd be like, well, that just makes me that much better of an audio engineer.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wasn't that concerned because I'm like, you just need your ears.
There's
so
Stevie
like,
Wonder.
Yeah, who
I
cares?
get it.
Who
That's
cares about
nice
the
to
eyes?
know.
Well, we missed you.
He actually got Jamal Adams this morning. The Jets trying to get into training camp, and the car gets denied. We were walking in together, and it just flashed red. He's like, I guess they fired me.
Yeah, he only did it once. He was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Another
started
day
to
off?
leave, and Connor was like, no, I think it's broken. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man.
Vacation continues. No, it was nice. Look, we all came in early. We put in new cameras. We changed a whole bunch of stuff. So thanks for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. Anyway, tremendous show. Much to discuss. We'll answer your questions. Back into the program, arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to be for all the questions. Prior to that, the one and only Quinton Rampage Jackson is going to be joining us. Obviously, you can probably guess what we'll be talking about. And I do believe this is his first interview since everything went down on the 23rd of August with his son on that kick stream at the Knox Pro wrestling event with Psycho Stu and everyone involved. We went into it at length yesterday. What was so funny about that, I felt like I was pretty clear and concise, and I thought level-headed and quite, dare I say, critical of his son's actions. And then, of course, like the first comments are, I've lost all respect for Ariel. I can't believe that he's defending Raj's actions. Like, do you not even watch the clips? Do you not even watch or at least listen? In any event, we'll talk to Rampage about all of this and do appreciate him coming on. Let's see how that goes. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the Son of God, not to be confused with the Soldier of God, the one and only Andre Ward, who will be a part of the broadcast on the 13th of September on Netflix, when the great Canelo Alvarez will be going up against Terrence Crawford at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. It's the very first Zuffa boxing show, although it is with Riyadh season and it doesn't quite feel like a standalone event. It is the big one that Dana White is promoting, and then, of course, WWE is promoting and TKO is promoting and everyone involved. And so we'll talk to Andre about that and other things going on in his life. Prior to that, in studio, the one and only, the former UFC middleweight champion, the former UFC light heavyweight champion, Poatan, Alex Pereira, and Plinio Cruz in studio to talk about the big showdown on the 4th of October, UFC 320, 20? 21? 320? 21?
20, yeah.
20. The big one, the rematch. Ankalaev, Pereira, Alex Pereira going to be joining us in studio at 3 o'clock. What a show. What a show. Oh, by the way, Luke Rockhold is going to be joining us at 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern to talk about his future coming off the knockout loss to Darren Till at Misfits over the weekend. Prior to that, the Bronze Bomber, Deontay Wilder, is going to be joining us, responding to one Francis Ngannou who was on the show about 2 weeks ago, saying he wants him next. And in a couple of minutes, Chael Sonnen going to be joining us. Is that not enough? 6 incredible guys. I mean, look at this. This is not fake. How blessed are we? How blessed are we that we get to do this for a living? Do you want to get to a couple things before we get rolling? Hey, shout out to Canada's own, Montreal's own, Mandel Nalo, a.k.a. Rat Garbage, at 36 years young, getting his shot at Dana White Contender Series yesterday, winning in spectacular fashion, finally getting into the UFC. This is a guy who has been a part of the TriStar team, the Montreal MMA scene, for a hell of a long time. His MMA debut, 2009. 36 on Contender Series. Finally getting into the UFC. Bellator veteran. What a great scene. He doesn't go by Rat Garbage anymore. Longtime fans of the show will remember he was on the program at least once, maybe even twice. And I'm so happy for the guy. Truly. And a great scene afterwards as he goes up to Dana White and says, get me on Paris, get me on Vancouver in case you missed it. Here it was.
I don't look my age either.
You look great.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. All right. Well,
I really appreciate it. I'm serious. Vancouver, Paris, wherever you need me.
all right.
I'm not a prospect. I'm a finished product. I'm not plugging it anywhere.
No, I agree.
I love that line. I'm not a prospect. I'm a finished product. Great to see. Good for him. It's a good show yesterday. Some great finishes, Contender Series finding its stride. So congratulations. And it would be great to see him on that Vancouver card. Another Canadian in the UFC, and great to see another Montrealer as well. Now, some massive news from the world of streaming. This, according to The Athletic and other outlets, and reported on yahoosports.com, Stream East, which I've never heard of, but the boys were telling me was a big sort of illegal sports streaming service. It has been reportedly shut down after a year-long investigation. According to The Athletic, the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, ACE, said it worked with the Egyptian law enforcement officials to disrupt the service August 24th. Per The Athletic, ACE is an anti-piracy coalition comprised of multiple media organizations, including Amazon, Netflix, and DAZN, among other companies. Stream East reportedly generated 1.6 billion visits over the past year. Per The Athletic, the service offered illegal streams, Premier League, NFL, MLB, NBA. But here's where it really came into play, pay-per-view. A thorn in the side of the likes of the UFC and DAZN and other pay-per-view companies. And this would be a huge, huge blow to piracy. Now, it comes at a time where the UFC is getting off pay-per-view. And so, I don't know. Do you think this was like their last FU? Remember, it was Dana White who said, Dana White said it himself, that he was going to go after the Pirates. He promised us. And I don't know if the guy just turned it on some 3.5, 4 years later. But according to this article, no credit. Dana White, we're giving him credit because he was the one that said he was going to go after the Pirates once they turned it on. He told us this back in, I think, what was it, 2021? In case you missed it, here it was.
Like I said, I mean, this is a huge pay-per-view event to kick off the year. You kind of stirred the pot a little bit with the piracy, the online streamers. They want to come after you and give this thing away. So, any regret? It kind of maybe stirring the pot a little bit.
I'm glad you asked me about that because we got one. We got him. We're watching this guy right now. All you have to do is turn it on Saturday, and we got you, fucker. I can't wait. Turn it on Saturday, streamers, and see what happens. Thank you for asking me that question.
So that was January of 2021, prior to the second Conor McGregor-Dustin Poirier fight. No confirmation as to whether or not that person that he was talking about lived in Egypt. But hey, some 4+ years later, maybe he was the one that got him. So congrats to all involved. One more. This came through the email wire. earlier today. TKO extending its exclusive partnership with T-Mobile Arena, solidifying Las Vegas's premier venue as its official home. And they announced that they'll do multiple events between now and 2030. WWE events, 2 of them, and 4 annual UFC events. This is a deal that they've had for a while. There seemed to be a period where Dana White was a little bit perturbed with the MGM folks, MGM owning T-Mobile, but it seems as though all is good. And those 4 events, as far as UFC events, 2 WWE between now and 2030 will remain. So if you're a fan of going to that arena, personally, I've always been an MGM Grand guy. I miss the MGM Grand. I miss Mandalay Bay, but it is obviously much bigger, and they're doing a lot of business there. Legion Stadium, September 13th, WrestleMania going back in April of next year. So there you have it. All right, let's get into things here. Very excited, as always, to talk to our first guest of the day. I mean, really needs no introduction. And what a weekend for this guy. Going from Saturday in Cleveland, the inaugural Real American Freestyle Wrestling event on Fox Nation. He was a big part of it. I know that's a sport that is near and dear to his heart. And then he gets on the red eye, heads off to Vegas, and pins Craig Jones in the main event of CJI 2. Your friend and mine, the bad guy, Chael Sonnen, joining us off the top here today. Hello, Chael. How are you?
Good morning, Helwani. I'm doing awesome, thank you. How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to see you. A couple new sponsors there to the left.
Yes, this was from Jonko Fuel. I mentioned that because Jonko was a big part of the Craig's event. He actually gave me this. And these fellas I met on Cameo, and it's called No Cap Pop, and they sent me one. And the least I could do is think to set it here for one plug.
I like that.
I'll try it later. I'll get some ice and pour it over ice. I'll let you know if it's any good.
All right. Well done. How was this weekend for you? How would you describe? I mean, you were everywhere. The Chael Sonnen awesome. Business was on fire this weekend.
It really was great. First off, I don't like downtime, so I appreciate the word busy, but I didn't feel busy. I was just making towns and participating where I could. But Ariel, the Real American Freestyle, there is no chance to watch amateur wrestling. The Olympic Games come around every 4 years, and you're not even guaranteed to get one complete match on that. NCAA's, once a year, they got really good coverage. But aside from that, the well's kind of dry. So to be in an event like that, as well produced, that had the best wrestlers in the world, and then to be able to participate where I came in as a commentator, man, it was like being in Disneyland. I really could not have had a more fun evening.
So we know that this has been tried in the past, early 2000s. I remember DC and King Mo being involved in a outfit called Real Pro Wrestling, I believe it was. But you were there, boots on the ground. And I understand you're working with them, and so you're probably hoping that it succeeds. And I know this sport is so near and dear to your heart. But what's the ceiling here? What do you think? Do you think, like, watching it from afar, I was impressed. Production looked good people behind it. I feel like they're onto something.
I left more confident than I came in. And
okay.
I think I came in with a pretty good attitude. But I thought we would need a couple of swerves, if you will, a couple of insider industry things to happen. Specific call-outs. Maybe somebody's walkout's got some flair to it. The bad news, and why I don't want that to happen, is when people start performing and acting, we, the audience, can tell. We see right through it. So it's very important to just be yourself. And Bischoff told these guys, don't get lost in the pro wrestling term. Pro just means we're going to pay you. You're the wrestlers. Go do your thing. I'll handle the cameras. And I thought that was pretty good advice, and I think that's what was followed. We did have a couple of surprises. Holly Holm going out there. That was a real treat. People really love that. I will share for you in the future, I don't know that we would need a Holly Holm type to go out there. I think just the wrestlers going hard, top guys with beautiful resumes, I think that turned out to be enough. And I think that ended up being more in and of itself than we thought it was going to be.
How involved is Bischoff?
Very hands-on and everything.
Okay.
If there's an email anywhere, he's on it.
Wow. Who's on more juice, you or Bischoff?
Oh, I am for sure. You think easy? I gave him a hug, Ariel, and he was hard as a rock.
Yeah.
But he's not very big. He's a very lean guy. I would have thought more like hormone manipulation than I would think testosterone manipulation, but that would be my guess.
He looks absolute shredded. I mean, it's unbelievable. I think he's in his mid-70s or something like that.
Yeah, he was lean for sure.
Now, what's going on with Tito?
The way we want to look when we're that age.
Right.
Yes.
This Tito thing, what was that all about?
Ariel, It was awkward. And you must understand from my perspective, I have a thing. There, just one. But my thing that will start a fight 100% of the time is if I go to shake your hand and you leave me there. If I go to shake your hand and you don't shake my hand, that's my thing. That's what gets me worked up. And Tito had done that in the back prior to this. So I'm out. I'm out on Tito. I don't want anything to do with him. And I get asked, hey, Tito wants to challenge you. We won't do it unless you're okay with it, but Tito wants to challenge you. My head's on Craig, for one. I have the headsets on. I'm live. This is getting mouthed to me. And I said, no, I'm not interested. Not interested. So I got asked a second time, complete with, hey, you're our guy. We won't do this if you don't want to. So for a second time, I said, I don't want to do it. Tito himself comes over and he flips my headset off. And in that moment, this is where now I must touch Tito. I have no idea where in Tito's mind I became the guy that was okay to do too. But that was the part that was really insulting to me. But then his voice comes, and his voice was very soft and it was very sweet. And he said, please, come on, man, please, let's do this. I think we could have fun. Please, come on, man, come on. Can't do it without you. So I gave him a thumbs up and I keep calling the show. So then when it was going to happen or how that was going to go down, or was I going to be there face to face, or they're just going to interview him with a camera, microphone, and I get called out? I really didn't know. So when he did come up the stairs and there was nobody in between us, it just made for kind of an interesting moment. Now, you'll have to tell me if that was something special for TV or if you thought it was corny. I would be too close to it to decide, but the idea of putting a singlet on and trying to pin Tito Ortiz to the ground, it feels a little strange at 50 years old, if I'm to be fair.
And obviously you guys have the history in Bellator way back in the day when you guys competed in wrestling. You beat him. We remember this. We know this. If you're asking my opinion as a friend, I don't know if that was just like more of a rhetorical question.
I would like a response. Sure. What'd you think of it?
If I'm in the Chael Sonnen business, if I'm your manager, if I'm your agent that day, and they come up to me and say, hey, we want to do this thing, Chael's on the broadcast, this and that, I say, we're not taking part. We're not taking part because, number one, we don't need this. You don't need this. We're trying to be taken seriously. The trouble that they're going to have, especially when Hogan and Bischoff got involved, obviously Hogan no longer with us, was people are going to wonder, like, is this real? Is this not? Is it? They're coming from pro wrestling, not real wrestling, right? Amateur wrestling, collegiate wrestling. So there's a fine line there. I think it's okay. Like Angle being involved, he has a history. You being involved, you have a history. But once you start doing like gimmicky things, there's a fine line. You're a broadcaster. You're not a competitor. I think it took away from what you were doing, the great job that you were doing, and what they were trying to do. The home thing I loved because in MMA, as you know, you can't do surprise, opponents. Here they could get away with it. So I loved the home thing. It was fun. It was a tip of the cap to the MMA fans who might have been watching. I don't think you needed to do that, and I don't necessarily want you to go down that path as your friend.
And Ariel, if Holly, to go back to her, because I was so impressed with her. She was in the back. She was there to warm up. She worked me. She didn't say, I'm going in. She said, I'm here to warm up and won an event.
Oh, wow.
And it was so cool. 3 weeks ago, she weighed in at 135 pounds and boxed and went all 10 rounds. Mm-hmm. So to see her turn around and put a singlet on with an hour or two's notice just for the love of competition, I thought that was very amazing. She catches the girl right off the bat, catches her, puts her on her back. Ariel, if Holly would have pinned that girl in that sequence, this whole event would have gone up in flames because everybody would have thought it was fake, including me. When that girl went to her back, I'm like, oh my gosh, they worked this one out. Then the girl fought off her back and gets up and comes back angry. I'm like, oh no, they're really wrestling. Holly really put that girl in that troubling position right off the bat. That made it that much more wow. At least from my perspective, I'm going, wow.
Well, I look forward to the next one. Obviously, I'm not an aficionado like you are when it comes to that form of wrestling, but I think they're onto something, and there's definitely, I think, a market to be conquered there. How did the Craig Jones thing come about? We know he was supposed to go up against Gable. That seems to fizzle out, and then all of a sudden it's you. At first, I thought you guys were just doing like a YouTube promo thing, but then I get the word you're actually in, and you're going to fly from Cleveland to Vegas and compete, and you did. How did that all come about?
Craig Jones is so good. It's hard to tell you how good Craig Jones is. Well, what is this position? Let me tell you where I am.
Yeah.
I'm in side control, Ariel. Now, I've never seen whatever this is, but I don't have to. I'm inside control. They call it control because I have control. I didn't know anywhere in the world that you could be in trouble. And this is so peaceful.
Yeah.
I hear everything right now. By the way, I'm not asleep. It just looks that way. I'm not. I heard Big John saying, Craig, let him go. He's out. He's out. Like I was there for all of it. It's just in a different realm.
I thought you pinned them though. Both shoulders on the mat. I was watching this being like, what? Right there. Second shoulder. I thought it was a 1, 2, 3. That's what I thought.
A clean 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm trying to express to you. Side control and the buggy choke. Nobody understands the rules, right? I think you get a guy down, you're on top of him, we're on a matted surface. Exactly. 1, 2,
Clean.
3.
Clean. And you didn't celebrate, you didn't rub it in his face. I thought that was really professional.
I feel a pride. At anything that Craig does, I feel that I'm involved because we discovered him. He became the Submission Underground champion. And I don't know if he feels that same way, but I am proud is a very hard word to use for somebody, but I'm very proud of Craig. I wanted to beat him, and the rules having 3 5-minute rounds, I thought provided an opportunity. I can get this guy down. I can protect myself and hold him there. I was planning to hold him down in that position before whatever this number came was and got me.
Right. Okay, so how did it happen, though? How did it, like, before we get to the match, how did you participating in the match come about?
I find out Gable's out. And I just read that online. Someone covered that. And I was really disappointed. I wanted to see the world's best jiu-jitsu guy against the young, humongous Olympic wrestling gold medalist. That was very compelling for me. So when he pulls out, I actually got a call from Craig. And Craig just says, hey, I know you promoted enough events, had to save the day before. How would you save this one? And I told him, if you can get any name right now, get Rajah Jackson. That's the one for the kind of event you're doing. Pops up on a poster. You say one thing. Let's see how you do when the opponent is conscious. That's all that you say. Put out the poster of you and Rajah. And he liked the idea. He did not know how to reach them. So he tasked me. I went to Rampage. We never heard back. Then somewhere along the way, I get a call from a media group called Flow Grappling. And they are live. It's like calling into a radio station. I answer. And they say, would you take on Craig Jones? Like in this live scenario, will you take on Craig? Of course I will take on Craig. But I didn't know that they were going to need me. I didn't know I was accepting a match in that manner as much as just philosophically, if we need a tough guy, are you still the sport's biggest tough guy? Turns out it was a yes on both questions.
Okay. And did you feel like you were backed into a corner? Like we were like, oh gosh, I didn't really want to do this?
No, I did not. I do prefer to prepare for competition, but Craig is very unique. And I thought the way this story went, it turned out, maybe I got this wrong, but I thought this was Craig's retirement match. It was going to be his last one. And I wanted to share that with him. And I had lost to Craig at Abu Dhabi, but I really felt that the rules of 3 5-minute rounds with judges, I thought it created a real opportunity for somebody to slip in and beat him. And I was coming to you frantically to get a hold of Sean Brady. I just wanted like his idea. What did you feel? How did you nullify it? Give me a tip or two. I did not know from side control I was in danger. I learned something, but Ariel, what a beautiful technique. I mean, who else knew that when you're on the side, you could still be strangled out? It really was. A guillotine choke, by the way, partner, is painful. A rear naked, there's a little bit of panic, largely just because of how we got in your back in the first place. This thing they're calling a buggy choke, Ariel, it is so peaceful. And then you're out, and then you come back. And it's just a very strange sensation. When I got home, Miss Brittany gives me a hug right at the door, and she whispers in my ear so the kids don't hear, and she says, you didn't sell that first one very well. I know you weren't out. And it's just like, okay.
I love, by the way, why did they do it twice?
There's not a lot that I can say there, but all right.
Why twice? And even on Tapology, it says that he has 2 wins over you, which I thought was a bit of a little unprofessional on their part. Felt like they were like...
That would be untrue. I mean, that was one match.
Yeah.
They decided to restart the one match. And Ariel, they would have let me go a third time. It's just a matter of, I mean, how much embarrassment do you want to take? And I don't know the rule on if you pass out and coming back. Like, I don't know if you want to pass out 3 times in 3 minutes. I know if anyone even got knocked down when Coach Clayton was there, your practice was over for the day, no matter what happened. If you get knocked down, if you go out, your practice is over. So there was a little piece of me going, man, I don't really know the rules on this. I've never been passed out, let alone twice. I couldn't turn down the opportunity to restart the match because I really thought I could beat him. I still feel if I could have got him to the spot, got my hand on his chin, I could have caused some problems. But he's advanced, man. It's hard to say, Ariel. He is very, very talented at that sport.
I give you a lot of credit. I actually felt very guilty because I was dealing with some jet lag. I had just arrived from Europe. I went to sleep very early, like 9 o'clock. I wake up at like 4:35 in the morning Eastern time, and I see. I'm happy you bring this up. I see a text from you saying, "Hey, do you have Sean Brady's phone number?" And then I go online and I see what happened, and then I put I put two and two together, and I see that you texted me before the match, and I was like, "Oh, I could have potentially saved Chael had I gotten the number." And you talked to Sean, maybe this doesn't happen. So I felt a bit of guilt. I'm not going to lie.
Well, and I blame you. I blame you for the whole loss. So I'm not going to lie either. And I accept your apology. Thank you. Thank you for being man enough to admit you screwed me against Craig. And then if I would have talked to Sean, I would have beaten Craig. I think we can all agree on that. So
100%. Okay. Well, my bad. That's on me.
Ariel, he had an energy at this thing. Like this crowd, Craig's crowd, they knew what was up at all times. The energy, and I can't explain it to you. It's something you got to feel. But like Gabby Garcia jumps up on this box and she's dancing, and they got this DJ cutting these cool sounds, and the whole crowd's into it. They started chants 3 and 4 times. They like knew what to chant in unison. The Rock can get audience participation, but it took him years of educating that audience until he was able to pull it off. This is Craig's second event. On his second event, these audience members knew what to do and when to do it. It was awesome, man. I really wish CGI was more often than once a year. And I must say, it was really a special event.
It was a really interesting weekend because there was all these different offshoots, I feel like, of MMA, but no actual MMA going on. You had the Dirty Boxing on Friday. You had the Misfits on Saturday. You had the RAF. You had the CJI. And it just kind of shows the business of MMA is in an interesting spot right now where you have all these players, recognizable names from the world of MMA, yourself, Jairzinho, Dylan Dennis, Tony Ferguson, Darren Till, Holly Holm, all doing things outside of MMA, but MMA fans being attracted to it. So I thought it was a fascinating weekend. I mentioned to you that I was out of the country, and so I'm sort of doing a pretty good job, I think, of staying out of the storm, staying off my phone, staying off social media. And then all of a sudden I come across this Raja Jackson situation with Rampage's son, and I say, okay, let me see what like the main players are saying. So I go on your channel, always go to your channel first. Oh, nice little Chael video on the couch. And then I read the comments. Now, I got to your first video after you posted the second video addressing all the heat you received for the first video. What was that like? Because it seemed like old Chael was taking some heat there for his comments.
I have never taken heat in those comments like that before. It's usually a really supportive group that sees the world for the way it is, that I was 50-0 undefeated, and I am the reigning linear champion because I destroyed John Jones and ripped his toe off. That's generally the way those comments go. Ariel, they were very upset, and they were upset that I would be so disgusting as to defend Raja Jackson and to make an argument that what Raja did was okay. The problem was I don't think any of those things, and I didn't say anything remotely close to that. I tackled this from the same perspective both times, which is the legal perspective. You have this crime. You have a clear assault that might even be attempted murder if you believe it to be premeditated. The authorities are in possession of what you've already deemed is disgusting, horrifying, and criminal, but they haven't taken action. And I explained in both videos why they hadn't taken action. I never even touched on Raja, why he did it, Psycho Stu, what happened to him, never touched it. Came purely from a legal perspective. If I would go to 7-Eleven to a payphone and dime you out, I make a call and I say that I saw you doing that to somebody, you would have been placed in handcuffs. They're a step further in this jurisdiction. They have the tape. They've seen it with their own eyes. They have not even commented that they are investigating it. The whole thing is pro wrestling unless Psycho Stu asks them to take charges. And that is the part that I find interesting. It's all that I ever said. And all the heat came back as though that was a defense of Raja, but it doesn't even include Raja's name for that matter.
Are you surprised nothing has happened to him? Are you surprised there haven't been any arrests, any charges, anything like that?
No. They can't and they won't make an arrest until Psycho Stu says that wasn't planned. Everybody on the card that night said before the match they're going to beat the hell out of their opponent. Everybody on the card that night, winners and losers, hit their opponent. Everyone on the card that night picked their opponent up, threw him to the ground. The difference was they were performing. What was in their heart was different. It appeared that Raja stopped performing and started to try to injure a man. And that is the difference between the show and a crime. But when I say that's what it appears, only Stu gets to stay. The rest of us are marks. Only Psycho Stu gets to say that, and he has up to 12 months. I have a feeling he might drag this on, but they're not going to go just arrest him because they have a video of a pro wrestling match, and the audience doesn't get to decide what's real and what's not. The audience job is to be entertained and constantly fooled. So they don't actually get to say how bad this was. Only one person does, and that's Stu. And so far, he's remained silent.
Why do you think he might drag it out?
Well, Stu isn't. I spoke to Stu.
Really?
People
Okay.
love Stu, back and forth. And he believes that if he doesn't protect the business, that he's hurting the business. He also believes if he goes to the police, he gives up his character as a legitimate badass. Meanwhile, if he takes that beating, don't forget he wasn't covered. It's not like Raja beat him. Raja never covered. There was no 1, 2, 3, and Stu could ask for rematches. He could spin that. He could turn that into something. Now, what do you want to do? They have $1 million insurance policy. I have to carry this exact same insurance because I'm a promoter here in Oregon. And believe me, that settlement would be done quickly and for all $1 million. But Stu's going to have to juxtapose taking that money and going down the legal route against the character and the brand of wrestling. I don't know which he's going to choose, but it's not a simple choice. One gets you $1 million. The other one costs you your identity. And people will do anything to protect their identity.
So what do you think he does? Ultimately, do you think he does nothing?
I think he does nothing. I think that somebody will come to him quietly and work something out. But a lot of times the insurance will go, hey, we're not paying if there's not a crime. And there's not a crime until you file a report. And if you play that game, I think that will give Raja an opportunity. But if somebody is able to come in quietly and say, we saw what happened to you, here's how we want to settle this, non-disclosure from you, non-disclosure over here, I think that would be fair. I hope that that's what happens. I don't know if it's completely my guess, but it's an option.
Just curious, since you say you have some sort of contact with him, how is he doing? Do you have any idea?
Yes, he had woken up. He had said a few words. The reports of a broken jaw and missing teeth, I can't confirm those, but I personally believe them. That sounds very in line with what I saw. And but no, I didn't get anything major insight. He's doing better. And then we started to find out a little bit about him outside of wrestling, that he's a military veteran, that he's a father, that he's a husband, that he's a really good dude. Like the stuff that was coming out, it seems like Stu was quite an unfortunate victim.
Okay. Do you blame him for any of this?
No, I don't blame Stu. I don't know what happened in the back with the beer can.
Yeah.
But those are different incidents, by the way. And Stu, when he used the beer can, clearly did not intend harm. He used the correct way. He was trying to work. He found out, oh, I'm not with a worker. He apologized. That was a dead issue. And then you have the premeditation of Raja on his stream telling people, I'm going to go do this for real. And there is a point where we as people are whoever we pretend to be. So if Raja now gets into character for stream of street tough guy that's waiting to confront this guy that did him wrong earlier, he can become that guy pretty easily. And the great wrestlers do get into character. They just remember to take care of their opponent. So what lines got blurred? Where was the crime from the accident? Because it starts out like a show. He doesn't attack him from behind. He waits for the cue. When he turns around, he gets in on that high crotch. He lifts him up, turns him around, drops him in the correct spot. Way too hard, by the way. And then is like that's like where the rage came. So it wasn't completely premeditated. It was disgusting, but how they're going to handle it. I mean, Ariel, don't forget, if they think the intent was to do serious harm, you're talking about assault 3. Assault 3 is worse time-wise than an attempted murder. But you're still talking about attempted murder being on the table. Like it is a wide range, not because of what happened, because of what the desired outcome of what happened Might have been.
You said the word disgusting. I mean, disgusting criminals. It was shocking to watch, especially in real time, and especially when you think like someone is filming this who's part of Raja's crew, if you will. The fact that the promoters, everyone involved, walked up to him and said, "Yeah, you could get yours," and didn't explain to him what that was or what they were trying to say. Like, they deserve so much blame as well. It was, to me, I called it a shitstorm of stupidity. It was just like stupid after stupid after stupid. There was no adult in that entire situation. There was no one that said, "Hey, man, you're a little too heated. Like, maybe we should do this another time. Maybe we should," like, we don't actually mean you kick the crap out of the guy. We mean like you do an angle. And if you are doing the angle, who's it for? No one's watching this. This is an indie show with 30 people in attendance. Like, what are you talking about? This is not Monday Night Raw. The whole thing was very bizarre. What did you make of the reaction to it? Because I saw it explode and then grow and then grow. And every video on YouTube about this is getting millions of views, 800, 700,000. It broke through the crazy world of wrestling and MMA. I was just kind of shocked at how much coverage came to this story.
I thought the same thing. And then there is a question of what do you do with that, and what does Stu want to do with that? I mean, Stu, when you go out and create a character and you're living your life and you're playing it, it's because you see yourself as this guy. Then TV allows you to get to be that guy in front of people for adoration of the audience. And do you want to let that go? It's a tough spot. If they were to work an angle up and down the interstate like they would have done in the old day, they're going to sell a lot of tickets with it. There is something here. Does that excuse? Is that okay for this terrible action we have? I mean, it's not just for a matter of what happened to Stu. Stu almost has a responsibility to do something so that this doesn't happen to someone else down the road. But I don't know Raja to be a bad guy. And I don't know what happened in that moment. And I don't know if he is just the world's worst pro wrestler, or he just thought Stu was the world's toughest guy and he could take him. Floyd Mayweather did the same thing to Paul White, the Big Show. Now, Big Show told him to. Big Show said, "We can't sell this or script it, so just hit me." So Floyd put a combo on it and ends up busting Paul's nose. But that's what happens when you get hit by Floyd. But there was no hard feelings because Paul said, "I want you to actually do this," and Floyd did. I don't think anything like that was agreed upon in the back. If that would have been a spot, we would have at least seen a cover. We would have heard the bell ring with a disqualification. It seemed as though everybody was caught off guard. So at what moment did Raja switch from the script to business for himself? I think that's going to be an important moment should this ever turn to a courtroom.
By the way, when you put out something like that, you think you're being level-headed, you're trying to give some sort of smart, intelligent, nuanced take on a very complex situation and it's a tough one to tackle, and you see this tidal wave of hate coming your way. Just curious, like for Chael Sonnen, the human being, the husband, the father, how do you internalize that? How do you deal with that?
I was surprised, Ariel, my arrogance until I got that pushback, which was that people watched my entire videos. That pushback was the moment I realized people watch about 30 seconds of what I'm saying, or they listen to 2 lines and form their own opinion. I didn't know that. I thought my viewers were more loyal than that. I thought they listened to everything that I said, but there's no way to listen to what I said and then come out thinking it was a defense for Raja or hey, I would have done it the same way. There was no part of that. It's very fascinating that we're in possession of absolute proof, but no legal action has been taken.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And that's what I spoke to.
Okay. It's a weird one. It's a very strange one. Everyone weighing in from the world of pro wrestling, from MMA. I mean, it was the hottest topic. I don't know if it was because nothing else was going on or if it was because it was like a criminal act being streamed live. You won't get into that world, right? The 24-hour stream stuff where you're walking around with a lav mic on your hat. Like it's not quite for you, is it?
It's not for me. It's not for me. That internet stuff for the most part does not require talent. And it's why so many people are getting into it. There's no barrier to entry. If you've got an iPhone, you're willing to watch a couple of videos on YouTube about how to upload this stuff, all of a sudden you can be out there. But no, for me, no. I will bring talent, information. I have an actual skill, and I will deliver that. I don't need the cheap clicks.
Did you enjoy doing The Ultimate Fighter?
I do, but it's a tough question because you form a bond with those guys unlike anything else I've ever been part of. My high school classmates, very special. Your college teammates, very special. But The Ultimate Fighter is unlike anything. You use the word family. People love the word, we're a family. They love to say that when they're getting ready to negotiate with you and they would like you to take less. The Ultimate Fighter actually forms a family. And, those guys are like sons or nephews. And I hate seeing them go. I hate losing contact with them. I enjoyed it more when I could see them each and every day, watch them grow, help them get closer to their goals. And all of a sudden, one day it's over and you're all just supposed to walk out opposite doors and go back to the normal world. And I will tell you, that part is tough.
My understanding is it kind of lit something under DC, and he's now like forming a team and he's coaching. You saw him yesterday. Any chance that happens to you?
I am coaching, but just the kids and just for wrestling.
Okay.
DC, exactly right. He's got a fight gym going. He had 3 guys on the last 3 Contender Series. Took a couple of those guys from the Ultimate Fighter. He's training with them now, hoping to break them in to the octagon the right way. And yeah, DC's an incredible guy. I will mimic his efforts to give back, but mine will just be through amateur wrestling.
So no interest in MMA, being an MMA coach, having a team, all that stuff?
No, just my son. I train my son because I can't get away from him and we got a gym in the garage. But when I leave and have open classes, just for wrestling.
Do you think he'll actually become a fighter?
I don't think so. I don't think that he really wants to do that. I don't think when he says he wants to do that at 10 years young that he fully understands what he's saying. But I will make sure that he has some certain skills that maybe give him a certain level of confidence as he goes through life. But will he get in there and actually compete with another man? Probably not. They say a rich man can't fight, and they say that a rich man's son doesn't have to fight. I think that's probably true.
Okay. Although Jake Paul is fighting and he's pretty rich.
It's a good point.
I don't want to put you on the spot with this one, but I am really curious, and you can tell me to, kick rocks. But what does the Paramount deal mean for Chael Sonnen? How does this affect you, if at all?
Okay, so I roll with Glenn. Wherever Glenn goes, that's where I want to go. But I'm not sure Glenn would ever leave ESPN or that would even be on the table. So there might just not be anything there. I don't know. How does it work? Let's see. We got a contract with ESPN. And even though it appears that there's nothing left to do, that doesn't actually null and void your contract. So I'm in talks with nobody. I'm at ESPN and I'm very happy. Will they continue in MMA to some degree? I don't know. Daniel and I have a show over there and it's a successful show. Are they going to keep that around? I don't know. And now ESPN is looking that they're going to acquire Fight Pass. Maybe that opens a level of opportunity. I don't know. So it's a little bit of a holding pattern. I love it. I love the job, Ariel, but I am planning to run for governor in Oregon. And the question just becomes, which race? What are you going to jump into? I was going to wait a cycle, but if this TV thing all gets played out, right, the music stops and there's no chair for Chael, I am going to go file and I'm going to be Oregon's next governor.
Okay, wait a second. First of all, the Glenn that you're speaking of is Glenn Jacobs, great guy, was once my boss as well, made the Ariel and the Bad Guy show. I have great respect and affinity for him, and I think he'll be okay. It's interesting with the WWE deal going over to ESPN. Perhaps he just moves over to that with UFC going. Who would have thought we'd be in this landscape? But the governor thing, is this the first time you say this? I've not heard you say this before.
It might be the first time I told you. It's not the first time I said it. The first time I said it, I was in 3rd grade, and on the first day of class, they made us get out a piece of paper and write down what we were going to be when we grew up. I wrote President of the United States, and then 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, it was the same experiment, and I always wrote President. And then as I got a little older, I realized I don't want to go away from Oregon. I want to be here. So I switched it to governor around junior year of high school. But the time where I'm actually going to get in and do it, is probably going to be now. We'll see. You can't be on TV and in a campaign. There's a federal law called equal time, which means if some network gave me, and I'm campaigning, if some network gave me 30 minutes, they would have to give my opponent 30 minutes. And if I'm working for that network, like, there's just no way to do it. There's no way to have a job and meet that rule. So if Paramount decided to go with somebody lesser, because it's not like there's anybody better at this than me,
right,
I would wish them well. But that would be my next move. I'd go to Salem, I'd go to the Secretary of State's office, and then I would file my candidacy for governor of Oregon.
Wow. This is incredible. And when would that election be?
That election will be in November of 26.
Okay, so this would be the time.
Yes.
You want this?
And by the way, it's November of 25, and it's probably important that I get that date right. So
Yes.
November of 25.
November 25. You would go into office in 26 if you won.
Correct.
And your family wants this. You're okay, because I mean, when you run for public office, you open yourself up to all kinds of nastiness, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's tough stuff for sure. But it's kind of boilerplate. I mean, they say it about everybody, right? This guy's a racist, and this guy's a xenophobe, and this guy's anti-Semitic. I mean, they use the most insulting words. It's really interesting. We work with kids, and they're growing up, and if a kid calls another kid a jerk or a dork, it's big trouble. The adults say you don't call them names. But then adults call other adults much worse names, right? Adults really are the scummier of the two between children, right? Between minor and adult, the worst of the two is the adult. So yes, Ariel, they will come up with all of that and a number of things, and maybe even a couple of things that you don't know. There wouldn't be very many. There wouldn't be very many secrets I'm sitting on, but they might come out.
Wait a second. So you have to declare your candidacy in November, in 2 months from now?
No, I would not have to be in there, and I could, but I would not have to be in there until January 9th.
Wow. So when do you make this call?
Well, the call is going to be made for me. If Dana White, Paramount, would like me to come over and continue my participation, and I stay and sign a television deal, that would void my ability of running. I really felt like I made this clear a minute ago. I'll do it again for you anyway. If I don't get picked up, if they decide they would like a lesser talent, that is the option that I will go with.
Okay, but the thing is, like, running for governor is such a big deal. Doesn't that supersede, like, if you feel it in your heart right now, why don't you just go for it? The TV thing will be there. Go for it now.
In the next cycle. So it's not a matter of my plans would change. It would just change the date, and it would be in a positive way. To your speak of that feeling or of that calling, I would be doing it, and I would be doing it sooner than was planned. So, I mean, I'm just sharing. You asked me what's going on. That's what's going on in my life. You asked me about the Paramount deal. That's how it affects me.
How can I help? How can I help? Can I be your campaign manager? Can I be head of comms? What can I do?
You know, I don't know if you want to be campaign manager. There's a lot of work on that, but I appreciate that thought. I'm sure I will want to come back and maybe plug a message for two and ask some people for some votes. But
are you saying I don't have the work ethic?
I'm not leaning on you for anything. I'm just sharing with you what I'm going to do.
Are you implying I don't have the work ethic to be a campaign manager? Is that what you're implying?
No, I don't. No, you're tremendous. Okay. Well, there's enough hours in the day. It's very hard. Campaign manager is very hard.
Wow. Okay. This you've thrown me a curveball here, but I love it. Can I ask, speaking of the Paramount, how do you feel about them getting rid of the pay-per-views? The number of events are just going to be behind the Paramount Plus subscription paywall, but no longer a pay-per-view.
Girl, what a gift.
Yeah.
What a gift to the MMA audience. And the audience starts pushing back and complaining about fighter pay, and it kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, do you not understand? First off, this isn't newly tested. WWE dropped their pay-per-views years ago. They're all under one banner, so why one would be on pay-per-view and one wouldn't? It makes a little more sense not to be, but I don't know how people miss the gift. And then there's always this idea that the fighter's going to get shorted, but never, not once since 2001, year over year, has the UFC not paid the fighter more money. They've never got a deal, whether it was Fox, ESPN, or this, where the fighter didn't make more money. So I think it's awesome. I would prefer not to have to push the pay-per-view button. And I've bought every show and I haven't missed, but if I don't have to go to that extra step, thank you, TKO.
It is great for the fans. I think it's great for the fans. I think it's great for the UFC. I think it's great for Paramount that they own the sport. But the question is, like, if you're a UFC champion right now, if you're Khamzat Chimaev, if you're Merab, if you're one of these guys who gets pay-per-view points, I don't think Merab actually gets, but you get the point. You know, aren't you wondering what happens to my cut? Historically, champions got pay-per-view points. They got a cut of the pay-per-view. They participated. GSP himself said that. Once I started to participate, I wanted to actually participate. That's something that needs to be addressed, right?
That has me the most curious, Errol. And even on the UFC side, how do you motivate them to keep doing a great job? The UFC, with the participation points, chose to motivate its main event and champion to get out there, to accept the invites that the PR team is doing for you, to accept the marketing opportunities. A lot of guys don't want to do that, though. They don't want to sit in radio stations and spend a day, and then you're in this elevator, and you're over here, and now you're back talking to this. So they incentivize them through participation. But the UFC is incentivized the same way with those pay-per-view numbers. So what does happen What does happen? Will Dana keep the same focus? I think so. I think you can count on that. How will he get the guys to do it? And all I can do is look back to WWE when they went off pay-per-view, and those guys felt the same incentive. Those guys have put out just as much media, just as many interviews. They've all made more money. So what that structure and model looks like, yes, to your question, yes, I am curious. Am I confident that there is an answer to this? We just haven't thought of it yet? Yeah, of course there is. Dana knows what he's doing.
Are you surprised that there's now this new trend that if you want to move up, you have to vacate your title? It's now happened 3 times in 2025, right? With Topuria, with Islam, and now we see Zhang Wei Li having to vacate. I kind of like the champion versus champion thing on the poster. You know, it feels like it loses a little bit of something.
I hear you on that, and overall I do like it. Nobody is going to have a belt in 2 divisions and then defend the lower belt. And there has been a time historically that you could throw in my face that Amanda Nunes did do that, but we can agree that women's division was very different. It was not loaded. I mean, just with bodies. There wasn't a lot of bodies. So one champion to do 2 weight classes, it fulfills all the dates and everything's fine. For the guys, though, I mean, I would argue for you the reason Volkanovski wasn't the champ is because he didn't burn his boats in the first place. Volkanovski goes to step in the cage with Islam. If he wins, he wakes up tomorrow the world champion. If he loses, he wakes up tomorrow the world champion. If he wins, his next fight is for the title because he's bringing it. If he loses, his next fight's for the title because he's bringing it. A guy's got to have a little bit more risk than that. If you genuinely believe that you can beat this guy, then leave this one behind. And you saw what that did for Ilia Topuria, and as great as he looked. And I think that you're probably going to see something very beautiful from Islam. Jack's a little harder fight than people are aware. But the bottom line, yes, and Islam's saying it right now. I'm going to go back to 55. And it's like, Islam, thank you. You're a very sweet guy. No, you're not. The worst thing in the world is to have to cut weight. Nobody in the tough guy business wants to be smaller. None of your classmates thinks it's cool to have the smaller guy belt. The bigger belt, and the one above that, and the one all the way up to the heavyweight, which is the worst fighter in the room, but he gets the most attention. And we're after perception here. So yes, you got to burn one belt. You can't pack both of them around.
Who is Ilya's next fight against?
It's supposed to be against Saruki. Like, if you're asking me for inside information, who does the UFC want him to fight? The answer is Arman Sarukian. The problem right now has come to dates. Ilya doesn't want to fight until next year. He wants the rest of this year off. And Sarukian wants to get in there right away. So now he's looking at Justin or Patty, but I don't know if those guys are speaking up. I know Justin's also waiting to be the one to fight Ilya, and Patty seems pretty game to do anything, but they're all killers right now. So he's kind of sitting back and just waiting which one that he happens to draw. But the fight the UFC would like to go with is Ilya versus Sarukian.
Are you surprised? Because the biggest money fight would probably be Ilya versus Patty, no?
Yeah, Ilya versus Patty. And I appreciate you saying that because so many people too, Islam and Ilya are convinced that they are this huge fight, and they're not. They're a good fight, and they're a big fight. They're not a huge fight. Now, if they both get a little bit more done, yes, that could be the biggest fight in the industry, but it's not right now. As a matter of fact, and to your point, Ilya versus Patty does a larger buy gate, larger live gate, and a bigger buy rate than Islam versus Ilya right now. So if you can get Patty involved, I would include him.
It's way too early to do this, but just for fun, because we haven't talked in a minute, can you book me like your top 3, even if you want your main card for the White House card? Who's headlining? Who's the co-main? What are you thinking?
I haven't thought a lot about it because it's a year away, but
Yeah.
I will tell you that card is going to be used as a reward. Everybody on the roster wants on that card. But it's not a matter of I've done this or I've won that. Like John Jones, just for example, I'm the greatest fighter of all time. It's like, yeah, it's true, but you didn't travel the roads. You didn't set up the ring. You didn't take your turn driving the semi-truck. Like, you don't deserve a reward. But there are some other guys that I think have carried some pretty heavy water. Alex Pereira comes to mind. Colby Covington, I believe, is a lock for the card. But I'll just remind you, it's going to be people. It's not going to be anybody that's been retired. It's not going to be anybody that's set out. Nobody is going to take those glorious spots except for the people who have earned them by showing their loyalty back to the industry and to the company. And frankly, none of those other guys deserve them. John does not deserve to have a main event spot on the White House card.
What about Connor?
If Conor's ever going to return, there's something special to Conor. And if you're trying to do really a magnificent night, if you get him on the card, you've satisfied everything. You've got the viewers, you've got the UFC power. I just don't know what Conor wants to do. I just don't. When I see Conor training, he looks good. His body moves in a good way. He's slow as molasses running uphill. And I don't know where that speed went. Sometimes I think he's doing kata, like, because his form is so incredibly slow. And then I find out, no, that's full pace. I think that's very concerning, but I don't say that to put him down. He knows. He knows. When I went in the back to warm up for Craig Jones Saturday, that's when I get this reality check. Like the warm up that I used to do, and it's been 5 years since I've done it, that warm up I used to do and the way my body would respond. And I think that Conor knows. I think he knows that he's slow. And when I see Conor, it's not like we've turned a new page. He's not less drunk in interviews now. He's not less high on drugs now. It's the same amount. And when he travels around, and if you're ever traveling, you're not training. You can't do them both. You've got to be at your gym with your coaches, or whatever exercise you do gets chalked up to a workout. It's not training. I don't see him traveling any less. Like there's nothing in the Conor bucket that is stronger today than was a year ago when he wasn't doing it. So could you get Conor? I don't know. If they could get Conor, would they use him? Yeah, they would use him. He's done enough good deeds that he could slip in and nobody would be mad.
So it's way too early, but right here and now, what's the main event?
For the White House card, wow.
Or at least give me one participant. But like, who's the A side? Like, who's the guy that the thing? Because that might be the most watched MMA fight of all time, right? It's
the main event right now, but also understanding that you're going to have 2 or 3 wins for both the athletes until then. The main event is Khamzat Chimaev versus Bo Nickel.
What? Serious?
That's very likely to be your main event for the White House card. But again, you know, they both need a couple of more fights before that, but the calendar allows them to have it. They both get victories. It'll be Bo versus Chimaev.
You're serious right now?
What do you think? What would have you said?
I was foaming at the mouth to see that fight. Obviously, Bo needs to get back on track, and I have no doubt that he will. Zero doubt. I just don't know if the timing will work out where he'll be in the title picture with all those guys at 185. Let's be honest, Khamzat brings a little bit of baggage with him. Do you want Khamzat Chimaev, best friend of, a Chechen warlord? Yes. Do you want him to be your main event guy? Couldn't come into the country for several years. Like, is that the move?
It wouldn't be looked at all. It would not at all would that be taken into consideration. Dana said, been very clear, I'm out on all that stuff. If you're the best fighter in the world, I'll put you to work. And, Bo has played golf with the president. The president would like if it was Bo Nickel. We had a Real American Freestyle event 2 days ago, and Bo participated and was part of the media. He went on Fox News and he said some nice things about the president, but the president then called him and wished him luck. We're all standing around. It was a very cool moment. And I think that Chimaev and the warlord, come on, please don't do that to him. That's somebody else that he just knows the guy. Okay, either way, that would not carry over. Chimaev versus Nickel, if it was today, would be your main event.
Wow. Who wins, by the way?
Yeah, who wins, by the way? How much would you like if Real American Wrestling or CGI or anybody for that matter got those two juggernauts together? Like, we all just want to see the takedowns. Can Chimaev take Bo down? Can Bo take Chimaev? Like, that's what we really want to know. If I could see those guys cage fight, or I could see the best of 5 takedowns, meaning whoever gets to 3 first wins, I'd probably choose that. Bo versus Chimaev is very interesting. And it turns out that Chimaev doesn't have the weakness with his lungs. It turns out that he can push hard. He's a handful. He's a handful for any of the top guys. Bo is a little out of the top rankings, but provides for the hardest matchup. So do with that what you will. And I understand we'll need a couple of wins before, but I stand by that as my answer.
Okay, one more before I let you go. And by the way, just want to throw this out there. If the Paramount thing doesn't work out, and if the governor thing doesn't work out, perhaps we get the band back together over here. I mean, you'll be free. You'll have a couple of dates free. Perhaps we get the band back together. What do you say? That wasn't the question, by the way, but it just got me thinking. It's just so much fun.
Great idea. I would love it. I mean, essentially, we're doing it now. And I apologize. I usually bring you better spirits.
No, I think you were great today.
Traveling. Yeah, I've been traveling a little bit, so I'm doing my best here. I want to be a good guest for you. I love it when you have me on. But I love the idea of working with you,
Okay.
Ariel, if that was your question.
Well,
I know how fake the offer was.
No.
I realize that you didn't mean it at all. But in the spirit of hail fellow well met, like Shakespeare said, I'm in.
We shoot with each other. True or false, you did leave me on red twice when I brought this up recently.
I answer all my messages every email, every text, every phone call gets returned every day before I go to sleep. So if that
I'll send you a screen grab twice, because then I followed up. What do we what do we follow up with if one, either you or I, doesn't respond or doesn't get the text? What is the usual war? And I hit you with the war.
Capitals.
I hit you with the war, and I didn't even get a response to the war, which was like a knife. It was like it's fine. We don't need to talk about it. It's fine.
Would have at least got a smile from me. But just so you know, every day, every call, every text, every email, or I don't go to bed.
Yeah, no, well, except for that one. Last one, I do want to ask you, Fernand Lopez said to me, and I keep thinking about it, never in the history of the UFC has a fighter had more pressure on his shoulders than Tom Aspinall when he fights Ciryl Gane because of everything that's happened over the past year. I know he's playing mind games. I know it's a bit of trash talk, but I do think there's something to that. Do you agree?
Yes. Coach Lopez doesn't get enough credit for one. And people have deemed that he's this mean guy. He just looks mean. He's just got a mean looking demeanor. He's actually a really great guy. And I just share for you, that was brilliant. If the only thing that he got out of his mouth when he was talking to you was to put that and shove that up Tom's ass, he did his job. And there is a lot of moving parts here. We haven't turned the page from John Jones. And we haven't turned the page because John can't retire. And we knew that he couldn't retire. But bringing in a common opponent in Ciryl just put a lot of pressure on Tom. Not only, I mean, if Tom loses that fight, it's not a glorious moment for Ciryl. It's a celebration for John Jones. If we had to get forced in putting John and Ciryl in a rematch of the world's most uncompetitive, biggest flop heavyweight fight of all time, that would really surprise me. I was surprised the organization went with Ciryl, who's a perfectly nice guy, but in the equation involving John Jones, I thought that you would eliminate him. And Tom does have to beat him. And he's got to beat him by finish. And he's got to beat him inside of about 4 minutes. Or he had to work harder than John did. And that's not the way we're currently trying to tell the story. So, yeah, it puts a lot on Tom.
Well, I can't wait to see how it plays out. I love you, Chael. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on a tremendous weekend. You represented very well. And congrats, most importantly, on the big win over Craig Jones this Sunday.
3 times. Tapped him out 3 times. Goodbye, Ariel. My lawyer will be in touch.
There he is, the one and only Chael Sonnen, the American gangster, the bad guy. Tremendous insight and some breaking news that he is running for governor. How about that? Still to come, my friends, Alex Pereira in studio. Andre Ward, Rampage Jackson, Luke Rockhold, potentially with some insight into his future, but it's always a great honor and privilege to speak to one of the great boxers, specifically heavyweight boxers over the past decade or so. He returned to action in late June, picked up a win over Tyrrell Herndon. His name was discussed on this program just 2 weeks ago. We thought it would be a good time to catch up once again with the bronze bomber himself, the one and only Deontay Wilder. Kind enough to join us once again. Hello, Deontay. How are you, my man?
Hey, man, what's going on? I'm doing very well. And yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for joining us. Great pleasure and privilege to speak to you again. And congratulations on the win in June in Wichita. Lots to talk to you about. But I do want to ask, getting that W, getting the hand raised, getting those feelings back, did it feel like you were all the way back? Did it feel reminiscent?
Man, it felt I appreciate you asking. It felt amazing. It felt wonderful to get those hands raised again. You know, I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot these last 4.5 years, man, and it's been crazy, especially when you're dealing with betrayal. And, you know, I thought I had things under control, but mentally I didn't. And I acknowledged it early, and I understood what was going on. When I was having doubts within myself, I started losing focus. I started losing concentration. I started, you know, not believing in myself because of the betrayal that was occurring with me and the things and the work that I've put in with these individuals. and to see them do me like this, you know what I mean? It really, you know. But the saying is, the only ones that the closest to you that can really affect you and hurt you. And you know, unfortunately, I had to go through what I had to go through. I had to see a sports psychologist to get myself back together. I'm back together. So that fight right there was it was a tester for me to see where I am. Am I truly back mentally like I truly believe I am? Because without the mind, mentally, everything crashes down. You can train as hard as you want. You can go through all the levels of what you need to prepare for a fight. And if you're not mentally there when it's time for that bell, when that bell ring, and say Dean, if you're not there mentally, it's over with. And I found myself back together. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the next one to show truly who I am and what I am, and to bring this damn heavyweight division back to its happy days, man. It's dead again, so I got to save it.
By the way, in the lead up to this fight in June, were you still doubting yourself, or was that pre-training camp? Like, did you find yourself even questioning in the days, in the hours leading up to the fight, if you still got it, if you're the same old guy?
No, after my last defeat, I got myself together that night. You know what I mean? I you know, with that loss, I fully understood what was going on with me, because before then I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on, something would happen. I didn't feel myself. You know, my focus, it wasn't as sharp, or it wasn't as sharp as it usually is. You know, I'm focusing on everything on the outside of the ring. I'm focusing on my personal lifestyle on the outside of the ring and what's going on in it, and not too much focus on what's going on right in front of me. And I didn't understand how the hell I'm switching off like that when the bell ring. It's almost like a hypnosis type of thing. Ding! Oh shit! Why else I'm here when I'm supposed to be fighting? You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it happens to the best of us. And I realized it after that loss. I knew exactly what I need to do. Now, if I would have won, then nothing would have been changed dramatically, and I still would have been suffering. I still would have been lost mentally, physically, and emotionally. So, you know, sometimes you have to look at defeats as a blessing in disguise, or just loss in life period as a blessing in disguise. You know, for me, I feel for every lesson is a blessing for me, and it's because I have the power to change my future. I have the power to change the things that is not going right in my life, and being able to correct it while I have time on this earth. Now you got to understand, nothing is promised. Life is not promised, but the time that we have and the time we feel we have, we can make a stand. And I made a stand for that. And here I have returned, because it's not a comeback, you know, because I never retired. I never said I was any of that. This is a return. I had to get myself mental. I had to take a wellness check, get myself right, get myself back together. And here I am, you know. There's no quitting me, baby.
What's the motivation? Why do you still do it?
I still do it, you know. In the beginning, it was all because of my daughter that was born with spina bifida. And I needed money. You know, I couldn't go to college anymore. I dropped out of it. And I needed money. I needed some money to support. So I got into boxing, knowing that, you know, you don't need college for this. Not the a world of ass whipping. You know what I mean? Going out there, you just got to know what to do, and navigate and survive in the ring. So I did that. So I only got into boxing because of my daughter that was born with spina bifida, to make money for her. And I told her that I would be able to support her beyond her belief when I become a champion. And I did that along with 6 others after. And I've been taking care of people ever since I was 12 years old. You know, I'm always have been taking care of people. I've never been single in my adult life. I've always, you know, had kids, been taking care of people and stuff. And I've done that. I've done all that. You know what I mean? You can take care of so many people, and they still is unappreciative of what you've done for them. No, you know, you get a lot of them that are. And I can't, you know, look past the ones that are. But when you get the little small bunch, it really does something to you, because for me, I risk my life, you know, for others' entertainment. I risk my life for my money. And, you know, when I do things great in this world, you know, I want to be acknowledged of that. I don't, you know, and if things so happen to where we have to go our separate ways, don't try to, you know, drag my name in the dirt. Don't try to do bad things or try to all of a sudden say, oh, all of a sudden you this. I mean, I gave you so much. You know, many people want to say, I'm gonna give you a taste of give you a taste of your own medicine. Okay, if you're gonna give me the taste of the bad medicine, please give me the taste of the good medicine as well. Please return that in my favor because I am due to that. But anyway, I'm so much better than I was before, and I'm just happy to be where I am now. And why I do it now?
Yes.
Because I'm selfish now. I was selfless when I first got into it and it was doing it for everybody else and, you know, trying to make a way, pave the way, you know, building generation wealth and all that. And I've done that and I'm gonna continue to do that, you know, but at this moment in time, I never really just did anything for myself because I've always taken care of other people since 12, like I said. And it feel good to be like, you say, you know what? I'm selfish now. I'm doing it for myself. So I'm enjoying myself while I can. You know, I'm you know, I got 10 years left. You know, whether I commit fully to that or not, is I got about 10 years left to do what I got to do to enjoy myself while I can at this last little moments of me being here. And man, I'm gonna have a damn good time doing it.
When you say 10 years, you mean 10 years as a fighter? Like you're 39 now, you want to fight till you're almost 50?
Most definitely.
Wow.
You got to understand in the heavyweight division, you know, we tend to can go a little bit longer than the rest, being that the bigger guys, our division is not, you know, packed like the smaller divisions and different things like that. So, you know, we don't take too much of damage like the smaller guys. Most of the smaller guys, their career is like around about 30 age of 30 years, you see Bernard Hopkins, he went to about what, 49, 50. And then you got the heavyweights, they always go a little bit longer. So I've gotten to this business at 21. You know what I mean? So I feel right now that I'm a veteran. I just got into the groove of things, the understanding, certain things and stuff like that. I'm not burnt out at all, and I feel great. You know what I'm saying? And of course, age is what it is, but we get older every year. We can't change that factor of things. It's just the way life is. You get older each and every year. But age, is only a number. It shouldn't define where you're going and what you're trying to do in your life. Age is only designed to put in a place of the structure where you can and where you can't go, what you can and what you can't do. It's only a number. If we went off of how we felt, then a lot of us feel real young. Some of us would be young and feel old shit. But it's a beautiful thing to be where I am in this place, in this mindset, and I'm just ready to go. I'm providing my service to my greatness each and every day. And when it's time for my name to be called and that bell to ring, I'm able to perform to the best of my ability.
I love it. And I want to ask you about the next step. But first, I do want to ask you about what you're doing next weekend with On Location, a great organization.
Yeah, man.
At the Canelo Crawford fight in Las Vegas. What are you doing with them?
Most definitely. As as you mentioned, you got the Canelo and Crawford fight, in Vegas. It's going to be a major skeptical of a fight. And you got On Location, which is the official experiencer provider for the fight. And On Location is the best way to experience it all because they get you closer to the fight in and inside of the ring. I'll be there at the fight with On Location, meeting and hanging out with guests as well. And so go check out On Location website and for VIP ticket package and go buy yours before they sell out, because they're going to sell out.
So I've seen them do this with MMA and with wrestling as well. So fans can buy this and they can hang out with you, meet you and other celebrity fighters, legendary fighters, etc.
Most definitely. It's going to be a time we're going to have. And I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there.
I look forward to it. You're going to go to the fight as well, I would imagine.
Yes, indeed. I'll be there.
Who do you
I
have?
haven't attended a fight in a long time, so I will be attending. And this is a epic fight. I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad this one was made. For me, I feel the fans. This is one of the things that you say that the fan win at the end of the day. That no winners or losers.
For people out there who want to learn more about this, onlocationexp.com is where you can get your VIP pass to meet the likes of Deontay Wilder and so many others. Can I ask, who do you like in the fight? Who are you leaning towards?
Man, it's such an epic fight, man. I'm wishing both, the best of luck. May the best man win in there. It's two great fighters. If I had to choose one, I'm going with my man Terrence Crawford.
Okay, that's your boy.
Yeah, that's my guy.
He's moving up to 168. That's going to be a scene, and I'm looking
man.
forward to it on Netflix, Allegiant Stadium again, on locationexp.com. Andy Ruiz will also be there if you want to meet the legendary heavyweight. Can I ask you about Francis Ngannou? 2 weeks
no
ago,
problem.
he was on my show, and we talked about what's next, and he said he wants you. It's time. And then he posted something on social media, and you seem to have responded very recently as well. What is your level of interest in a fight against Francis Ngannou next?
My interest is high. I'm ready to go with anyone. So if Francis is next, then let it be. I'm looking forward to a great fight with anyone. They're gonna get me back to where I need to go. With this one, I think it'll be more entertainment for fans in general than the boxing, the business size of boxing or whatever. But every fight counts. It gets you closer and closer, to what the goal that you're looking for. And Francis got the heart, man. He got the heart. He is an MMA champion, heavyweight champion. So that brings a lot of weight to it. We're two strong guys, and we want to test out our power against each other's face. So let the games begin. I'm all in, baby. That sounds like a good time. So don't be threatening me with a good time.
Have there been any serious talks of putting together this fight?
It's been talks previously, back and forth, but right now is I would say that it's warming up.
Okay.
Things are warming up. He's acknowledged what he want to do, sent out the message. I've replied. I've acknowledged that I'm serious, I'm willing, ready, and able to do it. There he is.
There he is.
Really ready and able to do what it takes to get this fight on. And here I am, you know what I mean? Made an arm, knocking off the trainer's arm begin. I got more bodies on me than him. I guarantee you that. But I'm ready to go anytime, So I look forward to the next step of things and see how far it get. Hopefully this is not a call me out to get clicks and likes and the entertainment. As you can see, I'm barely on social media as is, and I'm not interested in clicks and likes. Only in real things, please.
Would you say he's the front runner right now to be your next opponent?
Would I say he's the front runner?
Yes.
I wouldn't say he's the front runner because of other Well, I wouldn't say obligations. I would say other things that we have going on as well. He's not the only one.
Okay.
That we have. We in talks with we in the talks. How about that?
Fair enough. Can I ask with who else?
I care not to say it at the moment in time as far as names.
Okay.
I like to let things marinate a little bit longer to get things, because being in this business of boxing, man, you can be excited, about a lot of things, and all of a sudden one little thing and it falls through, and you like, oh, you done told all these people try to, do little different things to promote or whatever. So, it's maybe it's a skeptical type of thing for me, I just don't want to announce things.
That's fair.
For certain things, you know what I mean? Because, when they're dealing with fights and, we got a fight made, sometimes I can see through a fighter and look past them to another fighter. It's almost like window shopping. But when you're getting fights done and made, you don't want to jump the gun too much, because especially, it's like the saying, you don't put energy in what you can't control, only the energy that you can. So I'm reserving my energy.
Would you say that you are going to fight again this year in 2025?
Most definitely. That is the ultimate plan.
Okay.
And goal to fight again. Hopefully twice. You feel me? So we'll see. But realistically, definitely another time. I want to get out there as much as possible, get myself back out there. I'm fully healed as well. My shoulders, I had a 4-year injury, it seemed like 4.5 here. Shoulder injury. and I'm fully healed of that. That's why, as you can see my videos, I can extend my right hand all the way out now, instead of holding it back and stuff. And I'm not in pain when I throw it. When I used to throw it, I would feel the pain, but knowing that I still have to throw it, I would have to go through it while while throwing my hands and whatever it was what it was. I'm a true warrior. I'm a true fighter, and this is what we do. Only the strong survive, and sometimes you just got to go through it to get to it. And that's with anything. And I've sacrificed, I've dedicated myself to a lot of things, and here I am. I won't quit. I won't give up. I don't walk around with a white flag talking about surrender. I'll die for what I believe in, and that ain't no lie.
I saw regarding the Canelo Crawford card, I saw Big Baby Miller say recently that he was offered a fight against you on the undercard of that fight. Is that BS?
Man, don't believe nothing that fool has to say, man.
Okay.
When you talk about a dude that's trying to steal a rental car from the rental place and got caught, went to jail for it, man, you can't believe crazy folks, man. This world is crazy, bro. We got a lot of weirdos in here, and he one of them. You know what I mean? And I don't like making false news or false announcements about anything. And then please don't lie on me. I'm a fighter. I'm a true fighter. When I come to people and they see me, and when I speak truth. I speak peace along with my truth, because the truth shall set you free. No matter what I say, I go to sleep great at night. I sleep great at night because I know that I'm living in my truth. You know what I'm saying? And I speak the truth, especially if it's something that I risk my life for. I have no reason to lie about anything. Anything that I've said in my career, it has been the truth. Sometimes people will take your truth and label it as an excuse. That's all up to you. I told you the truth. Okay? You know what I mean? And that's just what it is, far as him fighting, he got to get off the medicine, man. He on steroids. He been on it for so long that he don't know how to cycle off. Because when these guys get on, these steroids and try to cheat, it becomes in your mind, it comes drilled in your head that I have to have something in my body to make it perform to do something that it naturally do, or I don't have the advantage. Or, some people believe if they ain't cheating, they're not trying. Whatever it is, the case that will allow a person to want to cheat or whatever, that's up to you. I like to be a good, honest, truthful man. I like to see what I can do. You understand me? Who am I? With just the strength and abilities and the talent that God has blessed me with. I don't need anything inside of me to make me do what it doesn't supposed to do. And then in the long run, I'm reaping the repercussion of dying or getting mentally ill or going crazy and killing all my families and shit like that, because I'm fucking taking in rat poison or horse man, let me stop.
Yeah. No, I get
it. Tell on somebody.
I get it. Can I just ask, were there any talks of you fighting on that card? Because it's obviously going to be a gigantic card with many people watching it, the Netflix card.
Nothing came to our office.
Okay.
Nothing that I've been brought to nothing that's been brought to my attention. How about that?
Okay.
So we do got things in the works. We're coming together, especially after that last fight. So you will be seeing me more.
I love it.
Trust and believe in that. And here we go, baby. Once again, sometimes you got to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, look yourself in the mirror, have a long conversations or talk with yourself, and allow yourself to understand that I am you and you are me, and we are a team. We got to do this. Are you ready? Let's go. Sometimes the pep talks in the mirror, you need those things, because if you don't believe in yourself, then how can you expect others to believe in you? Especially when times get hard, people just start to quit. People give up on you quickly. When things ain't going, everybody want to be a winner, but nobody want to ride in the car to loser. You know what I mean? But then when you're losing, it's not really losing. You're just strategizing for a better outcome in the future. So when they do get back right, ain't no more seats left. You know what I mean? And if it is seat left, it's just only me solo dolo, and I'm pulling off. All you can see is smoke in the back. It's only room for those that has been here since day one and trust and believe in the greater good. For God love us, and I am one of his child. Well, we can talk all day, man.
I love that. And
preaching in there.
I love it. I love when you get deep. And I'll let you go in a moment, I promise. But I was curious, what do you think of Jake versus Tank? What do you think of this fight that was put together last week?
Jake versus Tank, I really haven't had any time to really just process it, think about it, to be honest. If I can have that assessment of an answer. I haven't processed it. I mean, even if I process it now, whatever's good for the business, whatever's good for those guys, if they want to go out there, have fun and stuff like that. It's all depends on the purpose of what is been done. What it means to both of them. I have no problem with anyone getting in the ring. We all risk our lives getting in there. I just hope everybody have fun and do what you got to do. Make it entertaining, make it exciting, get the fans what they want to see, and go home. That's it. I don't really have strong opinions about things that others want to do with their lives. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I tell people all the time, although, it's fun to participate in it and give my opinion,
Yeah.
but I really ain't processed it,
That's fair.
and you know what I mean? And that's just what it is. But if it does happen, good luck to both of them. You know what I mean? I don't have nothing, ill. I don't have an ill will, nothing to say bad about it. It's all good. You know what I mean? If I do process it, it'll be good. It'll be a good, little fight while it lasts. And far as entertainment concerned, and I wish them guys the best. That's it.
Two last quick ones. For the longest time, we wanted to see you versus AJ. You're both available and both seemingly wanting to fight at around the same time. Is he on that list? Is there any chance we finally see it?
Shit, it's up to them, man. Like it ain't never been up to me. Anything that I've done in this business has never been up to me. It's always a lot of people have targeted. If something didn't happen, then it's always the blame of me, of course, the darker skinned guy. Blame it on him. It's his fault. And then you'll get many that'll believe, and you'll get many that won't. It all depends on who narrated it and who put it all out. But like I said before, these lips has no reason to lie in this business or anywhere I am. And you know what I mean? I keep it real, I keep it truthful because I risk my life for others' entertainment. I feel like I have the right to say what I want to say. It's almost walking down the green mile, walking the green mile. Hey, when if I'm on death row, whatever, give me my meal, man. I ordered a pizza and a Pepsi. And maybe one of my auntie's honey bun cakes. You feel me? That's it. That's simple. I ain't asked for much. Let me get that. I couldn't even get that. So, it's a lot. I'm subliminally speaking, but it was a lot in there that, it's a lot of lies and stuff, man. Everybody knew I wanted. Back then, I would have took I took a way lower percentage than anyone would have ever, just to prove that I was the best. But I didn't get the opportunity, and it is what it is. I'm still here. We still can get it on. I'm willing, ready, and able whenever they are. I'm not going to mention their names, and hopefully they don't mention my name until they are truly, truly ready to finally get this fight on. You know what I mean? And just no matter what, no matter what happens, let's get it on once and for all. And that's what I feel about that.
On location, exp.com, if you want to hang out with Deontay Wilder and Andy Ruiz next weekend at the Canelo Crawford fight. Final thing, Deontay, what's the message to Francis? Francis is watching right now. What's the message to Big Francis?
Hey, baby. Francis, let's get it on, baby. If you serious about what you're saying, for I am serious about what I'm saying. Let's get it on once and for all. Your power against my power. Let's test it out, baby. Hey, if you down, I'm down. We can go to the motherland too, baby. Africa! Let's go.
Wow. What a scene that would be. Oh, my God. You're the man. Thank you, Deontay. All the best. Congrats again on the win. Good luck next weekend. Enjoy the show. Enjoy hanging with the fans. Appreciate your time very much.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it too, and I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day, bro.
Same here. Same here.
Man, go get some ice cream, man. You deserve it. It's hot out there.
I appreciate that. You know what? I will. I will. Thank you, Deontay. All the best to you.
Send me your cash app. I'll send you some money to get one.
Oh, wow. What a guy.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. I appreciate that. My man. Thank you so much,
All right,
Deontay.
baby.
All the best to you. God bless. There he is. The one and only Deontay Wilder telling us to go get ice cream. Yeah. I've had a lot of gelato over the past week or so. Why not? You know, we could all use a little ice cream. Tremendous stuff. OnLocationEXP.com. They're doing amazing things with the WWE events, with the UFC events, with the boxing events. You want to hang with the fighters, VIP packages, OnLocationEXP.com. In a matter of moments, we are going to be joined by Luke Rockhold in his first chat since the fight against Darren Till this past weekend. Alex Pereira in studio still to come. Andre Ward to talk Canelo Crawford and other boxing news and notes still to come. And then we round out the day with Rampage Jackson, followed by your questions. A jam-packed day here on the program. A quick pause. We'll be back right after this with the great Luke Rockhold.
Back in your life! Finally!
We have a lot to talk about.
I didn't care about a big fight or money. I cared about the heavyweight title. That's all I've ever been bothered about.
Join us for the entire first round live on Yahoo Sports.
This is the biggest shock of the draft.
Super Bowl 59 on Radio Row with Jaden Daniels.
Put me on the spot like that.
Here with first-time Olympian Stephen Curry. You and LeBron's relationship has had to evolve.
And see blood on the other side, but still have the utmost respect for who you're playing against.
You know, alerts on your phone. Oh, KD's thinking about leaving. Like, where's this coming from?
Coach Prime, Deion Sanders.
They don't put a gold jacket on your back and you don't know what you're doing.
The head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, Jim Harbaugh.
It's like being around greatness.
How does that feel when you hear that? Shedeur Sanders, future
You know,
NFL
you're the
quarterback.
first one like I ever hear say that. Like, that's why. But I'm thankful.
And they're going to be here for a long time.
Now to a fun part of today's program.
Like, I literally went to college with Chris Paul. Like, he's still in the NBA.
He could not hit another home run all year. It'd be a great season.
Yes, correct.
I got to make an admission first, Hey-Rod.
Oh, God.
I grew up a Boston Red Sox fan.
I knew that.
I used to hate you.
I've gotten to a point where I can smell you guys.
And I think winning with the Buccaneers put him at a completely different level. He has the greatest resume of any quarterback in football history.
They have a chance to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it. The realist in me says that ain't happening at all.
I don't want to treat you like a regular journalist because I feel like me and you have a
yes, no,
good
I appreciate
relationship.
I would put Travis Hunter in that same category as those two players. The difference between he and Rome Odunze, Travis Hunter is just a special athlete.
I actually think this is a smart decision by them.
This is what we're going to bring in. This is who we are. This is the style that we're doing.
And it was a long, beautiful conversation.
What a fun interview, Dave.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
Are you not like all talked out after talking to people for so long?
This is my life.
Okay.
I could do this for 8 hours.
Got it.
Wow.
Great day here on the program. Still to come, Rampage Jackson. Still to come, Alex Pereira, Plinio Cruz in studio, Andre Ward as well. But for now, we speak to our next guest. He was in action in the main event of Misfits 22 this past weekend in Manchester, going up against Darren Till. You know him. You just saw him. He's Luke Rockhold. He's kind enough to join us right here and now live on the program. Hello, Luke. How are you, my man?
I could be better, but we're good.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. When I say how are you, I say that to all the guests, but like legitimately I ask, you know, physically, mentally, how are you doing? Obviously, tough night, tough loss, scary night. How are you doing physically and mentally?
Physically, I'm good. Mentally, I'm all right. You know, it was a rough one. Didn't exactly go as planned, but this is the game. You know, I jump into the fire wherever I go. I don't really take warm-ups. I am 40 years old and I needed to get out there and test myself. And Darren was the best in this realm right now, and I came up short.
Obviously, it was a bit of a new venture for you, the pro boxing route. You had done the karate combat, you had done the bare knuckle, but here's like legitimate Queensberry rules boxing. What were you feeling? How were you feeling? Like the level of confidence. I know I saw the back and forth between you guys, the trash talk, all that, but like deep down inside, internally, how are you feeling going into the fight? Because he had a little more experience in this world than you.
Yeah, it was a new venture, but like I can recreate that every day. You know, the boxing ring, boxing gloves, sparred a lot in small gloves, and you know, there's things that are definitely different. It's not like bare knuckle. You know, you're not walking into it without complete. It would just completely new zone. But there's a lot of different rules and different things and timing and you know, I went out there and I think I did pretty well in the first round. I did my thing and I relaxed and I got caught at the end of the first round. And you get caught that early in a fight, it's hard. There's no real coming back at that point.
Have you watched it?
I watched it briefly. Yeah, quickly. It's not one of those fights I want to keep going back into. I mean, the first round is the only real round that matters. After that, it was what it was, you know. I mean, I had prepared the best I could given the situation, and I felt like I was doing my thing. I felt like I won the first round, and I started to try to relax and just kind of coast off. And my distance, my timing might not be where it was back in the day. And Darren got through. He got through on a good shot at the end of the first round, and like I said, you get caught later in the fight, in the third and the fourth, that your body's more limber and you're able to bounce back. He caught me early. He caught me good, and it's an uphill battle from there.
Could I ask, is it hard to see that? Is it hard, like, you know, the ones who have been watching you forever? I remember you in Cincinnati. I remember you in the UFC winning the belt. There was a time I thought you were the best middleweight in the world. Father Time undefeated. To see yourself like that at the end, that's you. It's not me watching Luke or fans watching Luke. Like, that is you watching yourself. You know who you were. You know what you could do. You know who you are as a person and athlete. How do you react to that? How do you digest that?
Yeah, it's not a pretty one for sure. I haven't taken shots like that. I mean, that's one of the worst I've had for sure. This is boxing, you know, and you're loading up and you're sitting down on big shots, and there's no other avenues to change the trajectory of the fight. I was thinking about kicking for a second in the second round, but yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I did feel good, but there's certain things, man. I just didn't. I could have prepared better. I would have. Could have took a warm-up fight, you know. You walk in and fight one, you know, a guy that's seasoned and has had a few fights in boxing and was a boxer. Like I said, I'm 40 years old and there's no time to waste. I was trying to get to those big fights, quote unquote, who were you know, posing as fighters.
So I saw when I woke up this morning that you posted last night on social media, ain't nothing like the fight game. Love it or hate it, there isn't anything more real in this life. The journey and the people are always a blessing. You see what you see from the outside, but the truth is always far from. I got to thank my coaches, my teammates, my partners, and everybody that rides with me. And so I'm reading that, okay, and then I read this line, it's time to work on my golf swing. Usually golf is sort of connected to retirement. Is that what you were implying there?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm like I said, I am 40 years old and I can't be taking shots like that. I want a future for myself, and I got a lot of good things in the works, and so that's pretty much you know, it's around about that time. So I mean, there's not much left to do. I've done a lot in this sport. I've won my championships, and I've done karate combat. I've done bare knuckle. I've done boxing. I don't know what else. Jiu-jitsu at the topest level. You know, I can compete with the best of the best, but I think it's time to put the competition shoes on hold for the time of times. I don't know. We'll see.
It seems like you're struggling even saying it or coming to terms with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's other forms of competition for sure. I think there's like. To tell you the exact truth, like I did feel good. I was putting in my game plan and what I did. I had sparred maybe one time this camp. Unfortunately, I didn't get to spar too much. I had a little crack in my rib like before the first press conference. I sparred a big heavyweight and he hit me with a good shot, and I thought I could work around it. And excuse me one second. I got some work going on at the house.
Okay.
Hey, Ernie, can you shut the door? I'm on an interview, please. Thank you. Yeah, no, I cracked my ribs, so I wasn't able to spar. I wasn't able to spar the rest of the camp. I tried to spar one time, and it ignited some soft tissue damage and stuff. And so my timing just wasn't perfect. You know, I mean, it's you can hit pads and hit bag work and do everything you can prepare, but you got to see punches. And I was getting off. I was doing my thing, but Darren's as sharp as can be, and if you're not really ready for those moments, you're going to get hit. And I slipped up, and he got through, and that was the wrap.
And so when we go back to the golf and the retirement and all that, are you at peace? Like, do you think you can walk away now and not have an itch again in a year or two to do this? Like, do you think you got it out of your system and you can walk off into the sunset and be like, I'm good. I did it all.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be other forms of competition. There's always got to be something. I think that's what a lot of people miss and lose their mental health and their sanity through the process of non-competition. I believe in the Hormesius theory. I believe in risking myself. I believe in hunting and being hunted. I think the greatest of the great people in life have always understood that. And you gotta balance yourself through the process. Of course, business and different things. I've got a lot of different ventures I'm going with right now, but there's always going to be another form of competition. I mean, I'm not a big marathon type of person, but there's going to be something. There's got to be something. If there's not something, we all lose our focus. So there's always, I think, I recommend that for everybody. Competition is a beautiful thing in life, and it keeps you young and it keeps you balanced. Like I said, there's nothing more real than fighting. And when you sign that contract, it puts everything into perspective, and it makes everything so much more real.
As far as the fighting competition, if this is the end, do you leave with any regrets? Is there any sort of thing in the back of your mind that gnaws at you?
I mean, of course, there's always things that gnaw at you, but at the same time, I've done a lot in the sport. I won a few Strikeforce World Championships. I became the undisputed UFC World Champion. So I'm pretty happy with where I'm at.
Yeah.
I still will continue to train. I still will continue to test people. We have a great thing here with the Santos Studio and the Jackson podcast. So we always have top tier talent coming through Newport Beach here, and I always like to test people. I might not want to take the hardest shots from the biggest hitters, but I'm gonna test myself. I'm gonna keep pushing myself. But the real competition, I think, is gonna be behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not taking shots like that anymore. I do value my health, and I do.
I get it.
I like to think clearly, you know.
Yes.
So I'm going to go through a little protocol and get my head right, get things right, and clean it up.
If there's a new fan out there that wants to see like prime Luke, like the Luke that you're most proud of, the achievement, the fight, the performance, what would you say that is?
I don't know. I don't think Strikeforce gets enough credit. Obviously, Dana White loves his Pride days, and we all loved our Pride days. But Strikeforce, what we did in Strikeforce at that time and who we were was pretty gangster. You know, I really think that we were the best at that time, and I was on top for a while there. And coming to the UFC was like finally got it. So I think Jock Ray was a great coming out party. I put it on Jardine. First, Michael Bisping. It's just it's all about like where you are present in your head, and really not looking ahead, not trying to be too much, do too much. But I had some great fights. That run after, obviously, I lost to Vitor Belfort in my debut in the UFC, but I think that really elevated me to a new level. After I lost to Vitor, I was able to put my ego aside and just let the fight be the fight. And then I won the world title. And then it's kind of like, that was like, I proved to myself I was the best after being Strikeforce champion for so long. I kind of let my guard down at that, and then I was trying to be too much after that. So I think the best of myself was that run right there. I was on top for a long time, and I lost to an unfortunate situation with Vitor. I don't think that was exactly right and fair by any means, but it made me a better fighter, and I stormed through Costa Philippou, Bisbing, Tim Boach, Machida, and Weidman. I mean, that was a pretty good run.
Man, I remember Cincinnati like it was yesterday. It's incredible. It's 14 years ago next week, that fight against Jacare, which is just wild. But your previous fight to that one was Paul Bradley. Like, you took a massive jump from the prelims to fighting the guy in the main event for the belt, going 5 rounds. And then I was like, holy shit, this dude. Like, I remember thinking that, like, this is the guy that's going to beat Anderson Silva. Chris got there before you, and then eventually you got him. But like the way you fought then, and then in the subsequent fights, Jardine and Tim Kennedy, etc. I will say, I will just say this. Look, I know sometimes like you have talked trash, this and that, but like it bothers me. And, I consider you a guy that I've covered for a long time, and we've gone to know each other. I don't like seeing people say things about you now because they don't realize who you were back then. Father Time, like I said, undefeated, but the disrespect annoys me. I will say that the disrespect annoys me, and I'm sure it annoys you as well.
We live in a world of fakes and frauds and people that hide and judge, and they can judge me for who I am, whatever they want to do. But I fought the best, and if you look at Jacare at that time, Jacare was a killer. Jacare was nasty. Jacare I think he would have beat Anderson Silva at that time. I mean, what is Anderson gonna do to stop Jacare at that time? Jacare was sharp. I mean, I think they took credit away from Jacare when I beat him, and I think I was on top at then, and I proved it. So I'm happy with where I'm at, and there's a lot of good things in the future. So,
What did you think of Misfits? Did you enjoy?
Misfits was well put together. I think they're doing a great thing. I mean, there's not a lot of credible fights, I would say. Me and Darren Till definitely. I think that the level was up at this fight. There's a lot of fun fights, and I think they put on a good show for sure. They're well put together, and they put matchups that people want to see, and it's cool to see Tony go in there and do his thing. I think Dylan is still an absolute bitch. I don't understand how that guy gets a stage, and he's like, it's like a guy like stabbing his opponent in the back before, like them stabbing some guy and putting in like some weak guy that shouldn't exist with you in there. Like the guy had no MMA experience, and this kid gets in there, and the guy is supposed to be a boxer, and he ends up shooting in and getting choked out. It's just like, yeah. Anyway,
what happened? Can I ask what happened with you guys backstage there? Because we just saw like a couple of pictures and some tweets. What exactly happened?
Well, you wanted to know the absolute truth. The absolute truth is that I slapped the shit out of Dylan, and he basically threw a water bottle up my head at the press conference, and then he ran his mouth over and over like he always does. And then I had just weighed in with Darren, and I was walking back to the elevators, and Dylan was walking out of the elevators, and then he basically flinched at me and like said something like he's gonna talk shit, and I just immediately just reached back and just hit him, slapped him as hard as I could, right across the face. Like, not one of those little, not a loud one, a hard one, a thud. And then the Irish guy, Peter or whatever, from the side, he tried to like jump at me from the side as I hit Dylan. He came in from the side and tried to grab me, and then Dylan basically bitched and cried like he was gonna do something, but he didn't have any he wasn't trying to get through these bouncers. They grabbed him and he was putting on a show. And then my coach was in the back trying to get my gloves worked on and get cleared through the promotion. And Dylan was crying, literally fucking crying in the back, complaining, saying he wasn't going to fight. And his face was bruised, being a little fucking bitch. And then he goes on stage and says he knocked me out. He's a fucking absolute fraud and a piece of shit. And any kid needs to step up and fight someone real. I would fucking kill that kid. I would come back to fight that kid.
Now you're back. The retirement's over.
With 2 hands behind my back, I would fuck that kid in the ass.
Fuck. Oh God. That's a whole different type of fight. Jeez.
Hey, I'll bring it. I'll make it real dirty for that little swamp.
Oh man.
Swamp rat.
Did you see him again afterwards, or was that the only interaction?
No. That was the interaction. Yeah, that was it. They had like 15 security guards in between us the rest of the time, and they were just holding court at that point. Okay. But I'm just tired of fake people, man. Fake fighters that fight lesser beings. Guys like Darren Till. Darren Till deserves all the credit. He's fucking good. He is very sharp. He's very clean, and he deserves the big fights. A guy like Jake needs to step up, stop fighting midgets and old men, and fight a real man like Darren Till. Prove yourself. He's not even a professional, he's an MMA fighter. You get through Darren Till. Darren Till is a great man. It's a great promotion. I knew that me and Darren Till would build this thing up. There's no ill will between me and Darren. It was just, we're selling a fight and we're building a fight. But Darren's the man right now. And, I like to see real fighters succeed. That was the reason why I did this in the first place, to get to those guys. And I had to go through fire, go to a real fighter, and I came up short.
I love to hear that. I love to see that photo afterwards of you two, because it did get a little bit heated in the build-up. You guys were on the show, the press conferences, all that stuff. But it seems like there's genuine respect. How far do you think he can go with this? And do you think he should cross over into legit pro boxing, or just do more of this type of stuff?
I mean, he's legit for sure. I mean, I think he want to get the fights that people want to see. People want to see these big fights. I think Carl Froch is a pretty cool fight. I don't know if he'll take it at this point, but the fight people want to see is Darren Till and Jake Paul would be a sick fight. That'd be a great promotion, a great buildup, and Jake would have to fight somebody his own size with real skills. I think that's the fight I want to see. I want to see Darren get that fight. I'm not sure if he can make his way out of the UK, but if they can figure that out, I think that's what I want to see. I mean, Andrew Tate ain't fighting Darren, and nobody else. I mean, there's only a few fights, but I don't know. That's what I want to see. I think everybody else wants to see that too at this point.
While I'm giving you an opportunity to address some things, what about David Feldman, who was on the show recently and said Luke Rockhold shit on the sport. The sport just wasn't for him. He opted to quit. You don't opt to get knocked out in a fight, but you do opt to quit. He opted to quit.
Who's David Feldman?
He's the owner of BKFC.
I opted to quit. David Feldman should try to fight. You fucking pussy. You tried to back into me and tried to skirt me out of you tried to pinch me on weight to try to favor Mike Perry in a fight. He's just a slimy bastard, that guy. You can shut the fuck up. I just, people like that don't deserve to talk. Promoters that have never fought to say what you say, what are you talking about? Where does he come up with that bullshit? Oh, because I said bare knuckle boxing is bullshit. It's dumb. It's dumb. Yeah, I think it's a pretty dumb sport. I think it's there's no way to gauge distance, and I think the bare knuckle kickboxing is more exciting. I think there's more technique to it. I think that'd be more fun. So it's a dumb man sport. If you look at bare knuckle boxing, there's no one who, you just run forward and fucking throw punches like idiots. And then the whole ring is metal. So there's no flow. And so you hit that bitch and you bounce back in. It just forces you back in. And it makes a brawl. It's just a dirty, dirty brawl. And, you know, some people want to see that, but I like technical fights. And that's just, you know, you look at the caliber of competition in there, and they're scrubs.
When you come to the decision that you're talking about here, do you talk to other people? Do you call coaches, training partners, old friends, or is this all on your own?
I mean, it's on my own for sure. It's not something I need to see something like that and ask somebody what they think. I'm gonna continue to train and be myself and chase and challenge myself. But yeah, I have been clipped like that since, I mean, I lost the Jan Blachowicz the last time I got put out. So this is that's a wake up call, and you can't keep taking shots like that. I know I know, you know, how the brain works and how life works. So you gotta repair your systems, and you can't take shots like that, or otherwise you end up clammed up at the end. And I'm not trying to be a veggie.
So what do you do now? I mean, obviously you take some time off it, but like, how's Luke? You're 40, right? So how does Luke Rockhold pass his days? What's the next thing?
Like I said, I'm still going to chase myself. I'm still going to challenge myself. There's all kinds of different things, and training will always be a part. Martial arts will always be a part of my life. It's a way of life. Competition doesn't always have to be that. That, you know, actual fighting competition has to be there, but there's all different forms. I love to challenge myself in so many ways. I like to surf. I like to skate. I still like to train. Jiu-jitsu. It's kind of gay these days, but you know, you never know.
What was that about jiu-jitsu? What?
Jiu-jitsu, I don't know. I
feel like it's having a moment now, no? Isn't it? Like,
is it?
I mean,
yeah.
UFC's in it, Craig Jones. It's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah. I didn't watch the CGI. Who won? Who do you think who won? It sounds like New Wave won, but then they awarded B Team, and then homie stepped up and gave another $1 million to supplement the wrong decision or something. I don't know. I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah, I saw Chael beat Craig. That I was impressed by with the pin. Because he pinned him like 1, 2, 3. He was like,
right?
Yeah, he was on him, both shoulders on the mat. So I thought that was impressive in like 30 seconds. But as far as like watching the full event, I didn't see it live. I was seeing some of the commentary from the first night that people were saying they felt like there was too much stalling, there wasn't enough aggression, that it dragged a little bit, that the quintet format wasn't the right format, that they should have gone to what they used in year one. And then it seemed like Craig upped the ante and sweetened the pot, and then there were more finishes and things like that. I think he's got something special. I just don't know how much longer he wants to do this for, because I know he was frustrated with the Gable stuff, pulling out, and it's hard to put on an event of that stature. But what a promoter he is.
No, Craig is a gangster of a promoter. He sells it, but it's a lot of money to recoup $3 million.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not pulling in $3 million.
They did get massive viewership, but yes, it's tough. But
I mean, that extra $1 million will set you back a little bit, right?
Right.
But the UFC is obviously doing their thing, and it's hard. It's going to be hard to compete with their status at this point.
One last thing: did you get the settlement money?
It's coming.
Nice. So
it's going to be a nice month. We got this paycheck, pay-per-views. We got settlements. You know, it's a big month. It's going to be beautiful. You know.
Okay. So life is good.
Those are the biggest fights, and there was more settlements. I don't know if people are aware, but there's 2 or 3 more settlements, and there's going to be a nice revenue stream for years to come.
Hell yeah, well deserved. And then who knows what happens with the new deal coming through, right? With the big TV deal that they got, maybe the fighters will get a piece of that.
Not ugly.
Yeah, you could dream. You could dream. You could dream.
Yeah.
Much love, Luke.
Keep dreaming, guys. Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Congrats on an incredible run. Appreciate you coming on, and all the best to you.
Thank you.
There he is. Luke Rockhold, former Strikeforce middleweight champion, former UFC middleweight champion. What a run. What a career. What a resume. Defeated the likes of Michael Bisping, Lyoto Machida, Chris Weidman, Jacare Souza, Keith Jardine, Tim Kennedy. Won the belt in Strikeforce in September of 2011. Then came over to the UFC, had a great run there, won the belt against Chris Weidman at Madison Square Garden. No, it wasn't at Madison Square Garden. It was in Las Vegas. I believe it was UFC 194, was it not? My memory serves me correct. UFC 194. Yep, there it was. The same night that Conor McGregor defeated Jose Aldo, December 12th, 2015. All right. Thank you very much to him. Still to come, the one and only Rampage Jackson, Andre Ward. We're going to answer your questions. Let me put this on right here. Still to come on the nose. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can ask said questions. Can you talk in my ear again, Frank? Yes, I can hear you. Let me just put it up just a smidge. Talk again? No? Other way? Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. UFC 320 coming up on the 4th of October, T-Mobile Arena. 2 titles on the line. We do have Merab Dvalishvili returning once again to defend his UFC bantamweight title against Corey Sandhagen, and then a massive fight in the light heavyweight division, a rematch of a fight that took place in Las Vegas at T-Mobile back in March. Magomed Ankalaev against the former UFC middleweight champion, against the former light heavyweight champion, the man who is trying to become a 2-time light heavyweight champion and join just the likes of Randy Couture and John Jones as the only man to win the light heavyweight title on 2 separate occasions. He is Poatan! He is the one and only Alex Pereira, who is joining us in studio. There he is with Plinio Cruz. Hello, my friend. How are you? All good? Yes. Shama. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Yes, Plinio. How are you? Wow, what a shirt. Good to see you. Please have a seat, guys. So nice to see you. How are you doing? Good. I like you. I saw you had a new haircut. You had like a nice fade and new facial hair. Now you're looking like old Poatan, but you changed it up a little bit.
Mais baixo, agora tá de volta no estilo Poatan quase.
Sempre depois, assim, antes de lutar, né? Eu mantenho assim, cabelo maior, barba. E pra luta dá aquela transformada, né? Fica careca, sem barba.
Well, he likes to keep the hair a little longer before in the regular day. A little more nice style haircut. But come close to the fight, he likes to shave his head and get ready for it.
Lock in.
Yes.
Bring the mic closer to you, Plinio, if you don't mind. Yeah, make love to it. Yeah, there it is. Well, it's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you as well. Huge fight, October 4th, UFC 320, the rematch. It's been a very interesting road to get to this point. And so if you don't mind, I want to ask about that, because it seemed like for a while you weren't saying much. You haven't really said much since the last fight. You were on the show. You did a couple things here or there. But Magomed, or someone tweeting as Magomed, continued to try to put out a theory that you didn't want to fight, that you weren't available, that you were turning down fights. Can you tell us from your perspective, how did we get to October 4th? And were there other dates thrown at you that, didn't fit with your schedule?
Putting all together since last fight.
From the beginning, because, he said so much leading up to this, and then we get the announcement, but what happened in between?
Bom, você é um cara que depois da luta você ficou mais tranquilo, mais calado, veio aqui aquela vez, né, até falou que aquela mentira que foram oferecidas para você a luta, que não foi, mas o Magomed constantemente continua falando um monte de asneira no Twitter, tal, nas redes sociais dele, né? A gente quer ouvir de você, que ele fala que várias vezes pode aceitar a oferecida a luta, você não quis, e isso, e as datas da sua última luta para cá, né, tudo que tem acontecido e tal, como é que foi até chegar agora para confirmação para a luta de outubro?
Bom, antes da primeira luta, né, eu não sei que motivo, né, O UFC não queria colocar eu com a Kalaev, não só comigo, pô, todo mundo viu que ninguém tem interesse, né? De ver ele lutando, né? E depois eles falaram do time dele, ele, não sei quem que é que fala, falou que eu tava com medo, que não queria aceitar a luta, coisa do tipo, né? E agora também, né, falando que, pô, eu tava com medo, que não queria revanche, mas, pô, já tinha conversa com o UFC, né? Eu sabia a data, né? Então o cara falou que estava pronto em junho, julho, agosto, setembro, né? O campeão, né? Que, pô, não pode nem escolher uma data para lutar. Eu já fiz toda a programação quando eu ia lutar, que seria agosto, né? Mas, tipo, agosto não virou. E aí, outubro, né? Então, tipo, pô, a gente vê a moral que ele não tem, né? Com o UFC, de, pô, ser o campeão, tá pronto e esperar o desafiante.
Bom, então, no caso, você já sabia, já mais ou menos tinha programação, só que ele que não conseguia fazer o negócio acontecer.
Sim.
Well, start from before the first fight. Seemed that the UFC now even wanted to put him in. Alex multiple times said that he'll show interest in fighting him. They will not make the fight happen. Okay, the fight happened, went the way that it went. Since then, we kind of had an idea when Alex wanted to fight him. It was already conversation with the UFC, and this guy kept tweeting that, I want to fight this day, I want to fight this day. Alex already had a time frame for August. Couldn't happen in August because of the UFC, but and then October. But he the one that kept saying, I'm ready, I cannot fight, I'm ready, I want to fight, I'm ready, I want to fight. But seeing that this dude not even have power inside its own organization, you know. So, on Alex's perspective, he's fighting the time frame that he aimed for it. Not that he turned down fight or anything like that. He aimed for August. UFC going to put together in August. They pushed to October.
Did it annoy you when he was trying to kind of put out the theory that you didn't want to fight him?
Pô, encheu pouco o saco de ele ter colocado essa teoria de que você não queria lutar com ele?
Não, como eu tinha já falado com o UFC, já tinha a data certa, eu tinha que me recuperar, fiz 4 lutas, em menos de um ano, então eu tinha que dar aquela descansada, tinha acabado de perder, e eles prometeram pra mim que eu seria o próximo desafiante. Então, só esperei a melhor data pra mim, né? Se eu era o próximo desafiante e eles prometeram, então, outubro tá sendo uma data muito boa. Então, se ele tava pronto em junho, julho, uma data antes desse previsto, a gente vê que, ele não tem moral nenhuma. O campeão vai ter que me esperar.
Well, honestly, after the fight, it was expressed to the UFC that Alex had to heal a few injuries, take some time. He fought back-to-back multiple times next year. He needed a little break. It was promised for him that he'll be the next title challenger. He'll be fighting for the belt next. The whole thing of Ankalaev say that he don't want to fight, he didn't want to take the fight and stuff like that. Alex knew he was going to fight regardless, August or October. But now, if this guy keeps saying that, like, oh, Alex don't want to fight this and that, show that he don't even have power on the organization, that they don't care about him.
Was it true from your perspective that they tried to offer Yuri a fight against Ankalaev? Is that accurate?
É verdade. Você sabe que é verdade que eles tentaram oferecer o Prohaska para lutar com o Ankalaev?
Eu não sei como... Aquela vez do Twitter e tal, não sei como que foi. Fiquei um pouco assim, chateado, mas na verdade eu que fiz errado, né? Porque o UFC tava tentando colocar uma luta e, tipo, eu fiquei assim, como assim? Me prometeram e tal, mas eu fiz errado em twittar, né? Em colocar o que eu quisesse ali no Twitter, né? Em vez de chegar no UFC e falar, vocês falaram algo pra mim, né? Prometeram algo, então, por que não vai fazer? Mas depois, eles entenderam e falou, vamos fazer o que você quer. E fizeram.
E naquela vez meio que te pegou de surpresa, assim? Ficou sabendo na internet?
Sim, de surpresa.
Você não sabia que tinha prometido pra você?
Não, na verdade tinha falado com o Ed, entendeu? Algumas coisas e tal, mas, foi um pouco de... Falta de comunicação.
So a little bit was miscommunication because Alex kind of found out through social media, stuff like that, and he was upset back then. That's why he sent a Twitter. But he regretted he was wrong because he didn't know talks that was going on, anything that was going on. So it was kind of miscommunication between camp manager and the UFC. It's not UFC's fault. So, and then later, he just got this fight going on, and that's what matters for him.
Okay. So can we clear that up? Because you did send a tweet from your account, and it seemed like you were upset, and then you took the tweet down. Can we clear up that was him actually in the moment upset?
Yeah, he just said that, actually. Ele falou assim, então a gente pode falar que aquele Twitter seu foi coisa mais do momento, assim, que você...
Sim, porque, o que acontece? Eu tenho uma boa relação, né, com o UFC, uma boa relação com os meus empresários. Então, assim, da forma que trouxeram pra mim ali, né, e tal, eu achei que não foi legal. E, eu fiz algo assim até um pouco antiético, né? De, pô, for lá e por conta... Eu nem falei pro meu empresário o que eu ia fazer. Fui lá e tuitei pra dar uma... Pô, como se fosse meio um protesto, assim, né? De, pô, me prometeram, como assim, quer colocar outra luta? Foi isso, mas, pô, como eu falei, tem uma boa relação com o UFC, né? Eu me precipitei um pouco de ter feito isso. Eu acho que se eu tivesse feito uma ligação antes pro Hunter, eu acho que eu teria resolvido isso sem nenhuma exposição.
100% was lack of communication, was a little bit impulsive from him. He acted a little early because he didn't talk to our manager, like, you know what I mean, found out from Hunter, he saw the internet stuff, and he felt a little bit hurt because he was promised a neck title shot, and then he sees that. And instead to just have a more mutual communication between camp, Hunter, and everything. So, yes, 100%, but it's all straight up now.
Eu tenho uma boa relação com o UFC, né? Até que depois desse Twitter, eu conversei com o Hunter, ele, me explicou, e eu falei, então eu preciso me recuperar, tem algumas lesões e tal, e me atenderam da forma que eu precisava. Então tenho uma boa relação e agradeço ao UFC.
Alex have an amazing relationship with the UFC, a very good relationship. Then later they got to talk to Hunter. Hunter explained to them, and then he said, okay, let's push this forward because I have a few injuries. So everything was good, but he have an amazing relationship with the UFC. He likes to work for them.
Over the past few years, you had an amazing schedule. You were fighting very often. Now it will be 7 months in between fights for you. Have you enjoyed the small-ish break? For most people, this isn't a long break, but for you, it feels like it's a long break. Have you enjoyed it, or are you itching at this point to fight?
As últimas lutas, você estava lutando aí quase a cada 2 meses, aí bem uma luta próxima da outra, e agora da última para essa vão ser 7 meses. Foi bom para você ter esse break, né? O pessoal parece que faz muito tempo, mas na verdade é que também você estava lutando com muita frequência, né? Foi bom para você ter essa pausa?
Bom, comparando com o que eu fiz, né? Mas eu acho que é normal que todo mundo faz, 7 meses. Tem pessoas que ficam 1 ano, 2 anos sem lutar. Então eu acho que o que eu estou fazendo é normal e precisava fazer isso, né? Recuperar um pouco o corpo, igual eu falei. Foram 4 lutas em menos de 1 ano. Quem fez isso, né? Talvez fizeram, mas eu não lembro, né? Mas poucas pessoas fizeram isso. Então, acho que eu tinha que ter essa recuperação. Fiquei 7 meses aí e voltar bem.
Well, honestly, compared to other people, he actually did the normal thing. Some people take a year, some people take 2 years, but I think people got used to him fighting so frequently that feels like it's a long time. But he just is a normal spam for a guy at his level to be fighting every few months like that. But no, it was very good for him to take his time and recharge.
É a mesma coisa, as pessoas comparam a minha luta do Ankalaev com outras lutas que eu fiz. Se você for comparar, vai ser uma luta de bosta, né? Comparado com as outras lutas que eu fiz. Então aí, as pessoas não sabem enxergar, né? De repente até a arbitragem mesmo, não sabem enxergar que eu não fui o mesmo cara das outras lutas, né? Mas, que eu não perdi. Então, eles comparando com as outras lutas que eu fiz, é considerado uma luta de merda.
Even like on the perspective of his last fight of Ankalaev, people are used to great performance for him, but for him, he wasn't a crappy day, it was a crap performance. But even though maybe he won that fight, you know what I mean, it was just not the regular Alex Pereira, but he maybe did enough, you know what I mean? So people judge that, you know what I mean, that fight, that he didn't do enough just because maybe he didn't perform like he did on the other fights.
It's fascinating because the year prior, you were the fighter of the year and you were on this incredible run, and then you have this one sort of off night, and it feels, at least from my perspective, I'm not you, that so many people jumped off the bandwagon. Do you feel that as well? Do you see any of that, and does that annoy you?
Porque, por exemplo, você vê até fogo, porque ano passado você era lutador mais falado, lutador do ano e tal, aí você teve só uma noite não tão boa, não tava num dia muito bom, e parece que maior galera já pulou do carro já, né? Do hype, né? Você sente mais ou menos que foi um pouco isso aí também, que a galera deu algumas pessoas os fãs jogaram de modo meio errado?
Não, de verdade eu não senti isso em momento algum. Eu, às vezes, mesmo na época, ganhando todas ali, sempre teve comentários negativos, que isso acho que é normal. E mesmo me perdendo agora, eu não senti isso dos fãs ou de patrocinadores. Tive bons contratos, renovei contrato depois que eu perdi, renovei contratos. E contratos diferentes, entendeu? Que, não dá nem pra acreditar. Com o público também, ganhando com seguidores, o carinho dos meus fãs, onde eu chego. Então, de verdade, eu não senti isso.
Honestly, I didn't feel that too much. Even last year, when everything was going great, I had some negative comments, like on a regular, people talk negative stuff, but even though after the last fight that he didn't win, fans see a lot of people supporting him. He was able to renew great sponsorship deals. You know what I mean? His popularity for him is still the same. The love from the fans.
I saw a video recently where you were on a scale, and I think it said something like 240 as far as pounds. You obviously fight in the light heavyweight division. Can I ask, how much do you weigh now?
Ele viu um vídeo que está na balança com as 240 libras, quase 110 e tal, né? Acho que foi no FCPI. Quanto você tá pesando agora?
Hoje, 106.
Around 230, 235.
Okay, here's the video right there. So I think that's like 110 kilogram or something like that. Is 230 what you would usually weigh about a month before a fight?
230 libras, 105, 106, é mais ou menos o que você pesa um mês antes da luta?
É, mais ou menos isso. Até peso médio mesmo, eu cheguei a pesar 106 quilos.
Yeah, that's the what he usually do. Even for middleweight, he got to weigh 230 at one point.
Wow.
A month before the fights.
Was there any consideration before you took this fight about fighting at heavyweight?
Alguma consideração antes de você pegar essa luta, de você ter ido lutar no peso pesado?
Não, nenhuma. Fiquei esse tempo parado, né? Tipo, fiquei um tempo parado até voltar a treinar. E aí, pô, até voltar pro camp, né? Voltei algumas semanas atrás. Então, achei natural mesmo. Tô ganhando massa, tô fazendo os treinos, treinando bem. Eu acho que isso é coisa natural.
No, absolutely none. Just took some break, training hard, training heavy, gain some muscle, gain some size, but all focused for this.
That was once maybe a part of your plans. Do you think that will still happen at some point, or have the plans changed?
Já foi parte do seu plano? Você acha que o peso pesado acontece mais para frente ou o seu plano mudou?
Não, igual eu falei, né? Até antes mesmo, eu falei da possibilidade de lutar no peso pesado, né? E, pô, o meu corpo vem mudando, né? Como eu falei do peso médio pro meio pesado, eu falei, pô, a galera ficava, pô, você vai subir? Eu falava, pô, não sei. Quando o meu corpo achar que eu tenho que fazer isso, eu vou fazer, e foi o que eu fiz. E a mesma coisa eu digo agora, né? Se eu começar a ganhar muito peso, eu vou ter que fazer isso.
No, man, same talk as before. Even for middleweight, people ask, like, going light heavyweight. He used to say, like, I'm gonna listen to my body. When it's becoming harder, so the same way goes here. Eventually, if it gets harder for me to go light heavyweight, I'm gonna go heavyweight.
This is the first
listen to my body.
Right. This is the first time in a couple of years where you're the hunter, you're the challenger going for the belt. Does it feel different? Does the training camp feel different? Does your mentality feel different? Does anything feel different than when it was the last couple of years?
Bom, essa primeira vez em alguns ano ou dois que agora você é o caçador atrás do cinturão, em vez de ser o caçado, né? Isso muda alguma coisa em você, no seu camp, a sua cabeça, de agora você tá nessa posição de estar buscando de novo?
Bom, acho que pra mim, não importa se eu sou campeão, se eu sou desafiante, eu sempre vou estar treinando, né, pra dar o meu melhor e sair com a vitória. Eu nunca penso assim, eu sou campeão, eu vou ir na manha aqui, só se eu tiver algum problema, não estiver aguentando mesmo ali, dar o máximo ali de mim, né, mas eu acho que, pô, eu entro na luta ali como se fosse uma luta, sem pensar em ser que eu sou o campeão ou se eu tô sendo desafiante.
No, I go for a fight to win, right? I don't think if I'm the challenger, if I'm the champion. If I'm the champ, I'm gonna stall a little bit, preserve myself. No, I go for a fight. You know what I mean? Whether it's champ or no champ, I go for the same mindset to win.
And so, can I ask from your perspective, as his head coach, do you see a difference in him since the loss?
No, but that for me was an off night on his last fight. So obviously, the way that he's performing now and everything's much better right now. I think we cannot judge somebody for one day off work. You know what I mean? Still the same guy, still the same worker, still grinding the same way. So I'm just happy with what I'm seeing at the camp. Que ele perguntou pra mim se eu vi diferença. Eu falei assim, pra mim, eu não posso julgar você por causa de uma noite, todo mundo vai trabalhar, tem dia bom, tem dia ruim. Mas pra mim, você é mesmo lutador, mesma pegada, eu tô feliz que eu tô vendo.
There have been some people who have sort of maybe implied like, oh, you're too rich now, you don't have the hunger, you don't have the drive, you're too successful. Do you see this stuff, and what is your response to this? To people who say like you aren't the same Poatan because you are successful, you have too much money, and you don't have the same hunger and drive to be the man that you once were?
Algumas pessoas falam que porque você tá rico agora, que você já não tem mais aquela fome, né, aquela vontade, né? O que você diz para essas pessoas?
Pô, achei eu perdi agora, pô. Então já podia ter perdido antes, pô. Tô rico antes.
Well, so if that's like that, he should have lost before, because he was already rich before that fight.
You know what I mean? Teve um lutador que fez. Teve um lutador que comentou isso, não foi? Não sei se foi um chinês, eu acho, não lembro. Você viu ou não?
Não vi, não.
Onde você viu?
He said, I think there's some fighter, maybe Chinese or something, that say something like that.
Zhang Mingyang.
Ele conhece, é.
Mas ele perdeu.
But he lost.
He lost to Johnny Walker, yeah.
Então ele tá rico, não?
So he's rich.
I don't think he's Poitin rich.
Eu falo, não acho que ele é rico igual Poitin.
Então ele tem a mente de rico.
So he maybe have a rich man mentality.
Okay. So you see this stuff, though. It comes across your radar.
Mas você vê de vez em quando essas barberagens que os caras falam.
Eu vejo.
He sees all, bro.
He sees it all?
Você vê tudo. He likes.
You like it? It motivates you.
Motiva.
Não, sei lá, eu acho engraçado algumas coisas. Igual essa aí mesmo do cara. Pô, os caras é burro, sabe? Os caras chegam, ao invés de chegar, velho, vai ficar falando dos outros. Vê aí, quando pergunta de mim, eu evito falar, entendeu? Pô, pra que eu vou ficar falando, entendeu? E, pô, o cara chega, pô, fala, igual muitos caras chegam ali e falam, não, eu vou... Já fala do campeão já, o cara fez a primeira luta, velho. Daqui a pouco perde, aí fica, sabe? Pô, se o cara chega e não fala nada, perdeu, pô, não vai dar motivo pra pessoa. Entendeu?
Oh, because he just think it's fun. These guys, sometimes they talk too much, bro. Like, there's some people that just get in the UFC where they say, I'm going to beat the champ. I say, bro, win your first few fights. Alex is being composed all the time. He never talks too much. He never talking bad about opponents. You never see him trash talking. He goes one step at a time and see where he's at. You know what I mean? He just think it's funny, some dudes sometimes, they just talk too much. You know what I mean?
So when you saw that fight, your fellow Brasileiro, Johnny Walker, beating him, did you smile? Did it make you happy after he said that about you?
Quando o Johnny Walker, the Chinese say that about
Yeah,
him?
so Johnny Walker beat the Chinese fighter Zhang Mingyang after he had said this about him. So I'm wondering if he watched it and was happy.
É porque quando você viu o Johnny Walker batendo ele, ganhando nele, você deu um sorriso por causa depois daquele cara tá falando aquelas coisas?
Não, pior que eu vi depois. Eu vi depois.
He just saw after.
Oh, you just saw it after the fight.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it didn't really affect you all that much. But it is interesting when people all start having these theories about why you lost and you just say it was an off night. Nothing more, nothing less, you know?
Of course.
Everyone has a theory, but to you just think it's an off night.
Brother, like, pretty sure some days you off work, sometimes I go teach, sometimes don't feel like teaching, sometimes you just don't perform as good. Unfortunately, in this job, every night that you go to work supposed to be the most important night of your life.
Right.
But we're humans. You know what I mean? It's hard to control performance, mood, energy. So how can I judge being this guy for 10 years through all the glory belts, UFC belts, and all this performance? I'm not going to judge him. I see, bro. So like for me, I'm just happy how he's performing now. The past is in the past. We're going to move on from there. We're going to keep moving.
Nossa, os caras já gostam de falar por causa disso, né? Tipo, nós tá aqui falando do cara, que o cara, tipo, porra, quem que é o cara? Tá aqui, hoje é o dia de mais fama do cara, velho.
You see, maybe these guys like to talk all this trash because, and then look, right here, we talk about the Chinese guy, right?
Yeah,
so today maybe his most famous moments being spoken right here. So, brings hype.
I did see video footage of you doing a wrestling drill with all kinds of guys coming at you. Are you upping the wrestling training? Are you doing more wrestling training in this training camp?
Ele viu aquele vídeo dos moleques tudo entrando suas pernas no Glover lá. Você tá enfatizando mais o wrestling nesse camp?
Sempre, né? Desde quando cheguei aqui no Glover, eu não mostro muito, muitas pessoas criticam, pô, o Alex tá mostrando. Pô, eu mostro 5% do que eu faço ali, entendeu?
Não afeta, né?
Entendeu? E não afeta em nada, entendeu? Pô, o cara vai estudar e tal, Pô, então é só bater na minha cabeça, pô, o cara sabe se bateu ali, é um lugar que, pô, você possivelmente pode cair, entendeu? Mas, pô, por que o cara não bate? Se fosse assim, eu vou bater na cabeça, pô, ele deixou a cabeça exposta ali, vou bater na cabeça dele. Pô, é difícil, entendeu? Então o que eu tô mostrando ali, pô, ele deixa a mão ali baixa e tal. E por que não faz? Não vai, pô, é difícil, entendeu? Quando é pra acontecer, vai acontecer.
He's training the same as always training. A lot of wrestling in our training. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. That's what built him to be who he is in the UFC. It was Glover's style of wrestling, the way that he trained. But some people sometimes talk too much. He's showing too much. He's just showing things that's not going to affect him on the fight. Even guys go, he keep his hands down, look at his head. Okay, but go and try to hit his head on the fight, see if it's hard, see if you can. You know what I mean? So he just showed things that he wants to show. But yeah, definitely he's always focused on the wrestling for the MMA training, not only the striking.
Mas ali, então, desde quando eu cheguei, né, eu já era considerado, né, um strike, né, legal, de primeira ali. Foi, tem que aprender onde eu não sei. E, sempre ali, eu sempre, todo dia, às vezes até sair um pouquinho da estratégia, o Globo falava, aqui, vamos trocar aqui e tal. E eu, queria colocar pra baixo porque eu queria aprender. Então, desde quando tô aqui, um pouco mais de 4 anos aí, se eu não me engano, pô, tô dando prioridade a isso, né? E treinando bem. Até na última luta vocês viram, né? Pô, um cara que, teoricamente, aí era um especialista, né? No wrestling e tal. Mas não conseguiu colocar nenhuma vez pra baixo.
It's been almost 4 years that he's around here now training wrestling like that, you know what I mean? But that's since day one. He was already an outstanding striker. So Glover helped to put all the grappling together, to put the takedown defense, to put everything, right? Sometimes even the strategy during training is to strike. He goes and try to do takedowns, take the guys down. So he's constantly trying to evolve. Let's fight. You guys can say whatever you guys want, but suppose Ankalaev should have taken him down. 12 attempts, 0 success.
He or someone on his behalf tweeted in response to this video, this guy bring punch taxi driver to help him with wrestling. You don't need to worry about wrestling. I'm going to find this big head again. That's what he tweeted in response.
He called him a punch taxi
He
driver?
said the guys who he's wrestling
Os
with.
caras tipo taxista, né? Tentando botar você pra baixo, te ajudar com wrestling. Não precisa se preocupar com wrestling, que eu vou acertar sua cabeça grande de novo.
Chama.
That's a great response. That says it all. You've had some rivalries in the past. Izzy, Yuri, even Artem in Glory. Is this one any different? Does this feel any different?
Você teve várias rivalidades no passado, como eu disse, o Prohaska, o Adesanya, o Vakhtov. Essa é diferente das outras ou mais uma rivalidade?
É um pouco diferente, porque os caras mentem muito, entendeu? Inventaram um monte de coisa. E isso aí eu não acho legal.
This being a bit different because these guys lie too much, they talk a bunch of crap, so he don't think it's nice.
Okay, so it feels different than because with Izzy it felt very personal, but now of course you're in a great spot. It seems like you're in a great relationship. Is it just because of the lies or is it something different?
É até engraçado falar, porque, por exemplo, com a Adesanya parece que era bem, né, sinistro. Hoje em dia vocês estão bem, né, pô, amigos, vamos dizer assim, né? E essa aqui tá assim, mais por causa das mentiras?
Pô, eu odeio mentira, velho.
100% I hate lies.
Wow. So do you sense that out of him? Like, do you sense a different type of aggression as a result?
Yeah, like, I know that doesn't change the outcome of the fight because he know how to push that aside and perform like he's supposed to perform to fight anybody. You cannot let your emotions take over you. But definitely, you know what I mean? Sometimes the way these guys talk, sometimes a little bit more. On my perspective, previous rivalries was in the ring and the real beef between man to man. But never disrespect. These ones are be more disrespectful. Que ele falou, na minha perspectiva, se eu acho que essa aqui você tá um pouquinho diferente, eu falei, bom, pra mim, no treino e na luta, eu sei que você vai colocar tudo isso de lado e deixar jamais essa emoção influenciar você na luta. Mas na perspectiva de rivalidade, as outras rivalidades que você teve foram fortes na luta e forte de bravo, de homem com homem, mas nunca foi desrespeitoso. Esses caras são mais respeitosos dessa vez.
Do you think it's him saying all of this, or do you think it's someone else?
Você acha que é ele falando isso ou é alguém, outra pessoa no lugar?
Não sei, porra. O cara, ele é o responsável, entendeu? Igual, tipo assim, tudo que sai da minha página ali, eu sou responsável. Mas muitos já falaram que, pô, é o empresário dele, entendeu? Mas eu não sei. Eu acho que, tipo, quando sai isso, igual a gente tá falando do cara aqui, que ele gosta de aparecer, o empresário dele, como é o nome dele?
Ali.
O Ali gosta de aparecer, entendeu? Eu, às vezes tô ali no UFC, quando a galera tá ali no telão, né, que vai aparecer ali, que o pessoal começa a gritar, eu fico assim, pô, o Ali, que hora que ele vai aparecer? Porque é um cara que parece que, pô, quer aparecer em todas.
Honestly, I don't know. But at least on our side, Alex, they want to do everything. But let's say that we will not. He's still responsible for everything that goes out because it's his name, right? So we don't know on Ankalaev or not. Maybe it's Ali, you know what I mean? Because Ali like to stand off a little bit sometimes, you know what I mean? Put his name over there. Alex said that sometimes we're in the UFC, you know how they show the fighters on the screen, the guest fighters? Sometimes he keeps looking to see if they're going to see, they're showing Ali over there because he likes to show more than the fighters.
Yeah.
Se é ele falando ali, ele gosta disso porque ele já viu qualquer estratégia. É um cara que gosta de aparecer mais que os atletas. Então, se começam a falar besteira, né, na rede social, vamos supor, do Ankalaev, todo mundo tá falando, igual você tá falando, pô, isso aí pode ser o empresário dele. Então, o tempo todo vão estar falando no empresário, igual a gente tá falando agora. Vai estar dando ibope pra ele, entendeu? E é um cara que gosta de aparecer. Eu, sinceramente, não conheço a história dele, entendeu? Eu sou jovem no meio da arte marcial, ainda mais no MMA, e tipo, não sei a história de quase ninguém, entendeu? E geralmente Às vezes um empresário pode ter sido um ex-atleta. Eu não sei qual que é a história dele, o Plínio talvez conheça. Mas do jeito que ele apresenta hoje ali como um empresário, ele parece que foi um super campeão, né, no passado e depois se aposentou e agora tá agenciando e não quer perder, tá acostumado a aparecer como atleta e quer continuar aparecendo. Mas eu não sei qual que é o lado dele.
Tipo que tá na mídia, né?
É, quer tá na mídia.
So, honestly, I don't know Ali's story. You know what I mean? I don't know his background. But we know that he seems to be a guy that like to be on the media, like to show. Like even right now, look, we start talking about Ankalaev, then his name came out. So good or bad, we are talking about him. His name is still floating around the media. And he said, Alex said that the way that he carries himself, he don't know about his past, but maybe he carries himself like if he was a super MMA champion that retired, and now is a super manager, and now but you still want to be relevant and stay in the media, you know.
Ele parece o cara que estava acostumado com a fama, parou de lutar e tem que continuar aparecendo, porque ele quer aparecer mais do que os atletas.
Seems to be a guy that was used to fame, stopped fighting, but now keep trying to show up using their fighters.
Todo mundo vê isso.
Everybody sees that.
The division right now is really interesting because there's this title fight, but you also have Carlos Ulberg against Dominic Reyes a week before your fight, and we had Khalil Roundtree beat Jamal Hill, and then he's going to fight Yuri on your same card. First, can I ask, did you see the Khalil-Jamal fight?
Ok. A divisão tá interessante agora, que uma semana antes da sua luta, vai lutar aquele Carlos Ulberg com o Dominic Reyes, e depois vai lutar o Prohaska com o Khalil, para talvez o desafiante número 1. Aí ele perguntou, você viu a luta do Khalil com o Jamal?
Eu vi, mas, pô, eu não lembro direito.
See, but he don't remember too much.
Okay. I was just wondering what you thought of the fight and their performances, but you don't remember what really happened.
Ele só queria saber o que você tinha achado da luta, da performance deles, mas você não falou que não...
Não lembro direito, de verdade.
He honestly don't remember too much to be
That's fine. On your card, Khalil is fighting Yuri. You know both of them. You fought, beat both of them. Who do you think is going to win that fight?
No mesmo card que você, vai lutar o Khalil com o Giri. Quem você acha que ganha dos dois ali?
Tenho respeito pelos dois, né? Assim, não tô... Só quero ver uma boa luta. Não tô aqui pra torcer pra ninguém dos dois, né? Mas o que eu vejo é um pouco mais dificuldade nessa luta, né? Pro Khalil. Que o Giri é um cara que se movimenta muito ali, pode confundir o Khalil. Não sei, mas é uma leve vantagem ali, eu daria o Giri.
I have a lot of respect for both, right? I think both good fighters. I do not want to take side on this. I'm not trying to take side. I respect both. Maybe Giri might have a little bit advantage because the way that he moves, he's a bit unorthodox, can make me be a little confused to Khalil.
Okay.
But he's not taking sides.
That's fair. You're obviously expecting to win. You're probably confident. Who do you think of these four guys would be the number one contender? Like, who do you think would be your next fight if all goes well for you? Or do you think there's a chance you win and they do a third fight with you and Magomed?
Claro, né? Tudo dando certo. Provavelmente tá pensando que vai, né? Confiante para ganhar sua luta, você ganhando. Qual desses quatro, Dominic Reyes, Prohaska, Khalil...
Carlos.
E o Carlos Ulberg. Qual desses quatro você acha que seria a sua próxima defesa de cinturão? Ou uma terceira luta com o Ankalaev?
Eu acho que o UFC não tem esse interesse. Acho que o Ankalaev é a primeira a descartar. Né? Já lutei com o Khalil, com o Giri, 2 vezes. Eu acho que com o Carlos
Ulberg.
Eu acho que com ele. E é um cara que vem se destacando, né?
Honest, I think Ankalaev... I don't think the UFC will be interested in putting him there again.
Okay.
Beat Giri twice, defeat Khalil. So Ulberg seemed to be the guy that is being climbing up the ranks and, showing good performance. So probably him.
They would never say it publicly, but I'm wondering, like, deep down, do you think the UFC brass, Dana, Hunter, the bosses, that they want you to win? That they want you to beat Magomed?
Eles nunca falaram nada, nem vão falar, mas você acha que lá no fundo do coração, você acha que a elite do UFC, Dana, Hunter e companhia, quer que você ganhe essa luta?
Não, acho que sim.
Think so.
Sinceramente, sim.
Honestly, yes.
You are in a movie coming out, right? Called Onslaught?
Você tá no filme, né? Que vai estar saindo.
Yeah. Have you filmed it already?
Você já filmou?
Já.
Yes.
Finish?
Sim.
Yes.
There you are doing some stuff. crazy stuff. When was this?
Quando que foi isso aí?
Foi... Que dia, primo?
Think about 2-3 weeks. Não, umas 3 semanas atrás que foi isso aí. No
Uruguai. Uruguai e a gente fez uma parte na Argentina também.
He did some of the shooting in Uruguay, some of the shooting in Argentina. It was like 3 weeks ago, I think so.
Okay.
Only a few days.
First time movie? First time doing a movie?
Primeira vez.
Did you enjoy it?
Gostou?
Foi diferente, legal, gostei.
He likes it a lot. It was different.
How did it happen? They reached out to you?
Como é que aconteceu? Eles mandaram mensagem pra você? Como é que...
Foi através dos meus empresários, né? É uma produtora assim, acho que a melhor, talvez, né? A24, estúdio.
Falamos do seu empresário.
O Ed,
e o Brad.
O Ed, o Joinha.
So, A24 reached out to them. Alex have Ed and George, right?
Yeah.
Best managers on the game for us. And they got together with Brad Slater, famous Hollywood movie manager and agent.
Rock, yeah.
Yeah, so they reach out and they all put this together.
Wow. So this is a big deal with A24. They're also doing the Smashing Machine, which is coming out next month. But it's in the midst of the training camp, right? Was this a problem for you?
Pô, puto de um estúdio, vão fazer até o filme do The Rock agora, que tem que do Marquette que tá saindo. Mas foi no meio do camp. Problema pra você?
Não. Muitas pessoas... Pô, acho que foi quantas semanas atrás? Quase 3, 4 semanas, né? E se você pegar todas as minhas entrevistas perguntando como que é o seu camp e tal, eu vou falar assim, pô, são 6 semanas. Porque eu venho sempre treinando, dificilmente parar de treinar, para acelerar nas últimas 6 semanas da data da luta. Então foi o que eu fiz. Entrei pro camp praticamente agora, falta quantas? 5 semanas agora?
Essa quinta, tem mais essa e mais 4 semanas ainda.
Entendeu? Então faz 2 semanas atrás que eu intensifiquei os treinos, então não fiz nada diferente.
Honestly, was not really in the middle of the camp. He always told everybody that he usually do like 6 weeks training camp. Of course, he stays in shape, right? So the movie was far before we even gear up hard for the camp. We're still about 5 weeks away, so didn't change anything for him.
Okay, no problem. Nothing to worry about.
No, nada de se preocupar. No.
I saw a picture of one of your sons had a mouth guard and it said UFC 400 on it.
Ele viu a foto do Alessandro com pronto de boca do UFC 400.
Is this the older son or the...
Mais velho, the youngest one.
The youngest one. Here it is. UFC 400. Is this at your gym, Plinio?
No, this is at Glover's in Connecticut.
Glover's, okay, in Connecticut. So is this the plan, UFC 400?
Esse é o plano? Ele com UFC 400?
Não, então teve, acho que mais de um ano atrás, não sei, 1 ano, 2 anos atrás, ele teve uma entrevista com o UFC, e aí, tipo, ele falou do nada, assim, pô, quero, tipo, uma coisa assim, vou lutar no UFC 400, né? Aí ele falou isso, pô, deu uma mídia legal e tal. Aí agora ele tava no Brasil, falei pra fazer um protetor bucal lá no Brasil, que eu já conheço a galera. Aí ele fez, acho que o cara perguntou pra ele o que ele queria colocar, colocou o nome dele e colocou UFC 400. Tipo, nada, não foi eu que falei nada, ele que sempre da cabeça dele.
I think a year or 2 years ago, he did an interview to ask if he'll fight. He'll say he'll fight on the UFC 400. Then a few weeks ago, he did a mouthpiece. The guy said, what do you want to put on the mouth guard? Then he said, I want to put UFC 400.
Okay.
That came straight up from his head.
How old is he?
Quantos anos ele tem?
14.
14.
And the older one?
Mais velho?
15.
15.
Is it seeming inevitable, like they're going to fight, both of
Você acha
them?
que vai ser inevitável que eles vão lutar?
Pô, acho que tem tudo assim pra ser bons lutadores, né? Tudo depende deles, né? Porque, igual, comparado comigo, né? As condições, pô, não sabia treinava, mas não sabia onde ia chegar, né? Eles, pô, tem todo o suporte, né? Tem academia, tem equipe pra treinar, pô, tem ali como referência, tem os contatos, né? Só depende deles. Tem pessoas que têm vontade, tem pessoas que nasceu para aquilo, mas, pô, às vezes não tem tudo, não tem a oportunidade, não tem contatos, e aí acaba ficando para trás. Se eles forem esses atletas, lutadores, realmente querer fazer isso, eles têm tudo, entendeu? Vai ter empresário, vai ter eu como referência, vai ter os contatos, então isso é inevitável.
Well, seems inevitable. It only depends on them. They have all the tools, you know. Alex, our managers, have, you know what I mean? Only depend on them. Some guys have all the tools, have the talent, doesn't have the opportunity. You know what I mean? They're very talented, they have a lot of potential. You know what I mean? They have all the tools, so seems inevitable.
Would you rather they don't fight, or would you be okay with it?
Você preferia que eles não lutassem ou você tá okay que eles lutem?
Não, eu quero.
He wants them to fight.
Really? Why? Because most parents, I think, especially ones who have become successful, would say, no, I fought because I needed the money, this and that. I don't want my kids to do it. Why would you want them to
E
do
por
it?
quê? Porque a maioria dos pais que são bem-sucedidos nisso fala assim, pô, eu lutei pra você não ter que lutar, não quero que você lute por isso, por que você quer que eles lutem?
Acho que, pô, eu mudei minha vida através do esporte, né? Igual eu falei, com problema com álcool e tudo mais. Eles já estão, pô, estão ali criados, né? Estão sendo criados, pô, dentro da academia, né? Praticamente. Então, eu acho que a educação, a disciplina que eles podem ter, eu acho que isso aí, pra mim, é o mais importante. E o esporte faz isso acontecer. E com o talento, com tudo, pô, vai ser bem sucedido também. Então, eu acho que tem tudo isso.
Honestly, like for an example, Alex had to start training because he wanted to stop drinking, different reality, you know what I mean? Then they are raised inside the gym, basically. So they learn all the discipline, respect, the good education. So this is very good for them, you know what I mean, in general. And plus the talent that they have, so they have a good, big chance to become great fighters.
E que os moleques é bom de porrada, velho. Eu quero ver eles, entendeu? Eu sei que tudo é um risco, tudo mais, pô, eu sei dos riscos, né, mas eu acho irado isso.
And he loves because those kids are actually really good. You know what I mean? They're really talented. They fight really good. So he want to see them performing. He loves it.
Do you think they'll be better than you?
Você acha que você é melhor que você?
Eu acho.
Yes.
Wow. You know, some people have a theory that if you're hungry, if you need the money, if you have to survive, you're going to fight more, right? You know, and then when you get to the top, there is a theory. We've seen it with a lot of fighters. Do you ever have concerns that because they're different, they're growing up in a different environment than you did, that they won't have the same type of edge that you had as you were climbing?
Muita gente fala, né, que a maioria dos campeões vem de baixo, porque tem que lutar por alguma coisa, tem que sair, né, das coisas difíceis da vida, passar por coisas difíceis. Você se preocupa, às vezes, deles não estão tendo isso daí, diferente do que você teve, dessa fome de ter que sair das coisas ruins da vida, né, superar?
Eu acho que tudo é uma preocupação, mas eu acho que, tipo assim, muitos atletas, a maioria dos atletas teve vidas difíceis, duras ali e tal, mas eu acho que tem alguns, ou é a minoria, mas que teve uma vida boa, os pais uma condição legal, tudo, e isso não fez com que tirasse o mérito dessas pessoas e fosse um campeão também. Então eu acho que eles não vão ter essa vida dura, né? Mas eu acho que por interesse em algo, eles vão ter que achar isso, entendeu? Pra tá fazendo acontecer.
Usually it's the case, but also there's case of fighters that parents had a good life, a good financial condition, the good support. They were able to still achieve something. You know what I mean? But it's up to them, you know what I mean, to find something that keeps them hungry, to set a goal and to get where they want to get.
Your sister, speaking of your family, just won the Karate Combat Flyweight title in July, Eileen. First of all, what was it like being there and seeing her win that? And second of all, when are we going to see her cross over to MMA? Here she is, and there you are, Plinio. So a great moment for you and your family, I would imagine. That was the hair I was talking about with the beard. That was yeah. And there's the dancing, of course. What was that like for you to see her do that?
A sua irmã acabou de ganhar o cinturão do Karate Combat, né? Esse momento maravilhoso que teve. Como é que foi para você ver ela ser campeã, né? O que você sentiu e quando que você acha que a gente vai estar vendo ela no UFC?
Bom, fiquei muito feliz, né? Porque, pô, aquilo que eu falei até dos meus filhos mesmo, né? É uma vontade que eu tenho, né? De estar disciplinando, né? Educando. Com a minha irmã, a mesma coisa. Também uma vida, assim, parecida com a minha. Então, ela teve uma mudança de vida através do esporte. Então, agora com mais esse passo, né? Sendo campeã, né? Para mim, foi um sonho realizado.
Was awesome because, you know what I mean, Sam has told about my kids, it's my family, right? So to watch her, like, go from the beginning to win, to achieve better things in life, you know what I mean? So it's big steps. So for him, it was like a dream come true.
E pro UFC mesmo também, a gente até conversou sobre isso, né? Pô, ela já tá com idade, assim, não lembro, 34 anos, e eu falei pra ela, assim, pô, tudo pode acontecer, né? Pô, tem uma história, entendeu? É minha irmã, não só por causa disso, entendeu? Mas a gente sabe que isso ajuda. A mesma coisa eu e a Adesanya, a gente tinha uma história. Se não fosse essa história que eu tenho com a Adesanya, pô, dificilmente tudo isso teria acontecido. Então a gente tem que aproveitar as oportunidades. Muitas pessoas vão criticar isso, mas vão criticar porque não tá no lugar. Muitos queriam estar, queria ser o irmão. Queria ter uma história igual a do Alex e do Adesanya. Muitos vão criticar, mas tem que aproveitar o momento. Então falei pra ela, não sei, tá com idade assim um pouco avançada, mas Acho que tudo é possível, vamos lutar, vamos ter bons resultados e vamos ver o que acontece.
Well, she's 33, 34 now, you know what I mean? And like he say, he would like to see her there. He talked to her and say, look, but the opportunity, right? Like many people say, oh, but because she's Alex's sister, like, no, it doesn't matter. Alex, maybe he would not have going to have the success that he did because part of that was the history that he had with Izzy. Of course, and then his talent and his wins took him over there. So why not use that too? So we hope to see her in the UFC one day, you know.
Soon, you think? Is she ready?
Você acha que ela tá pronta? Você acha que logo?
Logo. Tipo, ela mesmo ontem falou pra mim que queria fazer uma luta de MMA. Eu gostei que ela falou isso, porque eu acho que vai ser legal.
We hope soon. Yesterday, actually called Alex and she said that she want to do MMA fight, so hopefully soon.
Okay, so maybe like an LFA like you did, get her feet wet and then UFC.
Você acha que talvez no LFA algumas lutas e subir?
Eu acho que LFA, porque o LFA tem um nível assim de atletas, pô, é dali pro UFC, entendeu? Então eu acho que, igual eu falei, a idade, tudo, pô, ali é uma grande prova ali pra ela, entendeu? Então se ela passa das atletas ali do LFA, pô, ela tá pronta pro UFC.
No, definitely LFA have a great level of fighting, big feeder from the UFC. A lot of fighters go from there. So for sure, she can prove herself LFA, she'll make to the UFC.
I know you're very proud of her. I also know you're very proud of the charity that you have back home in Brazil. Tell me about what you're doing with the kids over there.
Falou, muito legal ver o orgulho sendo sua irmã. Eu sei que você tem muito orgulho do negócio de caridade que você tá fazendo no Brasil. Fala um pouquinho pra gente disso aí.
Bom, a gente tá com um projeto, né? O Instituto Poitin. É no bairro onde eu nasci, né? No bairro Batistini. Hoje a gente já tá com 700 e um pouco mais de 700 inscrições, né? A gente tá indo muito bem. A gente tem aula de kickbox, de jiu-jitsu, aula de computação, aula de inglês, né? Isso tudo gratuito e, tá sendo um sucesso e feliz de estar podendo ajudar essas pessoas.
He's really happy he opens called the Instituto Poitin, né? The Poitin Institute is on the same neighborhood where he grew up in São Paulo, Batistini.
Wow.
And he teaches English, teaches kickboxing, teaches jiu-jitsu for the kids. He have around 700 kids over there signing up, so it's good for him to give a chance to people and help these kids.
Wow. When did you start this?
Quando você começou isso aí?
Eu comprei esse prédio, acho que tem um ano, mais ou menos.
Por aí, no último ano ainda.
Nem um ano, é menos de um ano. E é um prédio, assim, antigo, né? Esse prédio já foi danceteria, já teve aula de dança, pichincha, um monte de coisa. E tinha aula de capoeira na época. Eu era, criança. Eu lembro que eu e meu irmão ia lá para assistir, né? E a gente ficava olhando ali e tal, porque não tinha dinheiro para pagar. E a gente ficava ali tentando aprender algumas coisas para depois, no outro dia, a gente tá ali, sei lá, num terreno assim, num terreno de areia, a gente ficar tentando dar mortal, fazer os golpes de capoeira, né? E, hoje eu tô conseguindo colocar hoje mais de 700 crianças ali sem pagar nada, né? Diferente da minha época.
So it's funny because he bought the building within the past year. And it's an older building. Many things happened. It used to be a club over there. It used to be like flea market. And then at one point was a capoeira school.
Wow.
So him and his brother used to go over there, but they couldn't afford the classes. So they would just pick and go play outside, doing backflips, trying to do what they were doing there, but they couldn't afford to attend the class. So then he came back, he bought, and he's giving the opportunity for all these kids to have the opportunity that he didn't have, to train for free.
Wow, what a story. Wow. And when did it start? It started just recently?
Começou agora, né? Faz quanto tempo? Uns 2 meses?
Tem 2 meses que a gente inaugurou.
Oh, 2 months they opened.
Okay, and to be there for the opening, to do it, clearly it means a lot to you in your neighborhood, where you grew up, where you couldn't afford to go. Like, internally, what did that feel like?
Para você estar num lugar que você não conseguia pagar para ir, né? Na sua vizinhança e tal, o que por dentro o que te traz isso aí?
Hoje eu vejo, né? Eu comecei mais velho, né? Comecei com 21 para 22 anos de idade. Eu consegui, né, mudar a minha vida. Não só ser um campeão, mas ser um campeão da vida também. Tive problema com álcool. E, a gente sabe no meio da periferia quais são os problemas. Álcool, droga. Então a gente tá tentando tirar isso mais cedo, né? Eu fui com 22 anos de idade. A gente tá tentando ali com as criançadas ali, que já são crianças da escola que estão estudando para estar fazendo parte do instituto, tem que estar estudando. Então a gente tá tentando até não só se tornar um campeão, mas trabalhar junto ali com a educação das crianças.
It means a lot for him. For an example, you know, it means a neighborhood that all bad things happen with him was the alcohol. He took him 21 years to be able to quit, to get out. But it's good for him to be able to give the opportunity for these kids to stay away from drugs, from the alcohol, from the bad addictions of life, and focus on the sport and give them a better perspective of life.
And they can all train for free.
Eles podem treinar de graça.
Ah, sim.
Yes.
All ages.
Todas as idades.
Até 17, porque tem que estar na escola, porque aí, muitas crianças ali vê eu como referência e tal, vê ali Instituto Poitin, quer treinar, mas tipo, acaba saindo da escola ou não tá estudando, mas isso é uma forma de estar motivando, porque eu sei das dificuldades que é não estudar, porque eu não concluí os meus estudos, isso fez com que minha vida fosse um pouco mais difícil, assim, nessa questão de aprender o inglês. Então, pô, a criança está querendo aprender a lutar, qual o intuito? Pô, de ser um campeão, a gente, pô, ver que muitas pessoas saem de baixo, pô, e tá chegando no UFC. Isso é, não só no UFC, mas em outros eventos internacionais, e, tipo, o inglês faz muita falta, eu vejo isso. Então, a criança quer treinar, tem que ter boas notas na escola, né? E tem que estar frequentando as outras aulas dentro do instituto, que é a aula de inglês, né, a computação.
Around 16, 17, they gotta be on school. Because Alex, for an example, he didn't have an opportunity to finish school. And that hurts him a lot through life. With his English now, with many things that set him back a little bit, make that a little harder. So they make sure that the kids have good grades on school, right? Because to make their life better, and then they come over there, not only fighting, they're gonna learn computer, and they learn English over there too.
Oh, wow.
So they try to keep school-age kids over there, up to 17, I think so.
Okay. How is the English these days?
Como é que tá o inglês?
Não estudo.
Tell us something. What?
Fala um pouquinho com o inglês, Patão. Pode falar.
Nothing?
I don't English.
Yeah, that's good. What are you going to do to Magomed Ankalaev on October 4th? What's going to happen?
O que você vai fazer com o Magomed Ankalaev no 4 de outubro?
I go...
Yeah.
É?
I go win. Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Fácil, isso aí.
How?
Como?
I don't know.
Maybe knockout?
Talvez nocaute?
Maybe.
Hey, this is good. Maybe. This is good. Is he practicing?
Tá praticando?
No.
So you understand what I'm saying?
Você entende o que ele tá falando?
I understand. 1, 2 words. Como que fala?
Fala o quê? Você tá certinho, tá?
This might be the first time I've ever heard you speak English.
I am shy.
You're shy. No, you don't feel confident speaking in English.
I don't feel good. Live.
Yes, I understand.
For me, difficult.
But when you live, this is good.
Tá indo bem, velho.
When you're at home, you have to go to the supermarket, talk to people. You speak a little bit of
Você
English.
tá em casa, tem que ir no mercado, tá com o pessoal, você fala um pouquinho de inglês.
Eu sempre tô com alguém.
He's always with somebody.
You're not always with him, right?
É, but he have other guys around.
Other guy.
Você não tá sempre com ele.
Never alone?
Não.
Nunca sozinho.
Nunca sozinho.
Patão gosta de andar no meio da galera, né, Patão? He likes to hang out around the guys.
Okay, fair enough. That was good, though.
Agora, tipo,
O inglês foi bom
não,
agora,
se
né?
passar agora, eu de verdade, passar essa luta aqui, eu vou focar um pouco no inglês. O que acontece? Eu acho que, pô, tudo é possível, né? Eu sou um cara que tenho as dificuldades e, igual, pô, nunca tô sozinho, né? Tô com o Plínio, tô com o Glover, tô com o pessoal que fala inglês. Eu não vou querer praticar, porque eu tenho vergonha, né? Mas agora eu já coloquei na minha cabeça que, pô, passando essa luta, né, eu não sei como fazer, mas vai ter uma estratégia para mim estudar inglês e tentar aprender.
He already set on his mind after the fight, because, you know, if he's with me, Glover, the guys, he's shy and he let us talk for him, but he set on his mind that after this fight, he's going to figure out a way that he can learn English and want to study.
Wow. Get a tutor.
Motivation.
I like that. Maybe a tutor. Come to your house.
Talvez venha um professor na sua casa.
Eu tava falando isso no carro ali com o Cauê, com o Dan. Eu falei ali, né? Eu falei, tem que aprender inglês, velho, não vai ter jeito não. Eu coloquei isso na cabeça e eu vou aprender.
He was actually just saying for us on the back, like, bro, I'm going to learn English, I'm going to get a tutor. Like,
okay, and then the next time you come on, we do the whole thing in English.
Yep.
But you still come.
Não,
you
na
still
próxima
come.
não.
Próxima vez eu vou ficar só olhando.
Não,
só.
ok, pode ser, na próxima vez. Na próxima luta.
The next fight.
Next fight.
Que talvez eu venha antes.
Maybe he comes before the next fight.
Sure,
like
sure.
On the next fight, he come and try to speak in English with you.
Your kids speak English?
Os moleques falam.
Falam.
No problem.
Maybe better than me. É melhor que eu acho.
Falam bem já.
Okay.
He's learned fast.
By the way, speaking of people you're training with, who's the young man that you have fighting in Ryzen?
Oh, ele perguntou quem que é o cara que eu tô lutando no Rising lá, que eu tô treinando.
Ah, do Japão.
So his name is King. He's 4-0, 4 knockouts. He's a rising star over there. He used to be a baseball player.
Wow.
And he's just been training for 2 years, but he's a phenom. When I went the first time there, I took Alex with me. We trained. The kid's super talented. I just went again about a month ago. I'm his head coach now, so officially. And he is very promising. He's 6'8", 265.
Wow.
Jacked, super talented, great striker. And he's a big promise, you know.
Where's he from?
His father Nigerian, mother Japanese, but he's born and raised in Japan, in Osaka, real Japanese rooted there.
So does he come to America to train with you guys?
He's going to come before his next fight, stay maybe a month or two with me, and I go over there 2-3 times a year. Like I went twice this year.
Okay.
I go over there, train for 2-3 weeks. I give him homework, I do videos and this and that, and then for the next fight, we aiming for him to fight at the New Year's Eve on Rising.
Okay.
Right? UFC already show interest, but now he have a contract with Rising, so potentially going to be a big heavyweight star in the UFC too one day.
Do they train together?
Yes, they did train. Você treinou com o King lá.
Big guy.
Grande.
Yeah, grande.
Big guy.
Really?
Yeah.
6'8".
6'8".
Wow.
6'8".
Half Japanese, half Nigerian.
Yes.
Golly.
But born and raised in Japan.
Sure. And a bit. What's his name? King.
King. Yeah. King.
120 kilos?
Yeah, 120. 120 kg, so 265. And last name Nigeria, Edopolo.
Okay.
So, but he's baptized as actually King. That's his name.
Wow. And he used to be a baseball player.
He used to be a baseball player,
Japan.
and he only trained for 2 years. So he started at the same age that Alex started, 22.
Wow.
And
so he's 24.
24.
Okay.
He had already fought no pro, never fought amateur.
Maybe him versus Action. Bronson. No.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard to reach up there.
Okay.
Ele falou que colocar o King para lutar com o Action Bronson, vai ser difícil achar lá em cima, alcançar lá em cima.
You ever train with Action?
Você já treinou com o Action Bronson?
Fiz training.
Yes, he did.
Man.
My gym, yes.
That's my dream, to be at the gym with Action. And
Hey,
you.
we were talking about it.
I
Ele
know.
tava mandando mensagem pra mim do dia pra treinar eu e ele, o Action
I
Bronson.
sent Plinio some of my footage.
Ele mandou um vídeo meu fazendo sparring, tá bom.
Mandou um vídeo quem? Dele?
Ele good.
Yeah, you're being kind.
No, it was good.
Fazer uma luta de boxe com as influências.
Say, me should make an influence boxing fight.
No. Would you corner me? Would you guys corner me
Falou
if
que
I
você
did
não
it?
faz no corner se ele fosse lutar?
Oh.
Yeah, we go.
What a corner we would be.
Yeah, let's go.
The three of us walking.
Yes. We gotta train.
Yeah, we got
Não,
to
tem que
train.
treinar junto.
You gotta train together with us.
Okay, yeah. Nutley.
Yes.
Yes,
Ele
yeah.
mandou mensagem pra mim pra treinar lá, faz umas 2
By the way, can I just ask, when you're in that moment, when you walk in there, like those shots that they do such a good job with Yuri and back and forth. Are you thinking of anything in that moment, or are you completely locked in where there are no thoughts?
In the cage when he's doing the stare down,
that whole thing.
Quando você tá naquela encarada no octógono, igual você fez com o Prohaska, você tá pensando em alguma coisa ali ou tá neutro?
Não, tá neutro. Tá neutro. Às vezes, tipo, como se estivesse meditando, né? Tipo, passa algumas coisas na cabeça, né? Porque, pô, luta, você tá ali. Você pensa, pô, posso fazer isso. Pô, eu posso também tomar uma porrada e tal. Então você tem que tirar essa, né? Principalmente a parte negativa ali. Senão, de repente, isso pode atrapalhar.
He tried to stay neutral, but almost like a meditating state, right? He's in that zone over there. Try to wave any negative thought that could influence on the fight. Thinks about some stuff, right? But mostly locked in.
Looking in their eyes, right?
Olhando no olho.
Olhando no olho.
Yes.
Todo.
All the time.
You will do that on October 4th with Magomed when you look in his eyes?
Vai olhar no olho do Magomed assim no 4 de outubro.
Mesma coisa, sempre.
Same thing always.
What do you see when you look into his eyes?
O que você viu quando você olhou no olho dele?
Cara, não dá assim pra falar o que eu vi, né? Mas o que eu fico mais focado mesmo, concentrado comigo mesmo, né? Sem pensar em coisas negativas. Eu acho que é isso. Não é que eu olho e falo, pô, esse cara pode fazer tal coisa, pô, esse cara tá com medo ou não tá com medo. Não, eu olhando ali e mostrando que eu tô concentrado pra ele.
Mais tipo você com você do que lendo o oponente, né? So, when he's there in that moment, he's not really reading, oh, this guy's doing this. Like, it's just him and himself.
Okay.
Emptying his mind, just concentrated.
Well, I can't wait.
Oh, pode esperar.
Can't wait to see you back. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Always great to have you guys. Alex Pereira returning October 4th, UFC 320, Las Vegas. Back in Las Vegas, you had a lot of great moments in that arena. You come back, same arena that you fought in March. Big rematch, but no prediction, just a win. Nothing specific.
Você vai voltar para lutar bem marino que você lutou em março, sem previsão, só vitória.
Sim.
Only the win.
What about you?
Same,
nothing. Okay. Going to do a job. Professional.
100% falou. Eu perguntei você, vai ser eu também. Ele falou assim, tá indo pra fazer o trabalho, 100%. 100% focus, 100% to put in the work.
Chama.
Thank
you, guys. Obrigado.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. Say goodbye to the guys. Andre Ward and Rampage Jackson still to come. Thank you so much to Plinio Cruz. Hey, go check it out. Is the gym open in Manhattan yet?
Yes, we are soft open. Had a little setbacks with plumbing and stuff. We're going to do the grand opening before the MSG card.
Oh.
But the class is already on a limited schedule, soft open. We are running a nice special right now for grand opening special. We already got a lot of sign-ups, so kind of limited. But if people want to secure, just go on Cruise MMA Official and then just sign up.
And then the other one in Utley.
100% awesome
Amazing.
over there.
All right.
Thank you.
There he is. Plinio Cruz, Alex Pereira, don't go anywhere.
Back in your life! Finally!
We have a lot to talk about. I didn't care about a big fight or money. I cared about the heavyweight title. That's all I've ever been bothered about.
Join us for the entire first round live on Yahoo Sports.
This is the biggest shock of the draft.
Super Bowl 59 on Radio Row with Jaden Daniels.
Put me on the spot like that.
Here with first-time Olympian Stephen Curry. You and LeBron's relationship has had to evolve.
And see blood on the other side, but still have the utmost respect for who you're playing against.
You know, alerts on your phone. Oh, KD's thinking about leaving. Like, where's this coming from?
Coach Prime, Deion Sanders.
They don't put a gold jacket on your back and you don't know what you're doing.
The head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, Jim Harbaugh.
It's like being around greatness.
How does that feel when you hear that? Shador Sanders, future
You know,
NFL
you're the
quarterback.
first one like I ever hear say that. Like, that's why. But I'm thankful.
And they're going to be here for a long time.
Now to a fun part of today's program.
Like, I literally went to college with Chris Paul. Like, he's still in the NBA.
He could not hit another home run all year. It'd be a great season.
Yes, correct. I got to make an admission first, Pereira.
Oh, God.
I grew up a Boston Red Sox fan.
I knew that.
I used to hate you.
I've gotten to a point where I can smell you guys.
And I think winning with the Buccaneers put him at a completely different level. He has the greatest resume of any quarterback in football history.
They have a chance to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it. The realist in me says that ain't happening at all.
I don't want to treat you like a regular journalist because I feel like me and you have a
I
good relationship.
I would put Travis Hunter in that same category as those two players. The difference between he and Rome Odunze, Travis Hunter is just a special athlete.
I actually think this is a smart decision by them.
This is what we're going to bring in. This is who we are. This is the style that we're doing.
And it was a long, beautiful conversation.
What a fun interview, Nate.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
You not like all talked out after talking to people for so long?
This is my life.
Okay.
I could do this for 8 hours.
Got it.
Wow.
The biggest announcement last night was Rainier DeRitter versus Anthony Hernandez, and Dana White mentioning as well that the winner of Imavov versus Bahalio is not guaranteed the shot against Chimaev. It could be the winner of this fight as well.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, right? I think these are the four names with like this little like line, this little rope out to Paulo Costa as a like wild card fifth option. But these are the names involved in the conversation, and I think all of them would be worthy contenders. I think you have to think that Imavov has the best case, right? If you're laying out the cases for everybody, it seems like he would have the best case at the moment. I will say though, the level of activity and the frequency with which Rainier DeRitter is fighting is definitely going to put pressure on that, right? The idea that this guy is just like racking up all these fights against top guys and exceeding on the highest stage from somebody who it felt like kind of burst into the UFC and has just been sprinting, I think is going to put a lot of pressure on somebody like an Imavov, even though I do feel like he has the best case for it.
Okay, so laying it out, Imavov versus Bahalio is September 6th in Paris.
Yeah.
This DeRitter-Hernandez fight is October 18th in Vancouver. Hamzat just fought this past weekend, so they're all fighting within 2 months of each other. I also don't think Hamzat is going to fight again in 2025. I think they're going to save him for 2026 on the early end.
Well, he was calling for Abu Dhabi. There's just no way. Like, Tom's already on that card. What would you do that for?
There's no way with Tom being on the card, the turnaround for himself, and the turnaround for his opponent, who's going to be one of these four guys. There's just no chance. I don't think they're going to put him in December. I think they wait till 2026. You get Ilya early in 2026. You get Hamzat early in 2026 for this new Paramount deal.
Kick that deal off right.
Let's kick it off with a bang. So, all that said, I think they're all on an even playing field in terms of timeline. And I would actually go as far to say, I think they're all on an even playing field in terms of chance of getting the next fight. If Kyle Bahalio goes in there and beats Imavov, especially in dramatic fashion, dude, he's got the Fighting Nerds backing. He'll be undefeated in the UFC. Like, he'll be on this massive ascension, and he'll have beaten the number 2 guy who, DDP dropped down to number 1. He'll now be the number 1, number 2 guy in the division. He'll have a rightful claim to the throne. If Imavov beats him in Paris, especially by finish, crowd goes crazy. Oh, this dude's got star power, backing of his country, everything like that. He's there. And then, like you mentioned, RDR. This will be his 4th fight in 2025. He will easily be in contention for breakout fighter of the year. If not fighter of the year, we still got to see what happens with Merab and those guys. Easy claim to it. And then Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, super long winning streak, has been beating everyone. If he stops Rainer de Ritter, it'll just add another jewel to this chest that he has, staking his claim. I really think it all comes down to who does it in most impressive fashion. We talked about Movsar versus Lerone Murphy. Movsar's been...
All right, back on the program. That was the boys in the back. Pre-New York Rick haircut, right before the break. GC wearing the Yao Ming Road Rockets old school Rockets jersey. Prior to that, of course, the one and only Alex Pereira Plino Cruz. I'm psyched. What a card that is, by the way. Golly, 320 is great. Ankalaev Pereira 2. Merab Corey. Khalil against Yuri. I went strong on the there.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, golly, that is a great card. And, you've got the potential number 1 contender fight. What a time for light heavyweight. In that 1 week, you'll have Carlos Elberg against Dominic Reyes week prior in Perth, and then you've got Roundtree against Prochaska, and then Pereira Ankalaev, all within the span of 7 days. So it will be a pivotal time in the light heavyweight division. Looking forward to that very much. Looking forward to talking to Rampage Jackson. He'll join us at 4:30. And in a matter of moments, we are hopefully going to be joined by the Son of God himself, Andre Ward. Andre Ward is going to be a part of the broadcast team for the Canelo Crawford card, one of the greatest of all time. Retired 32-0, 60 knockouts. I was going to say, somewhat like Barry Sanders in that he retired in his prime, but the difference is, and there was so much more we wanted to see from him, but the difference is he was a champ, and that's no knock on Barry Sanders, but Barry Sanders never won, a Super Bowl or really had any success in the playoffs. Andre Ward left on his terms, on top, and there have been times where people have tried to seemingly get him out of retirement, and I know recently there was some talk of him and AJ and Jake Paul and all this stuff. But he is so good on the media side of things. He is so good with his interviews. His interviews are great. On the YouTube channel, he teamed up with all the Smoke guys. So good as an analyst. Was a fixture on the Top Rank ESPN broadcasts. And I had an opportunity to work with him on the Taylor Serrano 3 Netflix broadcast. And he was tremendous with Sean Grandy. And the whole crew was great. And now he's going to be a part of this Zuffa Boxing debut, if you will, on September 13th in Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium, on Netflix. And they have assembled an all-star cast of characters. Without further ado, let us say hello to the SOG Andre Ward, who's going to be front and center on that massive broadcast on the 13th of September. Rapidly approaching 10 days away. Is he there? Is Andre Ward there? Yes, I do believe he is there. There he is, my man. Hello, Andre. How are you?
How you doing?
It was great to call you a colleague for one night a couple months ago. I had a lot of fun working with you and hanging with you.
Likewise, brother.
Well, you're just saying that. I don't really feel like you mean that.
That's genuine.
Yeah.
I typically don't say things I don't believe. I don't mean.
I'm kidding. I appreciate that, and congratulations on getting this opportunity. Are you just the Netflix guy now? You're the only one that crosses over from the. You're just the Netflix guy. Nice spot to be in.
I might be. It's not a bad spot at all.
How did this one come about? How did this opportunity come about to be a part of this first Zuffa Boxing show?
Just got the call, and it's a no-brainer. This type of fight, this magnitude of fight, and just every time, I go to work and I'm at the desk or I'm ringside, I just try to do my job at the highest level. And I think that's being recognized. I've been in the game a long time. So to, get these opportunities, even at this, 11, 12-year mark, whatever it's been for me as a broadcaster, is a beautiful thing.
I think you are the best in the business right now as far as former fighters turned analysts, but we are human beings as well. There's no denying that you are friends with Terrence. You have a history with Terrence. Is it hard when you are calling fights with people who you have a connection with, who you have a history with?
It's not really hard. I've done this before. This isn't like, an anomaly for me. I've called Shakur Stevenson's fights. That's somebody that I've openly said that's a little brother. I'm a mentor. That's my guy. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. In other words, you can have a past relationship, and this is like, again, not something that's strange to the business. There's guys that you have a relationship with.
Yeah.
There's guys that you may have an affinity for their story, their background. Like, it's not just a friendship. Some guys you just like, man, I really want to see this guy do well, but he's in a fight right now, and I got to call it straight down the middle. So this will be no different than me. I hear the the base, if you will, the fan base, if you will, sort of trying to discredit, and that's what they're gonna do. It's not that I'm biased, right? Like they say, it's that you don't see their guy the way they see their guy. It's that you don't talk about their guy the way they talk about it. And if you don't talk about our guy the way we want you to, then you're biased or you're a hater. And it's just, to be honest with you, man, I've been in the game a long time, 20 some odd years total. It's really weak, Ariel, and it's really, it's low hanging fruit, and we got to be a little bit more sophisticated than that. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, trying to convince people of my integrity or my professionalism. You just got to tune in and judge for yourself.
And just for the record, I wasn't even talking about that noise. I was just talking about, because you are right.
I'm just adding that in there because
sure.
That's the element.
No, I know. But there's guys who I became friends with, and then I watch them fight, and you feel something. I don't have to sit there and call it down the middle. I have no doubt that you were going to do that. But just since you brought it up, like when you do read that stuff, does it annoy you? Does it get under your skin?
No, I understand it. I've been in this for a long time. I've been dealing with critique and criticism and questions and people assuming your motive since I've been a kid. This stuff started in the amateurs before social media was even a thing. So, and I understand what these platforms do. They give people who otherwise wouldn't have a voice and a say in the matter, and they say whatever they feel in the comment section, and they just think that it means more than what it actually does. So I just have an understanding, and I just continue to do me, brother. If I listen to what people said and how they felt about me, I mean, let them tell it. I shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. How did I get there? Let them tell it. My podcast sucks. Let them. It's just how it is,
yeah.
It's always gonna be something. But I think the same thing that'll have me walk down a ring and see my family and be able to lock in and tune that out, to understand the dangers of the sport, but be able to tune that out and lock in. It's no different behind the mic, man. I'm a warrior behind that mic too. So I'm not going to be discouraged very easily.
I feel like when this fight was first being talked about and even first announced, it was all like, man, Terrence is biting off a little more than he can chew. Historically, 147, had the one fight at 54. He's going up to 168. But I feel like once we saw them face to face and we saw Canelo wasn't that much bigger than Terrence. And over time, a lot of smart people are coming out and saying, you know what, I think Terrence is going to do this. The motivation is different. The skills are different. Like, I think he's actually going to do this. What do you make of this talk? How it seems to be kind of shifting in his favor, in my opinion?
I think the initial conversation was warranted. He's really moving up 3 weight classes since his last fight at 147 with Errol Spence roughly about 2 years ago. So it's really a 3 weight class jump. I think what people have to understand, and I had to understand this when I moved up to face Sergey Kovalev, I went and I consulted with Mackie Shieldstone. And I kept using the phrase, I'm moving up in weight. I'm moving up in weight. I got to get my body ready to move up in weight. He said, have you seen the scale lately? Have you looked at your body scan lately? And I think at that time I was like maybe 185, 188. He said, you're not moving up in weight. You're just cutting less. And that was like, man, that was transformative for me because I looked and I was like, man, you're right. So technically I'm moving up weight classes, or a weight class in my case, but I'm really not moving up in weight. I'm just not having to boil myself down. So I think that Terrence is going to be a lot stronger, and I think he's going to have better endurance. not being able to boil himself down like that. And even though it is a huge jump, I think we lose sight of the fact of how much he had to boil down and how gaunt he looked at 140. And even quickly at 147, it got to the point where you start to cut into muscle mass. If you know anything about weight loss, at a certain point, that affects you in a boxing ring. Boxing, maybe wrestling, and MMA are the only sports where you have to tear yourself down for 2 months or 3 months, not just the training, but the weight loss. And then you have less than or right around 24 hours to put it back on. And then you need to go be great the next night. Everybody else gets to play or compete at their walking around weight or their playing rate. So I think that's going to favor Terrence Crawford is not having to boil down 25 or 20. It's probably going to be about 10 to 12.
What do you make of the state of Canelo right now? Because it does seem like he's received a little bit of heat, and I think the last performance, it was somewhat warranted because like the output was historically low.
Yeah.
But to me, I felt like he knew. I mean, Terrence was sitting there in the front row in Riyadh. Like, why would you even put yourself in risk when you've got this gigantic fight waiting for you? Like, just get the win over Skull, move on, get the belts, and you get the big fight. So how much do you chalk it up to like, the motivation just isn't there because the opponents aren't on his level, or maybe he's just getting older and, as you know, Father Time is undefeated?
Great question. I think a couple of things are true. I think number one, Father Time is catching up to Canelo, but it's subtle, a little less punch output than normal. Maybe the reflexes have weaned just a little bit, but he's still better than most fighters in the world today. I don't think the Skull fight was a matter of age. I think Canelo Alvarez is extremely crafty, not just in the ring, but up here. And it's similar to a football team scrimmaging early in preseason. I'm not pulling out the playbook. I'm gonna give you some mundane vanilla plays. We'll run some power left or some power right. We'll do a couple of slants. We'll show a little bit, but when we play you in the season, it's not gonna be the same guy that you saw. So if people think that they're getting the Canelo Alvarez that fought Scroll, they're sadly mistaken. I think Canelo did just what he had to do. But when you face a real threat and you're a great fighter, you elevate mentally, psychologically, physically, because you have to. Canelo Alvarez is going to be different come September 13th.
Are you coming back to fight AJ?
I don't know, man.
Come on. Is this real? This is not real.
I told you at the beginning of the show, I don't say things
That's
if I
true.
don't mean it. So it wasn't, it maybe a soft call out, it wasn't a call out. It was just, I just was honest about how, who I would come back against if I came back. And I normally don't have a name. I get asked this all the time.
Yeah.
Who? I don't know. People think for some reason I can still make 175. That's out. It wasn't easy making 75 in 2017. I'm 41 now. But that's the type of situation that is dangerous enough to make you prepare, but it's the right situation if I had to come back. You got to think about it. When you get older, the reflexes wane a little bit. And of course, I think I still have a lot left in the tank, but I don't know. And if you're going to deal with anything at an older age, you want to deal with more power and the size of an opponent and not skill and quickness and speed. That's a lot different to deal with than dealing with power. So, that's how I look at it. So we'll see, man. We'll see.
Is the itch getting more and more prevalent?
Nah, I've been 8 years in, and it comes in waves. And like I said in the video, most days I'm content, Ariel, being right where I'm at. Most days I'm okay doing what I'm doing. And I love to commentate. I love to do business. Like the same competitiveness I have in the fight game, I'm like that in life. I'm like that with my investments. I'm like that with my business dealings. I'm like that when I manage my money. I'm like that when I public speak. I want things to be right. I'm trying to be precise with everything that I do. So I get that stuff feeds me. And even being in the church and being a minister, like that's my true purpose and my true cause. So those things feed my soul. I'm not searching for what am I going to do next? But that fighter never dies. I need to write, and I think I will write a book about this one day, because whether you're ready or not, man, you're going to have to walk away. And the thing that made you great, it's not going to go away. It's going to continue to burn, and you got to learn how to manage the flames. And some days you manage it well, and other days you put out videos like I did.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So there would be some kind of weight discrepancy there if you did fight him, no doubt about it.
Of course.
There would be. And who knows if it ever happens. One fight that there will be, I think, a big weight discrepancy is Jake Paul versus Tank Davis, which is happening. Can I ask what you think of that? That is a Netflix fight as well, happening on November the 14th. What do you think of that?
What do I think about it? There's not too many people in the fight game that's more of a purist than me, in terms of loving to see high level boxing, supporting the fighter, not just in the ring, but the business side, and just wanting to make sure that fighters are done well, are done right, and presented in the right light, and that they handle their business and they move on. I'm a purist, but I don't really have a problem with this. And I don't think that events like this ruin boxing. In fact, I think it helps boxing in a sense. Yeah, you're going to have people that dislike it, but they're still going to tune in. If it's such a travesty, if it's such a terrible thing to do, why give the engagement on social media? Why give the engagement on TikTok and YouTube? Why are so many people going to pull up to that fight, and is it going to be sold out? Why is they're probably going to do a crazy number on Netflix? Mm-hmm. So I don't think people hate it as much as they say. Boxing is a tough game. Life is a tough game to make money in. If they can figure out a way to get a big bag, I'm all for it. Now, if you want to get into the granular, details about Gervonta and who he should have fought, yeah, I think he should have took care of the Lamont Roach situation and then went to that, and that's what was reported. But you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know if Jake said, "Hey, I'm not going to be around," after that fight. We need to do this now, and it's a number that I can't turn down. So I'm not against it. I don't hate it. There's a part of me that's interested. I want to see what's the size discrepancy. The sparring partners for these dudes, that's going to be a crazy look for both of them. In the opposite direction. If I can see your sparring partners,
right,
Gervonta, and see Jake Paul's sparring partners,
yeah, it's a great point.
It's going to be a crazy photo op.
Yeah.
But the fight itself, Ariel, I like good fights, and I want to see what's going to happen. How Gervonta Davis going to deal with the size discrepancy? How is Jake Paul going to deal with a guy that's as small as Gervonta Davis? Call me crazy.
Okay, fair enough. No, I mean, we're all going to be watching.
What you think about it?
We were talking about this yesterday. It's fascinating because in the world of MMA, freak show fights, meaning when there's a huge weight discrepancy, especially in Japan back in the day. I mean, the UFC was built on freak show fights, right? Hoist Gracie was fighting dudes who were like 50 pounds bigger than him. We celebrate that, and yet this is sort of like one of the first freak show fights to cross over to boxing because everything is so rigid with the weight classes. There are so many. Everyone loses their mind. And so it's funny how in MMA it's like, oh yeah, sign me up. But in boxing, it's like, hey, the sanctity of the sport. We need to. So there's still some questions that I think need to be answered. What weight is it going to be at? Is it going to be an exhibition? Are there going to be?
I think it is an exhibition. I think that came out.
Okay, well, okay. Is the Georgia Athletic Commission going to sanction it as such? I'm curious as to how they're going to break it down. But Jake is in the spectacle business. And he did that against Tyson, and he'll do that again on November 15th. So,
but even let me say this real quick. Even Mayweather McGregor.
Yeah.
Oh my God! How is this happening? I loved it. I loved the press tour, and I worked for ESPN at the desk for that fight. I loved Floyd being older, and of course, everybody thought Floyd was gonna beat McGregor, but I loved the pre-fight. I love the fact that they made the kind of money that they made. These dudes have been fighting their whole life. They got the scars to prove it. He got the cauliflower ears. He got the scars. Floyd, people keep saying Floyd's the best defensive fighter of all time. He may be, but you think Floyd ain't took punishment in sparring and in fights? If you can do a fun fight at that stage in your career and in your life and make that kind of money, man, let these fellas eat, man. Let them get their money.
One last one, and I'll let you go. Just you mentioned ESPN. What do you make of the state of Top Rank? You were associated with them for so long. They're looking for a new TV partner. They've got great fighters under their umbrella. I mean, Christian Mbili, I'm so excited that he's getting this opportunity. I'm a huge fan of his, fighting out of Montreal. But Top Rank seems to be sort of like in a transitional phase. I don't know. What do you make of them?
I can't really speak too much on it. I don't know the inner workings, and I haven't been tracking with it. But I will say this: they are in an in between stage, and in most businesses, you're gonna have moments like this. So I'm excited to see what they do and where they land. I think having somebody as powerful as Top Rank with the stable they have, if they're involved in boxing, I think boxing is better. But it's going to be interesting, to see who they attach themselves to and where these fights take place at. It's an interesting time with, TKO and Turkey and Saudi. It's just an interesting time. And I don't, people keep asking my opinion about everything, and I don't have a big opinion. I'm a watch and see type of person. I'm a person that likes to give things time to see it play out. And I think that's the same case with Top Rank right now.
It's a fascinating time. I love that you're a part of it all. Can't wait for it. September 13th on Netflix. Everyone's excited about Canelo Crawford. I'm legit excited that my boy Christian Mbili is getting this opportunity on such a big stage. I can't wait to see the production, all the little things that go into the fight game. I can't wait. And I do have to give you props before I let you go. Art of War, the logo right there. Love what you're doing on YouTube. Love the interviews. The chat with Stephen A. recently was great. It's very hard for a fighter, an athlete, to go from being the interviewed to the interviewer. It's not an easy transition, and you're doing it really well. So kudos to you, my man. Keep it up, and looking forward to hearing you on the call in 10 days' time.
Brother, appreciate it. You keep doing what you're doing as well, man. You sorted a rabbit, man. You leading the charge. So I'm watching too, and I appreciate what you've done for as long as you've done it.
Thank you, Andre. All the best to you. There he is, Andre Ward, a part of the broadcast team on the 13th of September. A very familiar voice and name to the MMA community is going to be a part of that team as well. Love to see it. John Anik going to be the play-by-play man, which I think is great. There's legends involved like Jim Gray, Andre Ward, Skipper Kelp. They put together a big-time team. And as far as production goes, no one's better than WWE and UFC. They are taking those two squads and putting them together to put on this show. I think it's going to be a spectacle. It's going to look like WrestleMania at Allegiant Stadium. And so I am looking forward to that very much on Netflix. It's going to be a scene. And shout out to Christian Mbili. All right. Still to come, your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com. What a day it has been. We started with Chael Sonnen. We then went on to Deontay Wilder. We then moved along to Luke Rockhold, essentially announcing his retirement from real active competition. Alex Pereira and Plinio Cruz stopped by in studio. We then went on to Andre Ward, and we finish up with, without a doubt, the most requested guest, and I think the one that the vast majority of you are impatiently waiting to hear from. He needs no introduction. He's been in the game for a long time. We've had many, many conversations. I am looking forward to this one very much. He's the one and only Quinton Rampage Jackson. Kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. Rampage, my man, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
No problem.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay. Can I ask, what has life been like for you? Obviously, no one needs the preamble. We know everything that happened with your son on August 23rd. You don't need to hear it out of my mouth. But what has life been like for you since that date?
It's been crazy, man. Like, people act like I fucking did it.
You're getting a lot of heat.
I'm getting a lot of heat. Like I beat somebody's ass.
Do you understand why people are coming after you because it is your son, or do you think it's unfair?
Honestly, I think this has happened in pro wrestling before. What Roger did was uncalled for, and I know it affected a lot of people, but I didn't fucking do it. Like, because he's my son, and his father is a public figure, and they want to come after me. Like, and people automatically assume that I'm going to defend my son, and I'm going to like try to pay people off and get them out of trouble. I'm just as mad as Roger as they are. I'm just as mad because Roger lied to me because I was live streaming when he got hit over the head with the can, and I called him. I'm like, son, what's going on? Like, what you doing? And he didn't tell me nothing about them working him into a match so he can get his revenge, so he can get his payback. Because he know I would have told him take his ass home. Because the day before he just almost got knocked out in the gym. So Roger know, and then so at first, I had to get an attorney and all that, and attorney told me not to say nothing, not to say nothing. Then I'm seeing everything unfold online. I'm getting all these DMs, and I'm like, now it's turned racist. I got racist people saying stuff to me in my DMs, which is okay. This happens here every now and then, just randomly somebody say something racist. But now I got the racist people threaten me and my family, like my other kids. I'm like, what does this got to do with race? One man hit another man on the back of the head with a can or whatever, whether it hurt or not. People calling a prop can was a real can. They was out there drinking beer. And then the other man decided to retaliate. What it got to do with race? Why people bring race into it? And then I started talking about it, and people, twist my words and stuff. It's the weirdest thing. So, I give a little statement, and I get back to what I was doing, streaming and stuff like that, because I really enjoy it. It makes me laugh, and keeps me happy. I know everybody don't understand why I do some stuff I do, but you know what I'm saying. I'm never growing up. I'm a big kid. So what? I get back to streaming and stuff like that, and so I'm getting all this hate and stuff from that, and so I'm waiting for Psycho Stu to get out of the hospital so he can tell his side of the story, because this is what Roger told me when I finally talked to him. He goes there to stream so he can have some content to stream because he's friends with one of the pro wrestlers, and I've been there before. I've been to those shows before with the same guy, with Andre Mana, and I've been there, and those guys are normally cool. And he said Psycho Stu was drunk, and he hit me upside the head with a can, and I didn't know nothing about it, and he embarrassed me on my stream and everything. And he said I was scared to fight because I didn't know if those other wrestlers was going to jump me, and I know I wasn't supposed to be fighting because I got this concussion, so I didn't know, and I was really upset. And they told me I can get my get back in the ring, and I think the world got mad, people got mad because they don't understand pro wrestling. They didn't know that they wrote Roger into the show. They thought that he was a coward and he snuck in the ring and beat the guy up while he was working. Like, they don't understand that they wrote Roger into the storyline, and Roger said, like, I'm gonna be in character. I'm live streaming. I'm gonna be in character, and I'm gonna fuck him up. And they told me I could fuck him up. And people get mad at Andre Mana. Andre. Everybody was stupid in it. The whole thing was stupid. But I think the only one that tried to salvage the thing and had some common sense was Andre Mana. He was like, man, just get your receipt. Just hit him one time and let it be gone. Because Andre heard them tell Roger, oh, you can fuck him up. See, this is the thing. They don't know Roger. Andre knows Roger. He trains with him in MMA. So Andre was the only one that's trying to like save Psycho Stu and the whole damn situation. He said, no, you remember what I told you what a receipt is. You just hit him one time, and anybody got a problem with that, I'll come deal with it. And Roger acted like Roger acted like he understood what Andre Munn said, and he took it to himself to hit him a little bit too much. Now Roger was wrong. As soon as Psycho Stu got knocked out from that slam, Roger should have like left him alone. He shouldn't have hit him no more. Like, all right, you got your payback and stuff like that. Roger took it too far, and but I don't appreciate people paying attention to misinformation. People just took this stuff and took it out of proportion, and to get clicks and to get money from social media or whatever they do. And they just saying like my son snuck into a ring like he wasn't supposed to be there, and that's not fair.
We haven't heard or seen Raja since the incident. How is he doing?
I don't know. I don't talk to Raja no more, so I don't know.
Since then,
I talked to him. I heard his story, and I heard some stuff, and then after that, I learned a whole lot of stuff and about it and everything. Roger's wrong. He went against what I told him to do, and he hid the fact that he got wrote into a pro wrestling story. Roger's not a pro wrestler. He's a fighter. He's not a pro wrestler. He had no business in that ring. Everybody there was wrong. And yes, my son took it too far, but he knows better. He knows he's wrong for getting involved in a pro wrestling match. You know, he wasn't supposed to do it. I told him he couldn't even go to the gym for 2 weeks.
So do you know where he is now?
Most likely he's at home. We've been waiting for a arrest warrant. So when you get an arrest warrant, I was going to turn him in. We've been waiting for an arrest warrant or whatever. And I got him a turn. I did what my job is as a father to still take care of my son, because I still love him. Even though how upset I am at my son, I still love him. You know what I'm saying? He's my son. But ever since he's become an adult, he don't listen to shit I say. And, all I can do is like be a father. But Roger know I keep it real. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not gonna lie for him and nothing like that. And he knows that I'm gonna give my opinion. He shouldn't have been in that ring. He shouldn't even. As soon as Psycho Stu hit him in the head, he should have handled it right there. And when I waited for everything, I called Psycho Stu and I left him a message. I wanted to talk to him and see about his. This is right before I knew everything. At this point, all I knew is that Roger. I knew he got written to the storyline, but I just knew Roger hurt him really bad. So I called him. I left him a voice message. He never called me back. And so I told him in the voicemail, I want to talk to him so I can hear his side of the story and everything, because I'm a dad. I want to make everything right. Psycho Stu never got back in touch with me and everything. And then I'm hearing all this other stuff. The pro wrestlers are not meant to talk to the police and stuff like that, because they were drinking backstage. Psycho Stu was drunk. And like I said, I know people there that work there. I'm friends with one of them. Say Psycho Stu, this is not the first time he's done stuff like this. Drunkenly, like, hit somebody or did something backstage. And then I started paying attention to it. Right before Roger got in that ring, it was 4 dudes in there. And then Roger got in there, and the referee didn't touch him. It took those guys a long time to get back into the ring. And then after they finally got Roger off the damn guy, Psycho Stu's opponent pins him. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, what's going on here? Can't they tell that this guy's hurt? Can't they tell that this guy hurt? Why would they finish the match and pin Psycho Stu after my son hurt him down? I said, all these guys are idiots. It was the dumbest thing I ever seen. And now my son dragged me in there, and I feel like based off the threats, I don't take kindly to threats. It seems like my life and my kids' life is at risk, and I don't know any of these people, so I don't trust none of them. People driving by my house slow and stuff like that. So I'm just letting you know, like, Roger did something really stupid, and he streamed it all on his platform now. Now, it's nothing wrong with streaming. I heard what you said about streaming. There's nothing wrong with streaming. Like, there's been hundreds or maybe thousands of people streaming, and they never have a stupid stuff like this happen. Roger just got it out of hand. But one thing that y'all don't know about Roger, I know about my son, is that I'm gonna keep it 100. Like, he just don't take bullshit. He felt very disrespected that guy hit him on the back of the head with the can. And the only reason why he dropped it and let it go is because they told him, you can get your get back in the ring. We'll make something out of it. And you can fuck him up in the ring. Then Roger's like, oh, okay then. And then I saw the video. He went and talked to Psycho Stu. They told him what to do, and he was like, okay, I understand it now. I understand it. And people saw the video, and they took it as, oh, he apologized, so why did he sneak in the ring? That's the misinformation. And that's why so many people mad at Roger, because they think he just snuck in the ring and attacked this man without Psycho Stu even knowing it was coming. Stupid.
The one part that I wasn't clear about was he was obviously invited by AJ Mana to come to the event. Was he invited just to watch, or was he invited to partake in the event? Did they think that he was there to be a participant, and that's why Psycho Stu started doing the thing that he did and then said to him, hey, you're not going to sell it? Like, was he there just as a fan, or was he there, hey, guys, Raja Jackson, the son of Rampage, is going to be here. He's going to do something backstage. He's going to stream it. What was his invitation like?
Roger was there just as a fan, and he could stream it. He's friends with AJ Manning. He can get some backstage footage and stuff like that. Not many streamers get the, especially on Roger level. One thing about Roger and I have been streaming for a couple of months. Roger has been trending on social media. He was getting millions and millions of views. Me and him joking around and talking shit about each other, hitting each other in the nuts, and and the people call it, I'm bullying my son. Man, we are making content, being funny and stuff like that, joking around for the camera and stuff like that, streaming, So Roger been going mega viral before this happened. Millions. I'm talking about some of the videos getting 12 million views. So he was just going back there as a fan to have something to stream. He was supposed to be sitting there and being at a pro wrestling event because his coach was on his stream. And his coach did really well on the stream. They rage baited his coach. And I was a cameraman for that in the gym when his first time streaming with him. And it was hilarious. It was funny. And his community loved AJ Manna. And they were like, oh, yeah, let's go see him do some pro wrestling. That's all. From my understanding, Psycho Stu didn't know him from Adam. Didn't know him from Steve. He just walked up behind my son and hit him in the head with a can, a beer can. And people online arguing that it was a prop. That shouldn't even be the argument. It was a real can, but the argument be it didn't hurt. My son said it didn't hurt. Psycho Stu, he did it like a pro wrestler, so it wasn't like, my son got hurt from that. But the thing, what it was like he embarrassed him. Like he just hit him and didn't say anything to him. And then he was then you could see Psycho Stu grab my son by the neck and stuff like that on the stream. My son felt very disrespected. He felt very disrespected, and he didn't like that. Like nobody would like that. But I'm not justifying what my son did.
I understand
what my son did. What Psycho Stu. It didn't. His punishment didn't fit the crime. But Roger didn't try to kill that man. Roger didn't know that. It was real bad, but he didn't. He wanted to fuck him up, but he didn't go like, oh, I'm gonna kill this guy. He wasn't thinking that. Roger is actually one of the sweetest people that you ever want to meet. Honestly, he is. But just don't fuck with him. He's like me. I'm the sweetest guy you ever want to meet. The nicest guy. All I want to do is make people laugh and joke around and stuff like that. But don't fuck with me. Don't come in. Don't hit me and fucking grab me and ask me to sell. Go sell it. Roger don't know what selling it is. He don't know what that shit means. He's not a pro wrestler. You're not going to sell it. You don't know what's going through his mind right there. All he knows is like, this guy disrespected me on my own platform, and people don't understand that. The shit just got out of hand.
You mentioned some of the comments that I made about the streaming. It's because we were sitting there watching him read the chat, and it seemed like the chat was egging him on, and that led to him explode and go, as opposed to the receipt, as you were talking about, go way over the edge. And that's why I felt like it was toxic and dangerous. And someone should have said, yo, man, you need to leave. You can't do this. You shouldn't do this. It's not smart.
I'm going to keep, like I said, I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to keep it a buck, keep it 100. Yeah, there's a lot of toxic people that can be in chat and stuff like that. And when I first got Roger into streaming, and I told him, man, don't be out there reading that chat like that and blah, blah, blah. And he told me, he was like I was in character. I'm going in here. The shit happened live on stream. And they told me, don't sell out wrestling. He's like, he was in character. So he didn't give a fuck about what chat say. What I'm saying? He's an MMA guy going to a pro wrestling ring. Like some people, they think that shit's real. But the thing is, Roger really, really did hit him. And you could see one guy try to pull Roger off, and Roger still going and hitting him. But then you see Roger throw some punches that lands in the air and lands on his stomach and stuff like that. And it seems like Roger was really trying to sell it, but Roger really hurt that man. Roger, Roger could have killed that man. Like, you could kill somebody if they knocked out and you keep punching them. Like, that. You know, where would we be if Roger would have killed that man? Where would we be? Thank God Psycho Stu, you know what I'm saying, pulled through. You know, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But like I said, I stopped listening to the attorneys. I got really upset with all the death threats and all this stuff. And I wanted Psycho Stu to tell his part that my son did not sneak up on him. And I never heard him say that. So now I'm upset. Now I'm upset. Now I'm upset with Psycho Stu because he didn't come out and say, oh, whoa, yeah, what Roger did was fucked up, but he didn't sneak in the ring and do this. The shit was staged. That's all he had to say to get some of these racist ass motherfuckers out of my DMs.
And when you say, like, he hasn't said anything yet, you mean like a statement or something like that, right?
He should have. He's saying all this shit how it fucking blew up and stuff like that. He should at least said something.
Okay.
Take some accountability. Like, honestly, everybody was wrong. Roger was the most wrong. Everybody was wrong, but none of this shit ever would have happened if Psycho Stu never hit my son on the back of the head with a fucking can that they was drinking beer out of, and then grabbed him by the fucking neck, asked him to fucking sell it. If that shit never happened, none of this shit never happened. And the promoters was wrong for putting an outsider inside a motherfucking pro wrestling match. Everybody's wrong. It's the dumbest thing I ever fucking seen. It's a fucking nightmare.
Are you surprised Raja hasn't been arrested?
No, honestly, I'm not. I'm not surprised that Roger hasn't been arrested. Like, I feel like the police are doing like a deep investigation because this is not the first time that something like this has happened in pro wrestling. It's not. It is just a high-profile case. I feel like because it was live streamed on a different. It went different than. So let me explain something to you with live streaming. Live streaming, you have people watching your streams just to clip your stuff to post it on their social medias to go viral, right? So this shit went more viral than if somebody regular was just filming that there with their phone. Like, it's already a community tapped in watching these live streams, so stuff can go viral. And people never seen no shit like that because it looked like Roger snuck into a wrestling ring and came up behind a pro wrestler and beat the fuck out of him when that part was staged. The part that didn't look staged, that didn't seem staged, that Roger took it too far. But that happens in pro wrestling at the lower levels and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys gotta like do your research. Like, it was certain pro wrestlers that did that. They hurt people on purpose. They just did that. You know, and there's hardcore pro wrestling. It's different shit. But Roger know nothing like that. I'm not taking it up for my son. Any man that beats somebody like that in the ring, they should face some consequences. But I don't take kindly to people calling my son like a caged animal and say he don't got no undeveloped frontal lobe and stuff like that. I don't take that kindly because, you know, anybody in a race can explode when they're pushed. Anybody.
I saw the statement that you posted on Monday, and then in the comments you were saying to people that you think he should go to jail, right?
Yeah. If the judge thinks he should go to jail, yeah, I think Roger should go to jail so he'll learn not to do this shit no more. Like, you got to control your emotions, and I think I'm not saying like people saying he should go to jail for 10 years. No, he should go to jail and not prison. He should go to jail, do a little time, and then get some therapy, and learn from this. So, because this is what people don't understand. Like, when you train a martial art, you have great power. Like, you can hurt 99% of the population on the earth. You should know how to control that. Don't you know I get fucked with all the time? Do you know how many asses I want to beat? People that fuck with me. You can't go around beating everybody's ass. But mind you, if I was there and somebody came up behind me and hit me over the head with a can, I would just kick his ass right there, and I wouldn't care about the other pro wrestlers jumping me. That's what Roger said. The only reason why he didn't kick Psycho Stu's ass right there and there, he thought the other pro wrestlers were going to jump on him. See, that's why I'm different from Roger. I wouldn't have cared. I would have hit him right then and there, and anybody else that grabbed me, I would have attacked them too. You just don't do that.
Are you expecting him to be arrested?
I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm accepting like whatever justice he get, but you know, if they try to give him like years in prison, then I'm gonna fight because I don't think he deserves years in prison. But jail, yeah, let Roger go to jail for a couple of days, so he'll see what it's like. So you be like, man, I don't want to come back here no more.
You said this a lot of stuff has been brought back to light in light of all of this, and I think you said on one of your streams that like you saved some money for your two kids to go to college and money to bail them out. Did you see this coming with Raja? Did you think that something would happen? Did he seem troubled?
Ariel, you of all people, you know that I'm a comedian pretending to be a fighter. That's a joke. I originally told that joke years ago to Joe Rogan in the UFC. Joe Rogan was like one of the first comedians that I ever got to know in person, and I never really say this, but I was trying to impress him with my comedy, and he laughed, and I loved it. And so, and like that's me talking to chat, and I retold that joke years later. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was a funny joke, but now that shit ain't funny.
When he was walking afterwards saying, I'm not going to be disrespected, I'm no one's bitch, I was wondering if that was him just speaking about the moment and you would know better than me, like him blowing up after years of feeling like he was being disrespected by people. What was that? What was he?
No, Roger told me that they told him not that he has to sell it because he's live streaming. So his whole thing was to get the get back, fuck up Psycho Stu, and then leave and sell it. Don't make it look like pro wrestling is weak. So basically, what he was telling me is that he was selling it. He live on stream. The whole thing happened live on stream. He can't break character and now say that shit. So he was leaving, but yeah, he fucked the guy up. I don't know if he knew how bad he fucked the guy up because if you think about it, Psycho Stu was supposed to get fucked up. Even in the script, Psycho Stu was supposed to get fucked up. That's why you see that guy pin Psycho Stu after they got Roger off of him. Roger was like, they told me to sell it. I sold it, and he did exactly what he was told to do. Fuck him up, sell it, and get the fuck out of there. He said that's what he told me. Do Roger always tell me the fucking truth? No, but in this instance, I kind of believe him because I've done some pro wrestling shit before. And you know what I'm saying? You like one time Tito Ortiz hit me in the head with a hammer at fucking TNA, and I'm flying out the next day. And the guy see me at the airport like, damn, you heal up fast. You're not in the hospital. I'm like, oh yeah, I heal fast. Because TNA told me even after the show is done, you gotta fucking act like that shit still hurt. I'll say that with my hand on the Bible. And it's true. Any pro wrestler tell you that shit.
There was that interaction where Stu apologized and your son accepted, but at the same time, the promoters are telling him, like, you're going to get yours. Do you think, or based on what you know, do you think Stu knew that? Do you think they told Stu that, hey, you know, we're going to do this in front of the camera, but then he's going to come and interfere in your match, or did they not tell him that?
Yeah, Stu knew that, and that's why my son said, all right, if I come there and fuck him up, then yeah, that's fine. I'll be okay with it. And that's why Stu came over and shook his hand and everything. And Stu knew that it was he knew the script. He knew that. That's why look how big Psycho Stu is. How small my son is. Psycho Stu let him pick. He let my son pick him up.
Okay.
But it seemed like the slam was a little bit too hard because it looked like Psycho Stu was knocked out right at the slam. But I don't know if my son knew he was knocked out right in there because that was in the script. He's supposed to fuck up Psycho Stu. And so he knew it. That's the only reason why my son accepted his apology. He said, all right, if I can fuck him up, because what mind you, my son is live streaming on his own platform.
Did you speak to him before? I know there was that one conversation, but did you speak to him before he went in the ring about what he was planning on doing?
No. He didn't tell me he was going in the ring. I was live streaming in New York. I was with Sneeko. I was hanging out with Jake Shields. And my chat telling me, hey, man, your son is getting jumped by dudes in tights. So I called my son and said, hey, you getting jumped by a bunch of dudes in tights? What's going on? And he was here. He said, oh. Then I started watching the stream, and people telling me, they sent me a clip of him getting hit upside the head with a damn can. And he hid the fact that he got ridden into a pro wrestling match because he knew I would have told him to take his ass home because he got a fucking concussion.
Right. So what did he
Anything can
tell
happen
you?
in there. He just told me, oh, everything cool. He hit me in the head with the can and it didn't hurt. And then he said, everything cool. And I said, son, I said, you good? Did you get jumped? He said, no, they didn't jump me. He said, everything cool. I'm live streaming. And he kept it short because he was live. He was talking on the phone in the live. Like, we don't really like talk on the phone that much when you're live. You don't want to text that much. You don't want to talk. You want to like concentrate.
Sure.
And so he hit the fact that he was getting that ring. And that's part of the reason why I don't fuck with Roger right now. I'm mad at him.
Can I ask about that? As a father, just curious, this is a tough time for your son, I would imagine. You clearly have stated you don't agree with what he did. You think he went too far. You have even said you think he should be arrested.
Right.
Despite that, why cut him off? Why not talk to him? Why not be there for him?
Well, I feel like I'm here for him. Like, I'm paying for his legal fees. I'm here for him for that. But listen, Roger, he want to be an adult. He want to do everything his way. He won't take my advice. I can't make Roger do anything. But Roger has been doing the opposite of whatever I've been telling him to do. So, this is me. He's my son. I love him dearly. But he's dishonored my name too, though. I'm highly. You guys, I can't even put in words how upset I am with my son. He dishonored my name. I've been in this sport for a long time, and when he did that, they're like, son of MMA, Rampage Jackson, goes out. That's my fucking name. I don't do that shit. I don't go around beating up people on the street to a bloody pulp. I don't do that shit. I fuck up doors and stuff like that. I know what the fuck I'm doing when there's a camera around. Trust me, I know what the fuck I'm doing. Well, I don't go around beating the fuck out of people. There's a lot of people that fuck with me, and I just want to like get the fuck away from me and stuff. I know that, but I would buy people beers or drinks. Like, let me buy you this drink so I don't fuck you up, please. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a person that's go around beating up people. But now I'm on edge with all these death threats. Like, I'm a very accessible guy, and people approach me all the time. You know what I'm saying? Roger, what he did involved me and my safety and my other kids' safety. So yeah, he dishonored my name, and he put his whole family in harm's way. Like, I'm from Memphis. I'm from the South. I don't put none past racist people. I'm sorry. They got a lot of hatred in their heart, and they just want any reason to justify their hatred for people and say it. And this is a good reason for them to be all in my DMs saying stuff to me. Like, your skin will crawl if I showed you some of the DMs I got, Ariel.
I can't imagine. Why'd you shut it off?
Fuck that. I'm living my life. Listen, I ain't scared of nobody. But I'm just letting you know, if some more news pop off about me, like in the near future, you know what it's about. I ain't running from nobody. I ain't scared of nobody. I'm not finna shut off. I was told to shut off my comments for a little bit, but I was like, fuck that shit. I'm cutting back on. I don't give a fuck. Let them say what they want, as long as nobody come up to me and touch me, or my son, or my other kids. Then we be good. So, but fuck all that. Roger, I think that he should do a little time, do a little community service, and go to anger management class, see some therapy.
But that goes like some people said it was attempted murder and things like that. That's not a little time.
It wasn't attempted murder because he wasn't trying to kill that guy.
How do you know?
Because that's my son. I know my son. Roger wasn't trying to kill nobody. He wasn't trying to kill that guy. Roger probably didn't even know how bad he hurt that guy. He wasn't trying to kill that guy. The problem is everything got blown out of proportion, and people thought that Roger snuck into the fucking ring and did that. That's what the problem is. Like, at this point, Roger was in the act as a pro wrestler, but he ain't no fucking pro wrestler. The promoters had no reason putting my son in that fucking ring. But it was no attempted fucking murder.
Do you think you will talk to him at some point?
Yeah, it's my son. Yeah, I talk to him, but I gotta wait, you know what I'm saying? Because what you don't understand, like, you know, me and Roger, we two alphas and we talk. I can't talk to him face to face because I'm mad at him. We might get to fight. The fuck? Like, you guys don't understand. And, you know, I'm being in his face yelling at him and shit. And he think he a man. He think he grown. He gonna be yelling at me. He gonna try to back up his thoughts and stuff like that, you know. And I can't I don't want to go and say everything because it's going to. I don't want to go and say everything, but Roger, he do not like people fucking with him like that. Roger do not like. That's the worst thing Psycho Stu could have done to Roger is to fucking hit him over the head with something, even if it didn't fucking hurt. That's Roger's personality. He do not like doing it. I can't do that shit to him without him like getting upset with me and cussing me out. I'm his dad, and like someone like that. Roger don't know that guy. Right? Roger automatically think like people do something to him. Oh, they racist. That's that's Roger's go to. Like somebody, oh, he hit me in the back of the head like that. I don't know him. He's racist. You know what I'm saying? So Roger don't take kindly to stuff like that.
I mean, now you know it's become like some sort of indictment on you as a father and your relationship with him. And
you know what? That's fine. Listen, that's fine. I understand why people. I understand that. That's fine. People think that I'm a bad father and stuff because all they see is like the fucking clips and shit of me and my son joking around on fucking stream. I know a lot of people that watch that shit. They just have. I can tell by their comments that they're low IQ people and they don't fucking bother me. Like those type of people, they shouldn't watch TV. They shouldn't have internet. They believe everything they fucking see on the internet and TV and shit like that. They should just fucking eat cereal and oatmeal and underwear and watch cartoons. They shouldn't watch fucking those type of people that believe that shit that they see on fucking internet. They I don't give a fuck about them. They're low IQ people.
But before all of this, your relationship was fine?
Yeah, Roger and I are great. We like best friends.
Okay. Why hasn't he fought in 2 years?
Because Roger's a fucking vegan. And
what's your problem with the vegan stuff?
Because I don't think you should be a fighter and a vegan.
What about the Diaz brothers?
They're great. They're great. I bet you they eat eggs. But look, this is the problem. He's too big for 55 and he's too small for 170. So when you're a vegan and stuff like that, when you cut all that weight and shit, it fucks with you. And that's how he lost his first professional fight. He had to cut a lot of weight and it showed up in his fight. He didn't have no energy. It's just I just don't believe a vegan that has to cut a lot of weight should be a fighter. And so he hadn't fought. He hadn't fought. He got injured, like both his knees injured. Vegans stay injured in the fucking gym. He keep getting injured, so he hadn't fought. And I honestly, I don't care if Roger ever fight again. As soon as I find he's vegan, like I don't care if he ever fight again. That's why I got him into streaming. If Roger wouldn't have fucked up his streaming, in 2 years, Roger would have been a multimillionaire on his own, just streaming.
Is he done with Kick?
Yeah, Kick don't want shit to do with him.
He's off.
He's done. Like Roger has showed that he's one of the people that shouldn't be streaming. Like you can't blame what Roger did on Kick. You can't blame it on his chat. Nothing like that. Is Roger. He's the type of person that shouldn't stream. I think Kick is a great platform. It's bringing a lot of different type of people together. It's a great community. Like we like take care of each other. We laugh. We bust each other balls and stuff like that. And it's like it's making me do more stuff that I wouldn't do while I'm retired. It's making me like go and try new things so I can stream it. You know, normally, I just be sitting around the house like playing video games in my underwear, eating cereal like those low IQ people that believe everything they see on the internet should be doing. But Kick got me going out, racing and go cars. It made me want to start my own go-kart team. Got me out doing a whole bunch of shit, and it's great. But Roger, he didn't want to stream anyway. He didn't like it. He just wanted to come on my stream every now and then, and he didn't like it.
Are you at all worried about his well-being?
Yeah, it's my son. I am worried about his well-being. How many kids you got?
I got 3.
All right. So why you asking me some stupid ass shit?
Well, can I be real with you?
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it would feel like to see my son do that. I also don't think I would cut my son off if he did that. So if you are worried about his well-being, why are you not talking to him?
Because he dishonored my name. and
But he's still your son.
No, listen. I know he's my fucking son. I'm not cutting him off for forever. I just haven't talked to him.
But this is the worst moment of his life. He needs you now more than ever.
No, listen. I talked to him after the shit happened, and he hid the fact that he did this shit, and he put my other kids at danger based off what the other people saying, and I just can't talk to him right now. I just can't. I'm not saying I'm never going to talk to him again. I just can't talk to him right now. I need some time. I'm dealing with his attorneys and all this shit, but I'm very disappointed in Roger. Like, yeah, I'm not a perfect parent, so I don't know what's the protocol to how much time you stop from talking to your son when he fucking goes out there and hurt somebody. He put a guy in a fucking hospital.
Do you have any idea what he's dealing with? Like, I know you reached out to him, which is honorable. Did his family reach out to you? Did they talk?
Nobody called me back. I was checking up on him through like the other people that I knew and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you this. I saw posts of him, and they said he was released from the hospital and stuff like that. I heard he was released from the hospital like fucking 2 days, 3 days before they fucking said that shit. Because I've been checking up on him. Like I said, I know people. My friend is a pro wrestler there in the damn place, and he kept giving me updates because people were hyping it up like the guy was in worse condition than he was. He wasn't. He just knocked some teeth out and stuff like that. If that guy was fucked up so bad, why would they let his opponent pin him before they got him help? You know what I'm saying? The whole situation is fucking fucked up. So I just think people milk stuff for fucking GoFundMe. I'm sorry to say it. People milk shit. I'm sorry. It's where we live in.
Did you speak to the promotion, the guys that were talking to you?
I talked to the guy. I talked to him.
What did he say?
Talked to him one time. This was way before all this stuff. It was way before all this stuff, like before it blew up. I talked to him, if I can remember, that day. When the police was getting there, I talked to him that day.
What'd they say? Did they take accountability?
Did he take account? No, I don't remember him. No, I don't remember. He was telling me that my son fucked up his whole thing, that show might get canceled and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm like, my son had no business in there. What the fuck are you doing in there?
And that was it. That was the last time you spoke to them.
Yeah, but it was that was the same day it happened. So I don't remember everything he said, but he told me that they wrote him into the show, so he get his get back, and Roger was supposed to go out there, pick the guy up, slam him, and give him some punches, and Roger took it too far. So Roger took it too far. He had no business in there.
And I'm asking you this not because I believe it, just want to make this clear, but because there's all kinds of conspiracies. Have you offered anyone any sort of money to keep quiet or change their story or not press charges? Has anything happened between
Fuck no. I offer nobody no fucking money. Only money that I fucking spend is putting a retainer on an attorney. It's the only thing I've done. I ain't offer nobody no motherfucking money.
Have the police talked to you?
No. Talk to me for what? I don't know shit.
You weren't there.
I was in New York. Dropping my daughter off at fucking school.
We were gonna hang out.
Yeah, if you was in town.
I could have been sitting right next to you.
Well, that'd have been cool. I was with Jake Shields and another streamer.
Well, then maybe I wouldn't have been there.
No, probably not.
He doesn't like my kind.
Who?
Jake.
Jake?
Yeah.
But
I
don't deal with racism. I don't deal with that shit. And right now I'm real sick of it right now. Honestly, it's like too much. I don't know how this whole event got changed to a fucking race issue.
And you're getting death threats. You're getting death threats.
Yes.
Why you?
Thank you.
And your kids too. Your other kids.
Yeah.
Jeez. How are they doing?
They're fine.
They're not rattled by that.
Not happy. They're not. Yeah, they're fine. They're not happy. They're not happy about the situations like that, but they're fine. I got safety measures in place for my kids. I'm a father. I'm gonna take care of my kids. with my dying breath, my last breath. I'm gonna take care of my kids. They fine. But I just don't like people threatening me. I don't take kindly to fucking threats.
So in conclusion, just to recap, I want to just make sure we got it all right. Your son was invited by a friend who's a wrestler who also trains, this AJ Mana character who also trains with you guys. He was invited just to be a fan. He's a streamer. He's making content. He's doing stuff. They show him backstage. He runs into Psycho Stu. Stu probably thinks, I would imagine, that he was a part of the story, a wrestler. He does a thing with him. He hits him. Your son feels very disrespected by this, is clearly upset. The promoters, the guys involved say, hey, you could get your get back on him. He says, all right, as long as I get my get back, we're cool. We'll shake hands, but I want my get back. Then AJ seen in the back talking to your son saying like, hey, get your receipt. He's sitting there. They tell him, we're going to tell you when to go in. He's reading the chat. He gets fired up. He gets in the ring. When he's told, he's tapped on the shoulder, and he goes way too far. Instead of
way too far, bro. When he gets in the ring, go back and watch this shit. They put the music on for him. They changed the music for him, bro.
Okay.
The promoter told him to fuck him up, and I think AJ Man is the only one that had a little common sense and tell Roger, like, look, remember what a receipt is. You just pop him one time. AJ Man was the only one that had like a little common sense right then. I wish he would have called me, but I was on the ground in New York, so it probably wouldn't have went through. Bro, they changed the music when my son get in the ring. Bro. But no, this is the fucked up thing though. What took them so long? Because they said, all right, you punch him until we pull you off. What took his other friends, his team, whatever the fuck they are, so long to get in there and get Roger off of him? Think about that. That's probably why ain't nobody talking to the fucking police. Not because I fucking paid anybody off. I wouldn't pay. I would never do that. You can't even do that shit in America. That shit is illegal as fuck. I don't know those dudes. And that shit, then they put me in there and I can go to fucking jail for some shit like that. I ain't that fucking stupid. Y'all, the police need to investigate that shit. Why it took his friends so long to get in that fucking ring.
But all to say, regardless, he should have never even been there.
He should have never even been there. But I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna leave you to this, and this gonna be the last time I talk about this shit. This ain't the first time Psycho Stu done some shit like this backstage. Motherfucker be drinking all the goddamn time, and he plays that pro wrestling saved me from this PTSD and stuff, like nobody want to fire his ass. But AJ Mana told me everything. This ain't the first time he done some drunken shit like this backstage. So they know his ass. They ain't gonna snitch on him. I don't owe them, none of them, no loyalty. My loyalty to my son, and even though I don't fuck with my son right now, I'm still gonna keep it 100 and be loyal. The police need to investigate that shit. How many times Psycho Stu attack somebody backstage and piss people off, being drunk and shit. Then you guys will figure out what took so long for them pro wrestlers to get in that fucking ring and pull my son off of him. Investigate that shit. Then y'all gonna see who the real animals and who don't got the fucking frontal lobe and shit like that. Yeah, my son took it too far. He was wrong, and I don't condone what my son did. Not only that, like honestly, if my son didn't have a concussion, I would have whooped his ass when he got home. It would have been. I would have fought Roger for doing that shit.
Is there anything?
I don't play that shit. I don't play that shit. You don't do that. You don't constantly keep hitting a man when they're unconscious and stuff like that. You know, in MMA fights, it's you're in the moment. Like when I fought Vanderlei and I gave him like 2 or 3 unanswered punches. Like you in the moment, okay, you in the moment, you fight and stuff like that. But I can't say if Roger was in that same moment that because it's a fake fight. I don't know how you can get in that moment when it's a fake fight. So I can't say. But I've been in that moment with. And we're used, as an MMA fighter, we are used to the referee pulling us off people. But I've been in that moment before. But with your emotions, let go, because Vanderlei had beat the crap out of me 2 times before. So, I can't say, and I actually like, why? I'm like, why you fucking hitting this guy? Why he's unconscious?
I appreciate you coming on and talking about all this. Is there anything that I didn't ask you, anything that you wanted to say that we didn't touch on?
Well, despite anything that happened, even though I was waiting for Psycho Stu's to tell his side of the story, I still want to say to his Psycho Stu's family, because they're innocent and everything, they didn't hit nobody inside the head with a can. Like, listen, to your family, Psycho Stu, listen, I'm sorry you guys had to witness that. I'm sorry you guys going through all that stuff. And, I wish none of it ever happened. And, I feel bad that what my son did. And I hope that we all can, walk away from this. I hope Psycho Stu is healing up, fine and stuff like that. And I just hope nothing like this ever happens again to Psycho Stu in his career in pro wrestling.
Do you think your son will continue to do stuff in the public eye? Like, what do you think becomes of him now?
I don't fucking know. I don't see how he can get a contract or anything. But to be honest, there's people still some people want him to box. Some people call him out the box. And the thing I posted is people faking like he's doing pro wrestling shows and shit like that. It's like a lot of clickbait. People don't fall for the fucking clickbait, and that's what spreading a lot of hate too. It's a lot of clickbait out there. But I don't see nobody really wanting Roger to fight for their promotion. But who knows, man? Who knows?
Thank you, Rampage. Appreciate it.
All right.
Good luck.
All right.
There he is, Quinton Rampage Jackson, joining us to talk about this. He says it's his last time. And so let's see. As of right now, as we said yesterday, no arrests have been made. They did announce Psycho Stu's family that he had been released. Still unclear what his future will be as far as his health and how this will affect him long term. We have not seen or heard from Raja. He hasn't posted anything, any sort of statement. The Knox Pro Wrestling Academy did post something. I didn't get to this yesterday. I don't know if we even still have it. But they did post a statement in the immediate aftermath, but not much else has come out since then. The individual who broke up, there it is, Knox Pro Entertainment and Academy. First and foremost, our thoughts, and this is the following day, and prayers are with our brother, Mr. Stuart Smith, Psycho Stu, as he remains a priority. And we are monitoring his well-being. What was supposed to be a planned and agreed-upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. This egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred in the 17 years of operation of Knox Pro Wrestling Academy. There has never been anything as heinous that has taken place such as this, and we apologize to our patrons and our fans. They were a part of the WWE ID program, which is a program that WWE identifies certain schools and academies across the country, world. They say, all right, we'll give you X amount, and it helps you develop future potential talent. Nothing more than that. It's not NXT. It's not, some sort of feeder system, but we're recognizing these academies and schools, and if you go there, you can get a certain type of training, and who knows, if you're good enough, then you could take the next step. Rikishi Fatu, who had long been a part of WWE, his sons are now in the WWE, a part owner, reportedly, of this company, and also reportedly now they are no longer a part of that WWE ID program, which I understand is somewhat lucrative. To what degree, don't know, but that's the fallout that they have experience as well. One of the guys who broke it up, I believe his name is DJ Mallow. I saw him do a podcast talking about this and talking about speaking to the cops. And unlike what Tom Lawler said to us yesterday, he does believe that there will be an arrest of Raja Jackson. I mean, all the evidence is right there, as Chael said. So here we are, 11 days later, if my math is correct, 31 days in August 23rd, 11 or so days. Is my math correct? Maybe, yeah. A little over a week, and nothing has happened just yet. So let us see. All right. We do have some questions to answer. I know it's been a long day, but let's get to as many as possible. arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to be for all the questions. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. Okay, here are some questions. Let's get to them. This is from Bulldog Mania. Let us never forget that GC couldn't think of your kid's name when you asked which one was in the control room. He disguised it and played it off well, but some of us were privy. Nice try, GC. You moved down a few spots in Ariel's pound-for-pound office rankings for such a scandalous act. Your thoughts, GC.
No one's denying that. No one's forgetting that. I openly owned up to it. I completely had no idea. I looked to Frank for help. Frank made a guess, and I believe he was incorrect. I'm not even going to lie.
Still don't remember.
Oliver, oldest.
Yeah.
Walter, middle child.
Yeah, there you
Nailed
go.
it.
Nailed it.
before W.
O before W. There it is.
That's how I get it. Though we were in a group chat and I said one of their names.
Yeah, I tried to confuse
tried.
you. Yeah.
I knew it.
And then you double thumbs me down. Yeah.
Yep.
I tried to confuse you. I threw a curveball.
No. I got it now.
Yeah.
I'm locked in.
Yeah. See. Yeah. You listen sometimes. PT, how are you, by the way? Good to see you.
Good show today, boys. Was watching it from Blanchardstown. Fabulous stuff.
Yeah, a lot, and perhaps some questions about it. Let's keep going. When asking why Khamzat didn't get the belt until this is from Steve Buscemi, late 2025, how do you answer that question? What would you say to contextualize that? It's so wild to see how it planned out. P.S. Circumcision talk with Paulo Costa on Bring Your Kids to Work Day was not on my bingo card. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think of that in the moment. I mean, we all know why Khamzat didn't get a test shot to mid-2025. He had visa issues, and he got sick, and he retired, and there were some injuries, and yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a secret. When in Rome, shout out to Rome. At what point is Francis the issue/problem? Everyone's saying the same thing about him, yet you seem to turn a blind eye and continue to paint him as the good guy. He seems like the entitled kid that does what he wants, even if it sabotages other people's businesses and people/businesses. Every promoter is in lockstep about him. What am I missing? Really? Okay, first of all, who's every promoter? Dana White was unhappy that he didn't re-sign with the UFC. Dana White and the UFC did everything in their power to keep him. Once he didn't want to sign their deal, he didn't like him anymore. Now, look, I'm not going to pretend that there weren't some back and forth issues, but they wanted to re-sign him. They didn't tell him to kick rocks. They offered him a very good deal, and they boasted about that deal. So he's a bad guy, but they still wanted him? So what is the beef? They still wanted him. They still wanted to be in business with him. He couldn't have been that bad of a guy. Didn't like him because he left. Now, what's the issue? Don Davis says he was disappointed he wasn't there. Okay. Francis gives his side of the story. Okay. Francis says he feels like it wasn't the vision. All right. Who are the other promoters that say he's a bad guy? Who are the other people that say he's a bad guy? Does Eric Nixick say he's a bad guy? Does Dewey Cooper say he's a bad guy? Do his teammates at Extreme Couture say he's a bad guy? Does he have family members that come out and say he's a bad guy? He was involved in a very serious and heartbreaking and tragic accident. No denying that. Did he do that on purpose? I don't believe so. So he's a complex guy. Can we agree on that? But I feel like we haven't tried to... Like, what's the part where you think that I've, what's the word that he uses here? Paint him as a good guy because he went out and didn't like the deal and got himself a better deal and defied the odds by fighting Tyson Fury and almost beating him and then getting another boxing fight and then getting the PFL deal. Like, where's the part where you feel like I painted him as the good guy as opposed to the general consensus who paint him as a bad guy? And by the way, just Don Davis has said one negative thing about the guy. And let's not pretend that promoters don't say negative things about fighters and they don't get into disagreements. I'm sure they will bring him back if they can. And I'm sure they'll be happy to have him back. I haven't heard Peter Murray say anything bad about him. Let's not pretend that they don't have... I think the next fight should be Vadim Nemkov. They've re-signed him. That's the fight. But I don't think they've done a great job of finding opponents for him as well. So anyway, I know there's this thing where it's like, Francis Ngannou, I told you all along. Dana was right. Come on. Dana says I'm a bad guy too. Is he right about that?
But
what the fuck is that?
What is making Francis a bad guy? I'm still not actually sure what makes him a bad guy. What is the counter evidence? They're saying you're painting him as a good guy, but what makes him a bad guy?
Because Dana White said he's a bad dude. He's a scumbag.
But based on what is the evidence we have of this?
You're speaking to the guy who feels the same way.
It's a bizarre kind of position to have. Certainly, I don't know Francis Ngannou personally. It is extremely possible that he's a good, bad, whatever.
I've never gone for dinner with Francis Ngannou, but I can tell you this much: when that story came out about the tragic accident, a lot of people were having a field day. See, told you, Dana White was right. One has nothing to do with the other. Come on.
Critical thinking, please.
Joshy Van, I know Rampage is your friend, but as the number one unbiased outlet, I need you to address this. What is your take on Rampage essentially baiting his own son into the acts that were carried out? I know he's a man and did it himself. Rampage did not, but Rampage calling his son egregious names for hanging out with the guys that he was taunted him into what ultimately happened. Did you see the video of Rampage with the wig on talking about Raja being dead to him and calling him a failure in a time where Raja most certainly needs his father? I mean, that's what we were talking about here. Rampage seemed more hell-bent on keeping his kid community happy and on his side. Wild. I mean, that's what I disagreed with him on that. Like, if I was him in this situation, I pray that I'll never be in that situation. I feel for him because I don't think he... I mean, I think it's very clear he's not happy with his son. I don't think he condones it. He made that very clear as well. I don't think I would cut off my son. I'll tell you something. I have experienced a lot of cutting off without getting too personal. And I would see this within my family. And I would see this, and I never understood it. I know people within my family, this not directly in like my immediate family, but outside of the immediate family, whatever the hell you call that, who don't speak to parents, who don't speak to very close family members. I don't understand that, especially as parents get older or kids get older. There's both ways. It's very complex. I've never understood that. You only live one life. You have to be able to figure it out. You have to shake hands. You have to love each other. They are your family. They are your blood. You have to figure it out. In this case, it's a father who is very disappointed in his son, a son who did a potential criminal act in front of the world, who seriously injured someone, who may have given him life-threatening injuries, who may have almost killed him. I just don't know if I could just cut off my son in that moment, because I can assure you, no one means more to Raja than his dad. I do believe Raja's mother is no longer with us, because I've seen a clip of him talking about that. And I do believe that he probably looks up to his dad more than anyone on the planet, and I do believe that he probably needs his dad more so now than ever. And so I don't agree with that. I think I made that clear. I know you wrote this question before we spoke. And I don't agree with the streaming 24/7. I think it's a dangerous thing. I think there are certain people who just aren't equipped to do that. I don't think I'm equipped to do that. Would any of you want to have a camera on you for 12 straight hours with people coming up to you if you're a famous person? I wouldn't want to do that.
I think it forces you to react in a kind of a weird way to things as well. Because there's an audience there, there is a demand to, to be entertaining to some degree as well. I think it's just a really modern issue. It's like, I don't think this has been around long enough for us fully to fully comprehend everything that's involved in it, honestly.
Yeah. Gone are the days. Clown of the Year is Warren Spencer for talking all that shit to Dylan about not shooting, only to shoot in the first 5 seconds. Say what you want about Dylan being annoying and delusional, which is true. He stood there and he was willing to strike with the mechanic who really needs to check his tool shed after that performance. Insanely embarrassing. Shout out to Dylan for not even attempting a takedown. Any thoughts on this fight and how it played out? I mean, was it even a fight? I mean, I guess it was a fight. I don't think it was work or anything like that, but I had no doubt that Dylan was going to win that fight. To me, the question was, how long would it take? Yes, it was very stupid. I think he did tag him once, Warren did, but he's not even a boxer, let alone an MMA fighter. And he openly bragged about the fact that he didn't train in any sort of MMA for an MMA fight. He was just a guy with like a couple of, crossover.
That's pissed off with the mechanic. Like, you know what I mean? What's going on there?
And as we said yesterday, right? Dylan should fight 10 more of him.
Yeah.
No. Fight a
More
real
meme
guy.
fights.
Dylan can fight.
Hey, how about this? Kit's Corner. Welcome back, Ariel and the boys. Just a couple of comments from the weekend. The Misfits card on Saturday was a lot of fun, and I noticed while watching that Misfits puts on a better show than PFL. Sad state of affairs over at the PFL. Real American Freestyle's debut was phenomenally produced, and I noticed while watching that RAF puts on a better show than PFL. They really need to figure it out at the PFL. Unbelievable first week back. Thank you. All right. I mean, look, Misfits, especially if they're going to get into the MMA business, they can occupy the fun lane. There's no fun lane right now. Ryzen has it, but it's sporadic and it's Asian-centric. It's a lot of, which is great, but not in America. They're not doing American shows. Misfits does American shows, and they obviously do a lot in the UK. By the way, there's Cage Warriors in the UK, and who else? There's no more Bama. Is there even a second one?
There is. There's a lot of different ones, but like, I mean,
no one that's going to get big names like this. Like they can occupy.
They should do it. They should. Do you know? Like, even I'm thinking about. Do you remember Bellator was signing all kinds of like kind of influencer guys, but then the fights wouldn't happen because remember like Aaron Chalmers even he came in, but there was this demand for them to like constantly incrementally lift the level, and they'd end up fighting real guys. Like, Misfits don't have to go down that path at all. It's just like, let's let this former rugby captain who hasn't played in 20 years, let him fight. And there will be an appeal there. It's like the freak show element we were talking about on yesterday. Like, it will allow those guys to go in here and do this with a certain amount of safety. Like, I'm actually an athlete. I can just put me in against some bum that I can beat the shit out of, and we're all happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a fascinating time. It's a fascinating time in the MMA business when a Misfits can actually occupy a lane like this.
Is there something that's too far for Misfits? Is there like a signing that would be too far?
I mean, Andrew Tate would probably be
Tate's
that line.
Push it like.
I was just thinking. Chael Sonnen earlier said to Craig Jones that if he was to fill it, if anybody would fill in, he would have put Raja Jackson. Would Raja Jackson in Misfits be too far? Is that reasonable? Obviously, we need to wait to see what happens with him. But like, is there a line, or can Misfits kind of get away with anything?
I mean,
Andrew Tate is pretty much. I mean, like,
it's pretty bad.
Trafficking and multiple rape charges across the world.
So I don't think so.
Is Andrew Tate
or
are
they
Raja
gonna...
Jackson pushing it too far? Which one?
I think pushing it too far is what they're trying to do.
But I mean, like, what are we talking about at that point, right? Like,
both
I think
are highly controversial.
We also still need to kind of see the fallout from the Tate thing, right? If he does end up doing that and fighting, this is like not a complete story yet. We'll see what that does for the brand. Helps,
well, I wonder
harms,
what that is
whatever.
like though, because KSI is occupying mainstream brand recognition at this stage with Prime and his placement in the UK. Like, you know, and his audience is a lot of kids. And right now, like in the UK, there should like documentaries would be on TV about like, let's not let our sons learn from Andrew Tate. So for him to then sign Andrew Tate to his promotion or a promotion that's adjacent with KSI, I could imagine that's problematic for his brand. But we'll have to wait and see. Like, I mean, I think we're a long way away from this. But like, as I was speaking about yesterday, like BBC covered the fact that he might be signing for Misfits. They were contacting Misfits for comment. They refused to comment. They contacted Wasserman, the PR element that's involved with them. Like, they will be all over this if that happens. And yesterday, you guys were telling me it's a good thing. Let's see.
Wait.
Not a good thing. Like, I
don't think any of us said it was a good thing.
Like, Misfits would be like, "Yay, this is great."
Oh yeah. I mean, they will think it's a good thing, but I'm not banging the drum for Andrew Tate to be fighting.
No.
Especially, let's be honest. If he is fighting, he's fighting Warren Spencer. Yeah, I mean. By the way,
Warren Spencer
he's catching some dogs. I did actually enjoy when he was on. He was actually quite
liked
charming.
Warren Spencer.
He
I
was
think there's a
charming.
lane for him to kind of be a character.
Especially now.
Just don't shoot on a jiu-jitsu guy, and you'll be fine.
There was literally no heat between him
Also,
and Dylan. Dylan didn't even talk to him. He's like,
what are you, like, these influencers? I look at some of their pages, and I'm not trying to, but like, what makes an influencer at this point?
You have a following, and you do content that other people
Even if the following is like 200 people?
No.
Yeah, you do your morning routine.
Wait, does Warren Spencer only have 200 followers? I don't know.
No, but it's not like, you think, I see some of these guys, and I'm like, You know, it's like GC's guy, like HS Tiki
I was just about to
Taki.
say, next thing you're going to say is you're not into HS Tiki Taki getting a fight.
He's probably got a lot of followers now.
I just don't know.
That's the next fight.
What's
Warren
the line?
Spencer versus HS Tiki Taki.
What's the line for an
I think
influencer?
Tiki Taki might be safe with that
Are
one.
any of these people influencers? Do they actually influence anyone, or they just make content and that's their careers?
I don't know. It's all
They
weird.
influence.
What do
They
they
definitely.
Why do they all have to have nicknames?
Yeah.
It's all very weird.
It's just our handles. It's like our screen names from AIM back in the day.
Yeah. What about this from Antine Vans?
Anti-Vans.
Oh, Anti-Vans. Why does PT sneak off the show without saying goodbye? Is it an Irish thing?
Yeah, it's an Irish goodbye. I just keep doing them. I'm like, I go
Yeah, that's it. We just
and I'm gone.
And then he just shows back up.
a kiss when he logs
Hello.
off. It's really nice.
Chris H. Ariel, I'm so pumped that Maven Huffman is coming to the show. I love you guys. I love the guy. I love the guy's thoughts and YouTube channel. So do I. I am super pumped. He's been a tour de force in the wrestling YouTube interview scene and LFG. Chris in Boston. Go Pats.
Raiders this weekend.
Matt Chiwiwis. Hello, Ariel, and all the gang in the back. Happy National Skyscraper Day. Ariel, with Islam Makhachev opening up as a sizable betting favorite over Jack Della Maddalena at UFC 322. Many are viewing this as a foregone conclusion. However, Sean Brady recently said that he's picking JDM, citing his underrated takedown defense and power. Given JDM's 18-fight win streak and his victory over an elite wrestler in Bilal Muhammad, do you believe the odds are disrespecting the champion? And is this the toughest test of Makhachev's career? I mean, it's tough in that he is moving up 15 pounds, by the way. It's not 10, it's 15, 155 to 170, championship weight 170. I do think this is going to be a test. And I do think, did we talk about the odds yesterday? Is JDM a big underdog?
I definitely have.
Because if he's a big underdog, then that's worth a look. I think JDM is amazingly underrated.
Same.
Because he doesn't talk a lot of shit. He doesn't promote himself. I think the way he fought against Bilal was tremendous. I think a lot of people focused on the fact that Bilal didn't shoot, didn't do this, that. I think he didn't do that because of how big and strong and talented and well-rounded JDM is. I don't think this is a foregone conclusion, and I would not be surprised at all if JDM wins.
Right now, Islam Makhachev minus 230, JDM plus 195.
Yeah. Based on reading this, I thought it was going to be like minus 400. But I would, if I'm a gambler, I'm not. I think JDM is worth a flyer, right?
H-Down?
I'm on
Hell yeah.
Islam for sure.
GC's all over it.
Huh?
Are you not all over that? You're not saying JDM? You're not saying you're going to...
I took JDM against Bilal, but I mean, I'll probably support JDM. I had my keep pinging the cunt shirt right here up until today.
What happened?
We had to clear out the studio. You know, we're organized.
Keep pinging the cunt. That's wow, Frank. On his P's and Q's. Love it.
Shout out to Street X.
Alexander Kalabich Ostoyich. My picks for UFC stadium shows next year: Khamzat versus Imavov in Paris, Ilya versus Holloway 2 at the Bernabeu.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Aspinall Jones at Etihad.
Yeah.
Perfect. This is all sounding...
Izzy
perfect.
versus Strickland 2 plus Volk versus Sterling in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Are we not going to throw Crow Park in there just for the laugh? No.
Yeah, we didn't.
What about Cowboy Stadium?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, here's
Does the White House show count as a stadium show?
100%.
Aren't they going to build a 25,000 seat stadium on the lawn?
I heard they were building a 25,000 seat stadium at the Apex.
That's only 5,000.
No, it was 20. Yeah, 25 or 20
at the Apex.
30.
Yeah, 30. I think it was 30.
The stadium.
30 people.
Ski, please tell us you walked the footpath in Cinque Terre. It's one of the most beautiful things I've seen in my life. Yes, I think it's called the something dell'amore. We did walk it. I actually campaigned to take the little train to the next town. Cinque Terre, guys, 5 towns. Cinque Terre. As an aside, today when I was going into the garage for the parking, the guy said, same time, and I said, si, grazie. And I said it so quickly, it was like ingrained. I swear, it was like ingrained. I was like, wow, am I actually a paisan? I said it like, si, grazie. You know, it was amazing how I said it.
Did he make a look?
I think he thought I was saying gracias because he is a Hispanic fellow, but I definitely said si, grazie.
Do you think when you walked away, he was like, that guy doesn't speak any English? Or do you think he was like,
does that guy think I'm Italian?
What a dickhead. This guy just got back from Italy and thinks he speaks Italian.
I'm that guy. I said, si, grazie.
What's it called? The footpath at this thing?
Yeah, it's beautiful. So you could go.
You call it the sidewalk?
Have any of you been to Cinque Terre?
Nah, man, haven't knocked that one off the old.
Well, don't pretend like you were just there.
No, man. I mean, maybe one day.
You were just there.
You can improve my
Not
time
today.
off.
It's an unbelievable town. Unbelievable. Five towns.
5 towns.
Yeah, 5 towns. And you go from one to the next. It's like an hour outside of Viareggio, which is right next to Forte dei Marmi.
Of course.
Actually, when the
This
people
is
were
Ariel ordering at Olive Garden.
when the people were explaining to us, they talk. It's such a beautiful sort of like singing language. So they said, first you have to go to Rio Maggiore, and then you have to go to Caglione. And then I started to say it so much that my family was getting annoyed. But I just enjoy the way they like sing when they speak. Anyway, you go to the first stop, which is Rio Maggiore, and then you walk over to the next stop, whose name is escaping me, and you can either walk this path, which is beautiful, or you can take the train. I opted for the train. I lost. We went the path, and I will say it was spectacular. And then you go to the next stop, the next stop, the next stop, and then you end in Monterosso.
Did you do this voice?
I did the voice, yes.
To the Italians, or did you wait till you were in the hotel room?
I didn't do it to the
because I feel like if you do this to the Italians, it might be rough.
But they appreciate it. The best was like, I tried to blend Spanish and French to make Italian, but
They
it
were
never.
like, what the fuck are you saying, man?
I was like,
we all speak English.
It never quite worked. By the way, newsflash, breaking news. Iced coffee does not exist in Italy. I'm not an iced coffee. I actually learned a lot about
What's
it.
next? No shrimp cocktail? Coffees when you go to Europe.
Iced coffee doesn't exist. No. My wife wanted the iced coffee. You should have seen the look on their face.
Insulting.
Us trying to explain to them an iced coffee. I say frio, cafe frio. I don't even think frio is an Italian word.
Free? What are you talking about?
Sir, that's Spanish.
It was a total
I had,
mess.
an iced coffee every day in Italy last year. I don't know what you're
No,
talking about.
it does not exist. I don't know who you were dealing
Ask
with.
for a cup of ice and some coffee.
Also, you know what else I learned?
Cafe latte frio.
Post 11, it is insulting to order a cappuccino.
Cappuccino, yeah.
It's insulting because
Cappuccino specifically?
Yes.
Maybe when you're ordering
Post
it with
11,
an accent.
it's
11
just
a.m.
espresso.
or p.m.?
AM.
Like you're a pig. You're a disgusting pig. if you have
Cappuccino is a
cappuccino
breakfast
beyond
drink.
11.
It's
Wow.
a breakfast drink. If you order one at 3 or 4, they take it as an insult, like you didn't like something that you ate there, and
No,
you're
they
trying
think
to
you're a
change.
pig.
Yeah.
How did you learn this? Though? Did you
I
try to
learned
order one?
ChatGPT told me.
Okay,
you
see,
know.
all right.
No,
Is it
it's
the
true.
same thing that told you
Italians
that
are
there
like
wasn't
that.
any iced coffee?
No, so you walk up there and you just get the espresso, and everyone does it at the bar, and you go. I was imitating them as well, doing this quick shot and then a full shot. So it's a double shot. You know. I learned so
I'll take
much.
a cappuccino.
Yes.
Sir, get out.
No. We talk like that. By the way,
I'm
saying because you ordered the cappuccino after 11.
I fit right in with the hands.
We do it?
I fit right in with the hands. We went to a pizza making class in Florence. That was fun. My kids, they wouldn't shut up. And the other table was like, can you let... And then we made the gelato.
No. What happened with the other table?
Well, the other table was giving us side eyes like, hey, like they're like a couple on their honeymoon and they're trying to enjoy it and feed each other.
This American man is speaking
why can't I get a
Italian.
Fucking guys.
Who's that guy doing the accent?
I said,
Who's the guy speaking English with
the
an Italian?
mozzarella. Can I get the mozzarella and any prosciutto for the Napolitana? I was trying to,
All the words are English except for the cheese and the pasta.
The pasta
He's just adding a
fagioli.
vowel onto the end of everything he
But
says.
it's also the inflection. It's
The sing-song,
yes.
yeah.
The mozzarella. It's not
I'm sure they love it.
It's not mozzarella. Oh, you know what else I learned? Panini is plural. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the singular?
What's the singular?
Panino. We call it panini here. Hey, you're going to get a panini. It's actually panino.
Panino, okay.
The more you know.
What a misunderstood people.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, it was amazing. Oh, another thing. Fettuccine Alfredo doesn't exist. Now I sound like a real fucking... They call it like tagliatelle. And there's no sort of like bolognese. My kids were like, bolognese, like a ragu. We went to, did I send you guys the video? We went to this one restaurant. Hey, shout out to the waiter there. Big MMA fan told me Kevin Owens was there a couple of weeks prior. Did I send you guys this? They come to your table. Oh my God, it was unbelievable. In Florence, I got to give this place a shout out, with a massive piece of cheese. And then they put, Jordan, did you go to this place? And then they put the hot flambe on top of it. a little alcohol to melt the cheese, and then they go and they start scraping the cheese. Then they bring the tagliatelle, and then they bring the truffle.
I think it was a bit bitter. No?
Okay, the giant cheese wheel. I've had that at a restaurant in America.
No, not the cheese wheel.
No, I know. And then they melt it, and then they add the pasta.
You think your fucking Olive Garden cheese wheel had any sort of?
I wish Olive Garden did that.
Nah.
I was there though. No, I went there. Yeah.
You went to the same restaurant?
Yeah. What was it called again, Ariel?
You didn't get the Florentine steak when you were there?
So my kids got it. What? What did you just do? What the hell? My kids got it, and they realized that like medium is like raw as shit.
Oh yeah, with just some like flake salt on top.
Medium is like the nice way to say that.
Yeah, medium is
like that thing. That thing is rare.
Yeah.
My kids are good. They become snobs. They're like, oh, it's medium, or nothing. And then midway through, they were starting to do medium well. By the end, it was just well done.
Respect.
It was still a nice bit of pink, though, right? Even the well done.
No, I don't like that.
Can I tell you a secret about where that iced coffee was? Well, one, it's Freddo, not Frio, which was probably
that was part of the problem. No doubt.
And
no
number
doubt.
two is, I remember when we ordered it, they just pull it right out of the fridge. They had made it the day before.
Oh,
they put it
really?
in the fridge. They just don't want to tell you as an American, I guess.
Osteria Pastella, not Pastella, that would be Spanish, is the place. If you're ever in Florence, tell them Helwani sent you. They bring out the big thing. It's an unbelievable. And then the Affogato place in Florence, which is the one there, Vivoli. Vivoli is the place with they were closed on a Monday, so I had to go to like the lesser one called David Gelaterio, which was phenomenal. I think I got it, Brad. I think I'm good. I'm just not going to touch. Yeah. Thank you. So we're good. Anyway, TJ. Hey, Ariel, for your interviews, do you ever take suggestions from the team in the back on questions to ask? And for the team, do you ever tell Ariel to ask specific questions to the guests? Also, what is one thing from an interview that you regret not asking a guest? I mean, I regret like literally every single day. We don't really talk during the interviews, but there are some times, including, I'll be honest, the Rampage one, where I say, am I missing anything? No one actually replies to me, which is fine. But it's just good to know that, there's some sort of form of communication,
In that scenario, no news is good news, Helwani.
We also have...
What do you want us to say?
You did get replied like a minute and a half later, and that's after we all
minutes.
had a discussion.
And it was all good.
Okay.
You did a good job.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Was that Brad's debut on the show there?
Nah, Brad's a fixture at this point. Oh, Roberto. Ariel, glad to hear you had a great time in my home country, Italia. Can you finally spread some knowledge about Italian cuisine over there? I'm getting headaches every time I hear about fake Italian recipes or badly used words like cannoli instead of cannolo. There you go. Cannoli is plural. Cannolo, singular. Let us hear what you have learned. Love you all. I mean, I gave you so much. The Rome airport, by the way, one of the all-time great airports. Have any of you been to the Rome airport?
No, Ariel. We have.
There's two, though.
Actually,
There's two different airports. No.
Oh, the Leonardo da Vinci one.
Ah, yeah.
It's
say it with the accent.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yes.
I
Sorry,
mean, the retail there is insane. It's Gucci, Prada. Really enjoyed Rome. My one regret about the trip was we booked it a while ago, so obviously the football schedule had not been released, and we left Rome the day Roma was having their home opener, whatever you call it, their first
Evan
game.
Ferguson assist. What a player.
Son got an AS Roma jersey, didn't he?
Son got an AS Roma jersey.
Yeah, I'm trying to get one of those.
Actually, Pizzi was the one that inspired it.
It's one of the best kits of the year.
Yeah,
I got it already.
You got it.
Oh, you got one, Pizzi?
Yeah.
All right, I'll buy one and then we can.
You got a Ferguson.
I didn't get Ferguson on the back because, do you know what? When I was going to do that, I was thinking about you saying, I can't get a younger man on the back of my shirt. And it fucked with me.
Wow. You got influenced.
Oh, my God.
I agree with that. Like, I can't rock a Josh Allen.
No, look, it never occurred to me until you said it. And then as I'm buying it, I was like, oh, I can't do it.
What's the logic behind that?
I just feel weird.
Can't wear another man's name on your back.
I will gladly wear another man's name.
If they're younger than yours.
They just have to be older than me. That's
why, though?
I don't know.
It just ain't that serious.
No, you're right. You're right.
Nah, he
it's a
fucked with me.
stupid
He
rule.
did influence me. You're right, GC.
What happens when your kids start getting older than like NBA draft picks and they buy their jerseys? You gonna like shame them?
I'm not going to talk to them. I'm going to cut them off. Adam Parkin, real quick one, Ariel. 90% of the time I listen to the audio only when I'm in the car. Occasionally I will put the YouTube video on, and yesterday's show was the first time in a while. So my question is, why do you not talk directly to the camera when doing your presenting? As we look at the screen, you're looking to our right, your left. I don't know why. I always sort of picture it as I'm talking. Well, sometimes the guys are actually there, sometimes not. Like right now, they're not. But if I don't know, I just kind of feel like looking down, like I'm not presenting the news here. It makes it a little bit more informal. Maybe I'm just shy.
Give the people what they want, Ariel. Look at the camera.
Staring down the barrel is kind of boring.
Yeah, now it's freaking me out.
Yeah.
Look off to the side.
I love the show. Great to have you all back. Thank you. Good to have you back, Ariel, on the BITB. As an Englishman, I've recently gotten into baseball and have opted to support the mighty Red Sox. I don't think I've ever heard of any of you speak about it, so I was wondering what teams you support and if there are any recommendations on next season fantasy leagues to go with. Well, team we support over here on this side of the table are the mighty Toronto Blue Jays, who are hopefully going to win the AL East over on-air Jordan's New York Yankees, who are kind of, threatening at the moment. It looked like it was going to be a foregone conclusion, but Toronto has some bullpen issues at the moment. I do think that they'll be okay. But if you have bullpen issues going into the playoffs, not a good situation. Of course, I'm a Montreal Expos fan, first and foremost, always, forever in my heart. They ceased to exist following the 2004 season. That broke my heart. I didn't watch a single inning of baseball until 2015. I did not watch the World Series. I did not watch the playoffs. I swore off baseball. 2015... How did I get back into it? I'll tell you how. We moved. I had a long commute. The Blue Jays had just made a bunch of trades for Josh Donaldson. No, they traded for Donaldson in the offseason, but they traded for Troy Tulowitzki, David Price, and Alex Anthopoulos from Montreal was their GM, and it seemed like he was getting kicked out, and it was his last hurrah, and there was something magical about that team. And I started listening to Sportsnet 590 in Toronto. They had a great post show, Jays Talk, and it was the summertime and there was nothing else to listen to, and I just really got into that team. And then I was becoming a dad, and I was like, I can't be the dad who gets his kids to like the team that doesn't exist. I have to pick a team. It's not going to be the Yankees. It's not going to be the Mets. It's going to be the Blue Jays. It's Canada's team. And so since 2015, I've supported the Blue Jays. But let it be known, if the Expos ever come back, that's my team forever in my heart. But it's a great sport. It's been a great season, and I'm very much looking forward to the playoffs. And I would love to see the Jays win for Canada. It has been a while. 1993 was the last time. Shirt Guy Lee, hey Ariel, hope you are refreshed and welcome back in our lives. No questions today. Just a reminder to all, get out there and vote on worldmmaawards.com to make it number 15 for the nose. I believe it would be 16. And number 1 for Uncrowned. See you in Vancouver. Let's go, Jazz Davicius. Are we going to the awards this year?
Jazz Davicius.
Should we go, guys?
Is that an invite?
I mean, everyone. No?
I'll be there, boss.
All right. Alec Nicolau, any love for your Adelaide Crows? Yes, we've got right in the corner over there, camera 3, bottom, next to the Glory, right next to the Pereira. You can probably see it on camera 2, sorry. Camera 2, bottom left, there's an Adelaide Crows mug. Minor premieres this year and going to the finals is the favorite. Golly! I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're currently in first.
You knew this?
72 points.
Did you really know this?
Yeah. I think it was 2 years ago, me and Rick got a hot tip from someone to take the Collingwood Magpies.
Wow.
And we bet a future on them, and they were shit. They were terrible. Yeah. It's tough.
I think when I started supporting them, they were in the basement a la Forest. And, and they might be a bit of a...
Number 1.
People used to claim there was a Helwani curse, but I actually think it's the complete opposite. Hey, here's a question for GC from Gary. Do you bet on a fighter you like even though you think that fighter will lose? For example, I bet Oliveira to beat Ilya because I can't bet against a fighter I like.
All the time. But because I like them, I think they're going to win. Like, if I thought Oliveira was going to lose, then I wouldn't have bet on him. I would have just cheered for him.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of times my emotions get in the way of my betting. But that's all right.
Slanging and Banging says, greetings, friends. Oh, how I missed you all so. I just wanted to shout out the crowds in China as one of the best out there. Such resounding chants all throughout, so very passionate of their own, but respectful to their opponents. Arrivederci, grazie. Another thing I learned, I always used to say grazie. You know it's not actually grazie, guys, right? It's more of a grazie.
Grazie.
Grazie mille. It happens all very quickly, but like on its own, it's grazie.
You're a man of culture.
Oil Beef Hooked. Yo, Helwani, for a company worth $12 billion, how shit are the fight announcements? It's so bloody hard to get hyped with zero hype. Dana legit looks constipated and bored with it on his Insta Reels. By the way, Pizzi, what are the odds you boys offer a charity auction where the highest bidder wins a Guinness pub with yourself and Helwani must come partake and keep up with the big dogs?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
All right.
But whatever happens to me after I have a certain amount of them down me, that's on you. We'll have the signs come on the waiver, make sure everyone can leave safe, or at least I'll have no legal liability if something goes wrong. But I'm absolutely down for that.
Did that not say that Helwani has to keep up with the big dogs?
Hell yeah.
So he has to
He
go
can do
Guinness for Guinness. Pint for pint.
No problem.
I've seen him.
No problem.
Love it. I'm there for that.
Play
Come on, man.
Florida. Ariel, considering the circus fight weekend, this is the most important question of the day. What was your single best food experience in Italy? Oh, well, Italia, actually, it should be. I'm happy that you asked. This is it.
We don't care.
No, we do care. This is the recommendation. Everyone's been asking me, what's been the best meal that I had? You guys want to know the best meal?
Yeah.
Tell us.
Okay. First day there, literally right off the plane, 3-4 hours. Put up the slideshow. I do have a slideshow. No, I'm kidding. A place called Piccolo Buco. No reservations. You have to stand in a line across the street. Couldn't believe we got in. The line was gigantic, but we got there fairly early because we were fresh off the plane. One of the best pizza pies I've ever had. I think I sent you guys a video. There's one pie that they had with a burrata in the middle. Cut it, and it just like melts throughout. I'm looking at a picture right now because I wanted to get the name right. The crust was so fluffy. I believe this is how they do it in Napoli. You understand? One of the best pizza pies I've ever had in my life. Piccolo Buco.
Super thin.
If you're ever in Roma.
Yeah, man, we understood Napoli. We got
it. If you're ever in Roma, it's not Rome, it's Roma. If you're ever in Roma.
It's the hand.
Do you find yourself a diehard Marvin Vittori fan now that you've returned?
Nah, that's a bridge too far. That's a bridge too far for me. But Alessio Sakara, I'm all about him.
You're jazzed for the all-Italian quarterfinal. Yannick Sinner.
Oh, that's my guy.
Lorenzo Musetti tonight.
Jamal 2020 just saw Jeremy Lin this weekend at the Golden State Valkyries game in San Francisco. Talk about the days of Nixon Linsanity. Oh my God! Shout out to him. Congratulations on a great career. He just retired. I will never forget the winter of 2012. I'm about to become a dad. February game, night before Super Bowl. I'm in Vegas covering that pay-per-view. So this is 2012. This is UFC 143. The Knicks suck. I'm still sort of following them. And I'll never forget, he's playing the Nets. Mike D'Antoni, coach. Melo's a little bit hurt, this and that. And they signed Jeremy Lin, 10-day contract. He comes in and he blows he blows the roof off the garden floor, and everyone's like, oh my God, well, who is this guy? And I think the second game was against the Wizards, and I remember watching that, and then he dunked and he had all this stuff. I was like, holy shit. And then that week, I went to Omaha for Diego Sanchez versus Jake Ellenberger. And I remember it was Valentine's Day night, and I'm in my room watching on my laptop. Was it Stream East? I don't know what it was. And he hits that three, top of the three against the Raptors. Steve Novak is going crazy. Jared Jeffries is going crazy. And I'll tell you what my biggest regret was. That Friday night, he played Kobe and the Lakers at the Garden. My good friend Kevin Wang said, let's go. We got to go. And I was about to go to Japan for UFC 144, and I didn't want to leave my wife, who was pregnant with our son, who was going to be born in 2 months. I was like, I'm just going to watch at home. And that's when he scored 38 on the Lakers. And Kobe said beforehand, like, who's that? I don't know who you're talking about. And everyone who's there says it's one of the great, moments in MSG history. I mean, just from afar, I was loving it. And then he had a couple other great ones. And then the Heat game, which actually happened while I was in the air, and everyone was like, oh my God, he's been exposed because the Heat double-teamed him, and then he got hurt, and then he signed with the Rockets, and then it ended. It was an incredible 2-week stretch. He was on Sports Illustrated back-to-back weeks. In the midst of that, MSG and Time Warner had an issue, and they were threatening not to air the games. It was a wild time. It was a wild time. Revolting Blob, hey Ariel and the Uncrowned crew, I've got an idea for the Yahoo commercial breaks. You should play the raw footage of past fighters / guests on the show waiting on the Zoom link before they get called in for the interview. Just think about it. I get to sit there with Dan Hooker as he just sits there blankly and scrolls through his phone for 2 minutes. Pure unfiltered electricity. You're welcome for the incredible idea.
That's actually a great idea. I like it.
Ryan Burris says, I just wanted to throw out there that you're better than the version that Dylan Dennis brings out of you. Don't let him drag you down to his level. Much love from a longtime fan. I agree. I hated that interview. I really did. I joked that I felt like I needed a shower, but the truth is, like, I don't want to fight with someone. I don't want to get into a pissing contest with someone. I'm not trying to, like, get into, like, a tit for tat. I actually want to talk, and if it gets contentious or if it gets like into a debate, that's fine. But he comes in with this energy like he's just trying to make a moment and one up me and insult me and all this. And I just, it's not fun. There's nothing fun about that. And then I do feel like I stoop and I do feel embarrassed by that to a degree. Correa, random question. The only thing you posted when you were away was saying Andrew Tate was negotiating with Misfits for a fight, advanced negotiations. And it wasn't the only thing. I posted some other stuff too, the Chael thing. Can you tell us what you've been told? It's pretty much that. And they're looking for the end of the year, December. Just a couple more. Beloved NFL opening week from Connor. Go Ravens. Get the fuck out of here with the Go Ravens. Big game Sunday night.
Holy shit.
Can't wait.
Incredible. Oh.
The return of Mark Andrews. Baked Beans. Are you feeling refreshed and ready for the push until the end of the year? Yes. Jason Tackman. My guy Tack. Unc, let's get right into it. What are your top 5 favorite Italian meals? I've been dying for someone to ask me this.
You definitely put him up for this.
I swear to God, on my life, Piccolo Buco top, the Affogato, any of them, really. But the one that I had at the David place, I couldn't go to Vivoli, closed on a Monday. It was a whole problem. The pizza that I made was quite nice. I asked for ananas, which is pineapple in French. Couldn't think of the... And the lady actually joked that she wanted me to leave. So we had to settle on olives. But you know what's something I learned about the pizza? You put a little basil, but you hide the cheese on top of it, because if you put the basil alone with the mozzarella not on top, it actually burns. Did you guys know that?
Yeah. We do now. We fucking do now. I'll tell you that much.
The pasta on the thing. Went to a couple places. Can't remember their name. You know, On Air Jordan sent me like a whole freaking Megillah, which I appreciated. And I was like 3/4 through my trip, and then I turned to my wife, Jacqueline. I was like, I don't write any of this down. I probably should write some of this down because we've gone to some banger places. I don't remember any of them anymore. So
Tiramisu McDonald's, exquisite.
What?
You heard it.
Tiramisu at McDonald's.
Honestly, wasn't the worst tiramisu we had in Italy last year.
Wow. No, I'm a little more high class than that.
Wow.
I mean, tiramisu at McDonald's. I mean, what is this?
You can't do that accent at McDonald's, you know? You got to do that at the fancy restaurants.
Any super chats, guys?
Super chats.
Super chats. PT, have you ever been to Italy?
Yeah.
Or Italia, sorry.
Yeah, I was there last year.
Oh. Where'd you go?
Coast, baby.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Amalfi Coast.
Oh, must be nice. Must be nice to go to the Amalfi Coast. I didn't go. Where'd you go, to Lake Como?
Nice. No, that's.
Were you at Logan Paul's wedding too?
Yeah, I was, and it was fucking great.
Why was GSP there, by the way?
I asked him, and he was just like, "I fucking want to be here." So shut your mouth, Irish, and I was like, "All right, fair enough, mate." But
did you go to the Vatican?
Yeah.
Did you know that the Vatican is the smallest country in the world?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I also knew that.
What are the top 2 smallest countries in the world?
Vatican.
And?
Vatican.
And?
Vatican.
Monaco.
Monaco.
This is from Jakinator.
Oh, what the
f- What?
There as well.
Did something change?
Well, I mean, you
What is
left
it?
us high and dry. So
Jake and Nader,
Okay.
720. You asked Pizzi a question. Been loving the wrestling. Why? How dare you on Crowned? How did you get Scott Tuamore to be on board? Also, as a Forest fan, which clubs do you hate the most?
Well, of course, I hate Notts County. I mean, yeah, no Forest fan would support Notts County. We also hate Leicester. These days, we really hate Crystal Palace because they got their panties in a bunch over the whole Europa League thing, and then they've disrespected our owner, Mr. Marinakis, who I think is one of the best and most honorable owners in all of sport. They had this big sign. It was not nice. And so I hate those clubs. Scott D'Amore came to us from the great Anton Vans, who does some work for Major League. Anavans, sorry. Major League.
So hang on, are you not Team Nuno, no?
I love Nuno. By the way, if you actually did your research on the topic, the beef isn't between Mr. Marinakis and the gaffer, the manager, Mr. Nuno Espirito Santo. The beef is actually between Nuno Espirito Santo, our gaffer, our manager, and Edu, who came over from
Director of football.
Yeah,
yes.
He came over from Arsenal, and he has a relationship with Mr. Marinakis, but he didn't know he had this relationship with this certain agent who seems to be they seem to be in cahoots, and they're not listening to the gaffer. They're not listening to the manager on who he wants to sign. But I have to say, the transfer window just was a success, in my opinion. I mean, the names that they signed. This young lad from France is unbelievable. Bikawa, I think his name is. Zinchenko, who saw that coming. Some people, they were implying that it was the Arsenal connection that got him over there. Whatever the case is. I support the manager. I support the gaffer. And it was a bad loss to West Ham. We all need a break, international break this weekend, and then we'll come back against Arsenal.
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all. Scott D'Amore, Anton brought him to us. He works for Maple Leaf. I love the columns. I always wanted to do like a Ross report type of thing. That was the vision, and I think it's been phenomenal. So long may it continue. Frank, you sleeping at the wheel or what?
What happened to what else?
Oh, what else?
What
You're
the
right,
hell,
you're right,
man?
you're right, you're right.
You go to Italy and you just whatever. So super producer Ryan Maddox writes, can Mondays be more commentary based on the past weekend and Tuesdays be more guest heavy now with no time limit? Best part of the show and AH and the boys talking about all the latest news and notes.
Wow. There's a couple of comments. I didn't even know that people could comment on the super chats. I love this idea 100%. This man is onto something. Totally agree. Sometimes it's too many interviews. Wow. You guys want less interviews. Is that what you're saying? By the way, no one would be happier about that than me. Less booking on a Sunday. It's probably me and Alan Murphy would be the two happiest people.
Shout out Alan, legend.
I was actually thinking of moving on the nose to Tuesday. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah.
You like that better?
It's a great idea.
For situations like this, it seems like
not like.
For some reason, Tuesdays seem to be the hardest
it just feels
day.
random.
Tuesdays always seem to be the hardest day to book.
Okay, then there you go. I'll take it.
Anyway, I'm a creature of habit. What else?
Wait, so it's not moving?
No, I just thought about
just
it.
asked the
I'm not
question
saying I'm
just to
doing
shoot
it.
your
habit. I want to move
so
it.
on brand for you.
I'm just thinking.
Next one is actually shouting Mysterious Frank. Welcome back, Frank. I guess that's a missing puzzle piece. I love it. Hashtag Team Frank. Keep it coming, guys. You
Can I
know
just
where the
ask
Zelle
something
is.
about the puzzle
You know
piece?
where the Cash App is.
Doesn't that mean something else?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, what else? What else?
Ariel, you should do Crocker versus Donovan face-off on Fight Week ahead of their rematch.
I would love that. The
Biggest fight of
Paddy
the week.
Donovan. Yeah, it's great. That's next week. Bigger than Canelo Crawford, if you ask me. You're going, right,
It's got
PT?
a better atmosphere. Better fucking atmosphere, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah. You were on a conference call with them yesterday, right?
Today.
Was it today?
Yeah, he has a little facial hair going. Very,
How's
he's a superstar. The lads.
Both of them were on there or just one?
No, I've got Mr. Crocker tomorrow.
I love
Talking to him
it.
tomorrow.
What about Andy Lee?
Andy Lee, I think Paddy was actually broadcasting from Andy Lee's gaff.
Yeah. I can't wait for that.
Man, that fucking first fight was crazy. And
the first fight was crazy.
consider-
It was controversial, right?
Oh my God. And the atmosphere in the place became really tribal when Paddy got disqualified. Obviously, that's been overturned now, and now they're the first Irish duo that ever competed for a world title against each other. It's going to be in Windsor Park, which is going to have 24 to 30,000 people there. So if you imagine the atmosphere that was in the SSE Hydro that night, that's about 10,000. We're going to multiply that by 3 in an outdoor arena. It's going to be absolutely mental. Like it's there's still tickets on sale, but like they're nosebleed situations. But it's going to be packed out, and it's just amazing to see boxing making people feel a certain way in this country again. Like that's what I asked Paddy today. He was saying like the people made this fight. They most certainly did, but isn't it amazing to see boxing making people feel that way in Ireland after all of the Regency shooting, how that paused the whole scene here, how it kind of came back alive with Katie's fights against Cameron in the 3 Arena, and now we've got a whole new generation of world champions potentially beyond this fight.
And September 13th, you got that. You've got Noche. You've got Canelo Crawford. What a day, guys. Can't wait. What else, Frankie?
Super moderator Olajuwon Dreams says, shout out Hong Man Choi versus Jose Canseco.
I think he's referring to the super fights. Not super fights, freak show fights when I was talking about that. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. What was that? The promotion. Gosh, it wasn't Sengoku. It wasn't Ryzen. What was it? It was with an R. What was that? Anyone remember? Canseco against Hongman. It was.
It's a long name.
Was it Dream? There was something else.
There's that New Year's Eve one had a certain name.
It had a name, right?
It had a name.
Re something. It's gonna kill me now.
Oh fucking hell!
It's gonna kill me. It was something with an R. Fedor fought on it. Do you remember?
Yep.
Chad probably knows. Thumbs up to the chat. It was something. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Come on, with an R. Was it? Not Ryzen. It's not Strike Force. Not Yaranoka. There it is. Yaranoka. Shout out. What else, Frankie?
The combined IQ of the chat during this Rampage interview is 78. I can't wait for the civil comment section when y'all upload it as a video.
God. Was it bad? I wasn't locked in on the chat. I'm sure everyone had.
Don't ask questions.
I'm sure all the legal experts. What else?
Please do an interview with the owner of Fight Circus. They're doing their first U.S. show next month. He'd be an amazing interview.
Oh, gosh. Where's the show? Let's go. We should do a stream from there. Kick?
Our job.
Yeah. Or Twitch? What else, Frank?
Lastly, did you see the Craig Jones-Mikey debate on Mighty Mouse's channel? Think you could get Gordon Craig to do one too? Thanks for all you guys do. I love all the ideas for the show. They're
great.
No,
it's great. Gordon and Craig, I don't see that happening, but that would be incredible theater. I did see he did it. I didn't watch it. I don't know if you guys know this, but I was in Italia last week. So
really? What was your favorite meal?
Well, I was really doing my best to not.
You didn't fire up Darth Rigatone while you're in Italy?
I saw it happen.
By the way, that's the quintessential.
It was a highly produced face-off, man.
I was just going to say that. Saw it happen, was impressed by how it looked. They always do a great job. Was impressed by the idea, the concept. 2 incredible characters, like DJ in the what DJ has done is great. And by the way, what Rampage has done in retirement is great too, with the Jackson podcast and with his stream. Like, it's cool to see these guys finding their lane, finding their voice. There was once a time where we were the only game in town. And so, I'm happy to have birthed all these, all these new lanes and opportunities. It's a beautiful thing. I'm proud of the guys. Friends of the family, But no, DJ's killing it. He's got like an insane amount of content, great stuff. The death sentence stuff, it's wonderful. It's amazing. It reminds me of being, you're like in the Duomo, you're walking, you see a gelateria, and you say, "Give me a nocciola," which is hazelnut. And you guys ever have a hazelnut? You ever have a hazelnut gelato?
Tell us about it.
Nocciolo. Oh my God, it's a bellissimo.
Oh, wow.
It's a bellissimo. And another thing.
The whimper. Tell us about it.
Another thing. It's a buongiorno in the morning. It's a buonasera in the evening. And only going to bed It's
Good
a
morning.
buonanotte.
Oh,
It's a
morning.
only for bedtime.
Good night.
Buongiorno.
It's a buongiorno in the morning. It's a
Yeah.
buonasera in the afternoon, and it's a buonanotte in the evening. Only good night.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good night.
No. You can't see someone at like 7 o'clock and say buonanotte. That means you're going to bed.
Yeah, you could say good evening though.
You say buonasera.
Yeah, good evening.
I always thought buonanotte was good night.
Arrivederci.
I thought good morning, good afternoon, good night. Not I'm going to bed. But buonanotte is your signal that I'm done. We're done here. You know.
I'd say you're hitting a lot of people with that shirt.
At the beginning, I was hitting
But
a
how
lot of
often do you say good night to someone when you're not?
You're
going to
walking on
bed?
the street. You walk
Hey,
into the
good night.
hotel,
No,
the front desk. You're like,
The old man's playing.
Yeah. You're walking to the hotel at the front desk and you pass me and you're like, good night, and you're going to bed.
You are actually going to bed then.
No. I mean, like, I'm leaving for the evening. We're going out to dinner. I say, buonanotte. They're like, it's
You say that
buonasera.
when you're leaving to go to dinner, you say good night.
Yeah.
Say good night to them.
I say buonanotte. Like,
Before
yeah,
or
of
after you
course.
ask for a
I'm going to clock
cappuccino?
this next time we're on a road trip.
Of course.
We're all leaving the
Good-
hotel.
good
On the
evening.
way out.
Yes.
Not on the way in.
Never heard
You
this
could
man
say,
say
by the way,
goodnight.
you say ciao. You could also say ciao ragazzo. And also, they pick up the phone. You know, they pick up the phone over there. They don't say like hello, buongiorno. They say pronto. You know that? They just say like
Get going.
To
Yeah.
all of our Italian audience, we mean
don't-
no disrespect.
It's actually
but-
shocking that they don't say hello.
They just say
I'm
pronto.
surprised.
You know what pronto
my
means?
best friend is Italian. I
fast,
haven't got
like
one
speak
message yet. He watches
fast?
every show. I cannot wait for his
Well,
reaction.
it's
to
12 in the morning over there. They're 6 hours ahead over in Italy, not 5 like you. I learned that.
What does it mean?
Well,
What
he
does
lives in
pronto mean?
Blanchardstown.
Oh, perfect. What does pronto means? Like I'm here, like present.
Oh, present. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Boys in the Hood. the way they
Pronto
answer
means
the phone.
present?
They say
Pronto,
who this?
yes.
Get going.
Not like pronto, like quickly or
I
anything.
thought
Also-
fast. Yeah.
Drake was in Milan the day after we left. There was some talk of staying.
Oh, you could
There
have.
was some talk of staying.
He was performing in Milan?
Yeah, back-to-back nights. Yeah.
Cool interview he did there the other day.
Oh,
Thanks
that
for
was
sharing
great. Yeah, that was great. We were at the train station waiting for our Trenitalia. And I saw a big ad for it. And it was actually, there was a Five Guys there. And I was like, I can't believe there's a Five Guys here. This is crazy. It's Italia. Who would be at the Five Guys? But there were some people. We opted for the, for the local fare. you know?
Yeah. You don't want that low budget stuff.
No. Oh, they
The
have
Chat
one last thing.
GPT
One last thing. They have this little
itinerary.
bun thing with the cream in the middle. You know that, Pizzi?
A Boston cream donut?
Maritozzo.
What did you say, Jordan?
And why did you do it with your hand?
And like,
I started speaking right before Connor, and now
no, it was great.
Marigozzo.
Maritozzo.
By the way, also, I just want to say, all your like manicottis and all that, don't come to Italia with that shit. All right, they don't got your manicottis.
You are the official spokesperson
Yeah.
of Italy now.
I essentially went to Italy. I had some cannoli Ben and Jerry's over the break. That was actually quite delicious. It's my favorite flavor of Ben and Jerry's. If you ever see it, buy it.
Oh,
You want to know the first time I had it? I was actually watching The Godfather.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the closest I've ever gotten to Italy.
I'm gonna make an offer that you can't refuse.
Yeah, while I'm stuffing my face with a pint of Ben and Jerry's cannoli.
I still have some
I
chocolate
watched
covered
Mikey
beans.
Musamichi.
Yeah, I mean,
That was the
Darth
most
Rigatone
Italian
over
I've
here.
ever been.
They have rigatone over in Italy.
It's different. It's different, but I'll save that.
Yo,
fucking
next time
end the show.
rigatone comes on,
We're
you're
not
gonna,
getting out of here.
have to, you're gonna have to say,
Oh, you
Mikey
and Mikey.
Musumeci.
You and Mikey's gonna be great.
Have
next
you ever
time.
had the tomatoes in Italy?
Oh, don't get me started.
Roma to me.
Don't get me
Oh,
started.
yeah,
on
good
the
point,
ragu.
Frankie. Roma tomatoes.
Oh, I mean, come on. What do you know about
That's
Roma?
because they're from Rome?
Yeah.
I believe so.
I never knew.
Yeah.
And I'll be back. By the way. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be.
Wait.
For the
Don't take
Olympics.
a week off
In like 4 months.
No. I'm gonna be there for 2.5 weeks. You think I'm bad now?
That's what I'm saying. In like 4 months, you're going back for 2.
I'm gonna be calling you guys
God.
from fucking Italy.
You were so insufferable in Paris for the summer games. I can't imagine what it's gonna be like.
I'm gonna kill it.
Winter.
I'm gonna kill it. It's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be an incredible time. All right, we're out of time, guys. We're out of time. Wow, you hit that music really quick there, Frank.
Covering it.
Yeah.
Whole 5-hour, 20-minute show. Love it.
Yeah. The boys are back in town. And girl. We missed a show on Monday. We had to make up for lost time. Not to mention all the shows that we missed over the last, week and a half. Or so,
Who the fuck Boy, where were you for the last week and a half?
I was in Italia. Thank you for asking. It's a great place. I highly recommend it. You don't get me started on what is it? The spritz? That Aperol spritz?
Oh, Aperol spritz?
Oh, an Aperol spritz, baby.
You know yourself.
The
limoncello spritz as well.
I was just about to say the limoncello spritz. The Amalfi spritz are unbelievable.
Whoa.
Shit's
Did you ever
on
have
Aperol.
the lemon with the limon sorbetto?
Did you have any limoncello while you were there?
No. The actual lemon with the sorbetto.
No.
Everyone has it.
Hey!
No limoncello.
No, they take a lemon.
They get it. Yeah, they take the lemon, they put the sorbet in it.
No,
yeah.
they take it out, and then you get it, and it's overflowing.
Bellissima.
Oh my god.
Bellissima.
And by the way, it's not sorbet or sorbet.
Sherbet.
Sorbet. It's sorbet.
Sorbet. You're just throwing O on the
fucking
You're just
thing
throwing O on the end of anything.
I'm telling you, it's gelato.
Just fucking in the music.
You know what you sound like? You sound like my dad. One time I went to Budapest, and like locals call it Budapest. And so we get home, and my dad was like, "Oh, we just got back from Budapest." And my mom was like, "Would you shut the fuck up? No one calls it that here. It's just Budapest."
No, you gotta speak like the locals. Yeah, Ibiza, Catalonia. What are they, guys? Chael Sonnen, Deontay, Luke, Andre, Alex, Plinio, Rampage. Back tomorrow, same time, but it says peace.